Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is, right there. There it is, right there. And here I am, right here. There you are, right there. And if we remove this from the screen, and here we are. So here we are. Good to see you. Good to see you again. Always a delight. Every time I look in anticipation for your company and with relief, I welcome you to the session. So there you are. So then we have a session. So there you are. Good to see you and all that. So good to see you. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come join us on the studio, if you want to be one of these voices that you hear all of the time, there are no reserved seats. It's a case of first come, first serve, and we're forever canvassing for new voices. So if you want to be one of those new voices, just click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen. So do that if you want to join us on the screen. And of course, as ever, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's already pinned in the comment section, but there it is right there on the screen as well. So it's pinned in the comment section as well. So it's 3 easy steps. If you want to lubricate your host with cups of coffee, then click on that link and follow suit. It's just 3 easy steps. So do that. So do those. They like and subscribe. They are especially important. So if you are going to do anything at all, do at least those 2. Click on like and subscribe. They are so important. You know they're important. pardon me, you know they're important because everywhere you go on YouTube, they're forever canvassing you to do that. So you know that is important. So do that. So do that. So what are we contending today? What are we contending with today? What are we contending with today? So this one is quite a curiosity. This is the husband. Anyway, let me give you the headline first. You know, this tells us what is going on in the country. This confirms a lot of the suspicion that we've always held within the Nigerian space. But this guy was also caught on audio saying this as well, on video saying this as well. My wife used her position as appeal court president to favor politicians, Senator Balka Chua. So there it is right there. So there is absolutely categorically nothing called justice within the Nigerian space. It's to the highest bidder. We've always known that. And the corruption so ingrained within the system that the system rots from within. So this is the topmost, this is at the topmost end of the judicial space. Where the story is coming from is this woman. She is the leader of the appeal court. So the only person that has greater authority than her within the legal structures of the country is the leader of the Supreme Court. So that's how high up she is within the system and easily compromised according to her husband. My wife used her position as appeal court president to favor politicians, Senator Balka Chua. So Senator Balka Chua confirming then what we've always held as gospel within the Nigerian space. So we've always held that as gospel, but this next headline we've always held as hope. So hope springs eternal. Hope springs eternal, and hope gives birth. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I am minded actually to trail this headline with a short little video clip. I'm going to trail this. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to trail this headline with a short little video clip because it is quite pertinent to this headline now. So before I read the headline, here first a promise made. Here first a promise made.
We pay attention, undivided attention to your education. We will be creative. Credit will be available. Education loan will be available. 4 years course will be 4 years course. No more strike. Your universities will have their autonomy to be able to upgrade your syllabuses and be creative. No more selling of handouts. They must particularly.
So that was a promise made right there by Tinubu, and just barely 2 weeks into governance, here is the promise now delivered. President Tinubu signed students' loan bill. So this is quite significant. If you don't have an understanding of this, then hang around because this is quite well what paying note of. So this is what paying note of. And there is something going on as well that I can see going on, which I'd like to discuss with you further into the session, because it looks as though Tinubu is very, very quickly doing the foundational work in terms of legislation and policy so that he then has legal footings to unfurl his plans. And by the way, he's not yet, is it 2 weeks in government? Is barely 2 weeks in government. All of these things we see going on. So all of these things we see going on, but what are we going to see go on in this place, in this space? Governors resolved to support Akpabio for Senate president. So this is Seyi Makinde now giving backing then to Godswill Akpabio. So that's Seyi Makinde giving backing to Godswill Akpabio. But it looks as though that Godswill Akpabio narrative, it looks as though it is somewhat starting to lose its legs. It's somewhat starting to lose hold on. I saw something just now. Hold on. Right, it is almost starting to lose its legs already. So let me, I was distracted somewhat by this headline. So let me bring it to you now. No, I'll bring it to you as part of the readouts for the student loan space. And already, of course, Nigerians are already speaking about the ministerial nominees of Tinubu. So we'll go into that space in terms of speculative readouts as well. So, and then we're going to land on this because I'm really keen to wrap the body of this session around what is going in the Senate. So I came across this piece now, which was actually sent in by one of the subscribers. Who wins Senate presidency? So this is an Opeyemi Bamidele who has gone on Arise TV to share his understanding. So we're going to pay attention to this because it's quite detailed what this guy has to say. So we pay some attention to that. So a lot wrapped into the session. When is there never not a lot wrapped into the session? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us on the studio. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is still always there, even though now it seems to have died somewhat of a natural death. So do all those, but especially click on like and then subscribe. And really come join us on the studio, especially if you're a new voice. We are forever canvassing for new voices. So come join us on the studio. That's the hyperlink for the studio right there. So that's the most immediate thing in the comment section, the hyperlink to come and join us on the studio. What then replaces it then is your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So to do all those, like, subscribe, hyperlink and all whatnot. So do all that as I take a little musical intermission before we get into the readout. So you know where we're going, of course. Just as soon as I can find it, we'll land on the Kegai.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu file ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mudóde ojàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akuko Onumeiko, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself first, and then of course you, my friends. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So let's get into the readouts immediately and straight away. So this one now, I'll give you the readouts and then I'll play you a video clip of the guy actually uttering those words. My wife used her position as appeal court president to favor politicians. Senator Boka Chua. So there it is right there. And you don't get more indicting than that. But what's the consequence of it? We find out if there is any. Senator Adamu Boka Chua has revealed that his wife used her office as president of the appeal court to favor his colleagues in the Senate. Zainab Bakachua was president of the appeal court between April 2014 and to March 2020. Mr. Bakachua made this revelation during the Senate valedictory session on Monday. Particularly my wife, whose freedom I encroached while she was in office, Mr. Bakachua said. She has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues. This is something that was said, though. Although they said that whatever I said within the chambers is not prosecutable, but really, this is what was said. The senator was still speaking when outgoing Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who presided over the valedictory service, caught in to stop the senator. Distinguished, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. So Mr. Lawan said. Mr. Lawan, so it's unbelievable, you know. I have to read it again. I have to, and I'll play you the clip as well. It's unbelievable. You know, I've often said that the way that these people run that country is crude and cack-handed. There's no sophistry to it. The looting, the stealing, the abuse of power, it is crude and cack-handed, and there is no sophistication to it. So here you have a man telling us that he tells his wife, who is the president of the appeal court, to weigh judicial judgments in favor of his friends. That is to twist and turn the law, to bend the law to favor his friends. And it's saying that in open space where he will... anyway, it's... oh, God. Sorry, let me just... you know, I try not to get triggered and just deliver these things, but sometimes you do get triggered. Senator Adamu Bokachua, Bokacha, whatever his name is, has revealed that his wife used her office as president of the appeal court to favor his colleagues in the Senate. Zainab Bokachua was president of the appeal court between April 2014 to March 2020. Mr. Bokachua made this revelation during the Senate valedictory session on Monday. Particularly my wife, whose freedom I encroached while she was in office, Mr. Bakachua said. She has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues. The senator was still speaking when outgoing Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who presided over the valedictory session, caught in to stop the senator. Distinguished, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction, Mr. Lawan said. Mr. Lawan, who contested the All Progressive Congress presidential primary ticket in June but lost, returned to the Senate after a controversial and fierce legal battle with Bashir Sharif Machina, who won the Yobe North senatorial primary ticket of the APC. During the same valedictory session, Rochas Okorocha had mocked Mr. Lawan on the circumstances surrounding his return to the Senate without duly participating in his party's primary elections. Mr. Okorocha, an outgoing senator representing Imo West, said, I did not contest for the Senate at this period. I only contested for the office of the president. You are a very smart politician. How you came back to the Senate is another chapter in our political history that we need to discuss. Even amongst the most corrupt, they say all animals are equal, but some are more equals. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Even amongst the thieves in the Senate, there's a hierarchy. that somebody like Rochas Okorocha, who looted the whole of Imo State, still had to doff his hat to Ahmed Lawan when it comes to GBT ways. During the same valedictory session, Mr. Rochas Okorocha had mocked Mr. Lawan on the circumstances surrounding his return to the Senate without duly participating in his party's primary elections. Mr. Okorocha, an outgoing senator representing Imo West, said, "I did not contest for the Senate this period. I only contested for the office of the president. You are a very smart politician. How you came back to the Senate is another chapter in our political history that we need to discuss." Further mocking the controversial return of Mr. Lawan to the Senate, Mr. Okorocha said, "I was there in the field with you running for president. I never knew how you were able to meander, leaving some of us. Next time, you must teach me how to do that." So unbelievable, unbelievable. I wonder where the judgment came from that affirmed this guy's ticket. It shouldn't be in the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, but then, of course, let me actually play you this clip, because we actually also caught on audio and video this Bakachawa saying whatever it is that he did say. So listen to this.
Particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, please.
And there it is right there. Distinguished, I don't think it is a good idea going in that direction. So there it is right there. Is there anything else I can even add to that? You heard it you heard it with your own ears. So there it is. Distinguished, I don't think is a good idea going in that direction. So let's go in a different direction then, as directed by Ahmed Lawan. Breaking, President Tinubu signs student loan bill. So let's get to it. Soccer may have come the way of indigent students in the country as President Bola Tinubu signs the student loan bill into law. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Mr. David Adedejo Andrew, disclosed this to State House correspondents at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The Permanent Secretary said the student loan bill that has been signed into law is an interest-free loan. So, yes, details to come. So, details to come. But let's come to this space to see if we can glean more. Let's come to this headline to see if we can glean more. All you need to know about the student loan bill signed by Tinubu. Oh no, we're not going to wade through all that. Let's just read the bits that are pertinent. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a noticeable step towards improving the education sector in Nigeria by signing the student loan bill into law on Monday. Correspondents report that this move follows his recent signing of the Uniform Retirement Age for Judicial Officers and the 2023 Electricity Act, which took place just days after his inauguration on May the 29th. The news of the bill's signing has been met with widespread acclaim, particularly from the student community. However, to provide clarity and avoid any misconception, we present the detailed provisions of the bill. So what does this actually mean? Let's find out. Correspondents report that the bill was sponsored by Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila and passed its third reading at the House of Representatives as stated in a May statement released by the House. Its full title is the Student Loan Access to Higher Education Act, which repeals the Nigerian Education Bank Act. Right, let's see. The primary objective of the bill is to provide interest-free loans to financially disadvantaged Nigerian students, thereby increasing access to higher education for all. Under this act, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund is established to facilitate the provision of these loans. The fund will operate within the newly established Nigerian Educational Bank, which will serve as a central authority responsible for overseeing, coordinating, administering, and monitoring students' loans across the country. As part of its functions, the Nigerian Education Bank will meticulously review loan applications from students attending higher education institutions in Nigeria. It will ensure that applicants meet all the requirements specified in the Act before approving and disbursing the loan. Additionally, the bank will monitor and manage loan accounts, ensuring compliance with disbursement procedures. It will also keep record of loan recipients' academic progress, including information on their graduation, national service, and employment. By implementing this monitoring process, the bank aims to ensure that loan beneficiaries promptly commence loan repayment when due, among other essential responsibilities. It is worth noting that the bill emphasizes equal access to the loan scheme for all students enrolled in public institutions across Nigeria. The Act strictly prohibits any form of discrimination based on gender, religion, tribe, social standing, or disability. It is important to note that the bill grants to students It is important to note that the bill grants to students only for the payment of tuition fee. There will be jail terms for students who default on the loan. For repayment of the loan, it will begin 2 years after the National Youth Service Scheme has been completed. So there it is right there. There it is right there. It is an international standard, by the way. It is an international standard. So actually, let me show you Tinubu. Signing that bill. Only really because Ayo super chatted to ask if his hand was shaking when he was signing the bill. So let's now find out if his hand was shaking when he was signing the bill. All right, maybe again because the super chat was blocking it. So maybe again, it's only 15 seconds. So let me just play it one more time. Where is it? So that was Tinubu's signing the student loan bill or whatever that bill is called. So that's Tinubu signing that into law. But what does that actually mean, though, for the Nigerian student? So it is actually something that obtains internationally. You've all experienced it. I'm sure a good number of you may still even be carrying some of your students' loan at whatever age you are. So you all know how that system works. You are loaned that money to guide you through to pay for your education. And then after the education, then of course, there's a structured repayment of that loan so that it facilitates for other people. But what does that actually mean within the Nigerian space? Does that, because there also, Tinubu was also speaking about tertiary institutions being autonomous. So them being autonomous then means that they're not dependent on the state. And that heavy subsidy that education has always enjoyed within the Nigerian space, then if they internationalize it in terms of pricing, the poor will be out of it. because I'm not quite sure how workable this loan system is. Everything works on paper within the Nigerian space, of course, but when it comes to the implementation, it'll be corruption galore. And a good number of those students, you wonder if they're going to pay that loan back. But just before I move on, I'm not sure that the full credit of this actually goes to Tinubu, because this, of course, is something that has passed through all of the readings and ascensions within the is it ascension or whatever it is they do within the parliament. So this is a bill that has gone through the whole of the parliament only to land on his desk then for him to append his signature. So I'm not quite sure if this is a Tinubu bill or a Buhari bill. It's actually a Buhari bill. It's actually a Gbadabiamila bill, but who gets the credit? But it aligns with Tinubu's political promises, and that is where it wraps around. So it wraps around then at Tinubu's political promises. So Tinubu's political promises, but are promises made, but that might not be able to be fulfilled. So promises made that might not be able to be fulfilled. Governors resolved to support Akpabio for Senate president. This is Seyi Makinde now trying to keep the fire burning for Godswill Akpabio. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says some of his colleagues have resolved to support Godswill Akpabio, the choice of President Bola Tinubu for Senate President for the 10th National Assembly. Mr. Makinde stated this on Monday in Ibadan during the post-second term inauguration interdenominational Thanksgiving service organized in his honor by the state chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria. He said the governors came together and resolved to support Mr. Tinubu's choice, who is a Christian from the South region of Nigeria. We are not playing religious politics, but what is fair, Mr. Makinde said. We stood for Southern Presidency, we stood for justice, fairness, and we are going to stand for equity as well. Although Mr. Makinde did not specifically name Mr. Akpabio, Mr. Tinubu and the ruling party endorsed the former governor to lead the upper chambers. Mr. Makinde promised to be at the National Assembly with his colleagues on Tuesday to ensure that fairness, justice, and equity prevails in the election of the Senate president. He thanks the Christian Association of Nigeria for its support and organizing the Thanksgiving service. The governor also commended the state's people for finding him worthy of serving them for another 4 years and pledged not to disappoint them. He said his second tenure would allow him to consolidate most of the work started during his first tenure, stressing that his administration would put the state on the path to sustainable development. In his brief sermon, the chairman of the Christian Association of the state, Joshua Akinyemiju, and so that's that bit. So that bit not really anything that are relevant or pertinent. So not anything relevant or pertinent. Yeah. Let me bring this up. Actually, let me come into the room and then we kick the conversation off. I think we've got I saw Ajanle Koko and Thomas. So we've got Ajanle Koko and Thomas. So we kick it off then with Ajanle Koko and Thomas. So let me kick it off with Ajanle Koko if it's ready. And if it's not, then we go to Thomas. So who's ready?
What's up?
Hey, Ajanle Koko, good to see you. I was going to say we missed you yesterday, but it's just as well you didn't turn up yesterday because our star guest did not turn up, the senator from Kaduna State.
Yes, I was. I have to go to a friend party, and so I couldn't make it. But I followed the session, and I was listening when you are telling everybody that he couldn't respond. He's having problem with his network and stuff like that. So I was part of the show, but behind the scenes.
behind the scenes. Yeah. So sometimes it goes that way. All right. Let me take you to this space. I'm sure it's a story that you have seen. My wife used her position as appeal court president to favor politicians. So this is a Senator Abaka Chua. So what are you making of that? I hope you've seen the video clip. Even though we knew this was going on, for him to make that open confession, quickly shut down by Ahmed Lawan, who of course had availed himself of those services. What did you make of that when you heard it?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think the old man, I don't know why he has to make that statement in the public. He entirely ridiculed his wife and the profession. We know that judges are regarded as people of high honor. So he did not honor the wife at all in the public. He completely ridiculed the wife and the entire family because what he did was like him and the wife and some of the friends in the Senate, all together favor themselves, use the instrumentation of the law with the support of the wife, to favor themselves against the will of the people or against the supremacy of the law. So it's unfortunate that he did that, and it's very unfortunate that you see our men in the position of authority make this kind of statement because they have done several things, and
look how casually he was just saying it, as though it was a matter of normal.
Yeah, it's a normal thing to them that look.
He just said it all, and I imposed on my wife to just read judgments in favor of my friends. You know how we do it, just casually. As though that was a normal thing, as though that was not actually an admittance of a criminal act. Well, unbelievable.
It's unbelievable that he made that statement, and I think he lost the election. It's going out now. He lost his own election, if I got it right, if I'm not wrong. So it's just it's just what it is over there, that them in the position of authority would commit atrocities against the people. They disobey the law. They violate the law with impunity. They carried out illegality with impunity, and by the virtue that they are in position of power, nothing happened to them. So they are so used to that kind of that mentality that we can do anything, we can say anything, nothing going to happen to us. And that is why he casually make that statement. Should I even say casual? I mean, he just made that statement
as a matter of like normal, just normal. That yeah. oh, my friend, I'm going to the bar. Do you want a drink? It's sort of casual, you know.
This is not. I mean, I'm in the midst of my friends that we favored ourselves in so many ways, and you see, it's just telling us that look, one of them. I'm talking about the senator now. He just revealed to us how they make, illegally
how they illegally favor themselves. Do you know what each one of them, every one of them have done illegally to favor themselves by using the power of the state, the position they occupy? All of them, all over. None of them have never used that position to favor themselves against the supremacy of the law. So it is just what it is. I mean, and I like what this guy said jokingly. What do you call him?
Rogers. Okoro Hausa. Okay, Ajale Koko, let us sequence it. Let's sequence it from what this Bokachawa said. So we started from there, and then we go to Ahmed Lawan. No, before we go to Ahmed Lawan, let's go to, so we start from what he said. He said that his wife, it was leaning on his wife to favor with judgments his friends, so to read the law in favor of his friends. So he said that, and then Rotas Okorota, he mocked at Ahmed Lawan that because you and I were running for the presidential ticket, I was not able then to run for my senatorial seat because the law does not allow that, but you were able to do that, and you have to teach me how to do it. So now let's now go back to the comment made by Balkachawa, and as soon as he was making the comment, Ahmed Lawan told him to shut up. Do you see? Do you see?
Yes,
do you see what is going on there? Oh God! Oh
God! So I like what Okorocha said. Okorocha really exposed him that, look, the head of the Senate of Nigeria is a highly corrupt man. Is a man. It's a man that have used. It clearly informed Nigerians that look at this man who is the Senate president, is not supposed to be here, but he, one way or the other, used the back door illegally. He used one way or the other, a legal way, to find his way back into the Senate against what the law specified, that whoever that contests, that is contested, that nobody can contest two positions at the same time. This guy contests that two positions at the same time, and the law did not cut up with him. So he was able to inform Nigeria that, look, this guy is not supposed to be where he is today, but he was able to corner the law, and he went away freely with it. So it's just what it is, one man. So that is the way our country is governed, and it's unfortunate that when we have a country that that have people occupying the National Assembly that are so corrupt, people that are so corrupt, then you can't have it. The country cannot belong to you. When you have people occupying the National Assembly as your representative that are so corrupt, then you can't have a country. The country will never work. You never work for you, because they will compromise so many things at the detriment of the interests of the country and the people of the country. So do you feel that the cases that this woman sat on, do you think they should be revisited off the back of this comment? Because if that woman gave a verdict against me, I'm going straight back to court that her husband told us that she's a corrupt woman. Look, one man, nothing can. That one is gone. She's retired already. I don't think anything can be done in that respect. If they want to do it against her, then they have to investigate the entire justice, because a lot of people in Nigeria that did not have
favorable court ruling will stand up to give one reason or the other that the judge is a friend to my opponent, is this and that, and so a lot of cases have to be investigated. So I don't see anything that can be done in this respect, except but if we are a very good country that runs well, like you said, one man, it can be investigated. I hope, because this is what our husband said in the public. It can be investigated. They can invite her. They can seek the public. How do I say it? They can seek for whoever that have any complaint about her ruling or whatsoever, to come to the public and bring some fact or some reason why they can open an investigative or open panel against our terms in office as the judge. So, but our country is not a country like that. That we don't. It's not a country that works for the people. So I don't see that happening, one man. I don't see it happening. But it's just unfortunate that we have the engine of democracy, which is the legislators, that are so corrupt, and as such, nothing can be achieved good for the people, because a lot of corrupt practices that are carried out by them will surely compromise a lot of interest of the people while perpetrating this.
How do you think this thing? How do you think it impacts on people's confidence in the justice system in Nigeria? Because I was saying in my opening monologue that in terms of seniority, that she was the second most senior judicial officer within the Nigerian space. I'm not talking about at the ministerial level, but at the adjudication level. She's the second most senior most. The president of the Court of Appeal. The only person that supersedes her is the leader of the Supreme Court, whatever, the Chief Justice of the Federation. So how are we expected to have any confidence in the system off the back of this? Which is what we are. Were you surprised when you heard that? Did it fall short of your expectation, or was that what you thought the case was all the way through?
Woman, you see, this. Let me come back, woman. I got some important phone call. Yeah, I got to answer this. I'll come back.
All right. Let me come to Kulata then, who I'm sure has been monitoring that storyline. So, Kulata, hopefully you're not with your barbecue or whatnot. Are you there? All right. Let's go to Thomas. All right. It looks as though people are in the middle of. So let me.
All of them are busy, or what's going on with them?
No. You carry on with your phone call. Let me bring in this video clip which I've been intending to bring in. So let me bring this in as we await people to kickstart. So This video clip speaks to the narrative of what is going on in the Senate. So within the next few days now, we're going to find out who the Senate president is. The names that we're contending with originally were Godswill Akpabio and Ojikalu, because the indication had been all the way through that they wanted it to go to the south or the southeast. But it looks as though Ojikalu had been dropped along the line, and it looked as though that Godswill Akpabio was coasting all the way to victory. But that victory now, having jettisoned Ojikalu, another rider now comes very close now to pip him at the post. So Senator Yari comes up from the northwest, wanting to contend for that position as well. And it looks as though now his plea for that position is gaining momentum. So we pick it up from there and hear what this Arise crew has to say.
He will face stiff opposition from his closest challenger and former governor of Zamfara State, Abdulaziz Yari, who claims he has the number in the Senate to create an upset.
The race for the Senate presidency for the 10th Assembly is bound to go down to the wires, with the title more between two top contenders, former governor of Akpabio State, Akpabio, and the former governor of Zamfara State, Abdulaziz Yari. The contest between both men may have effectively divided senators-elect along the factors of region and religion. Akpabio is a Southern Christian, and there is a sentiment in many quarters that the office of the third most powerful citizen in the country should be ceded to a Christian after a Muslim ticket had produced both the president and the vice president in a highly debatable power-sharing arrangement in Nigeria.
There is a need now more than ever to support the party and strengthen its decision in this regard.
This arrangement clearly informed the decision of the governing All Progressive Congress APC to zone the position to the south and handpicking Akpabio as his preferred candidate. On Thursday, and not willing to take chances, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu met with senators-elect and members-elect, pushing strongly the choice of the party.
This is the first time the president, before the inauguration of the National Assembly, summoned a meeting of all members of the National Assembly, irrespective of political parties.
Akpabio will rely strongly on the backing of his party, All Progressive Congress APC. He will also be counting on his credentials as the former minority leader and his achievement as governor of oil-rich Akpabio State.
We have resolved unequivocally that the distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio and Senator Jibrin Barau are the most suitable senators to occupy the two offices.
Okay. So, that then tells us then that the idea of zoning it to the south and the southeast is out of the question now. So, Senator Yari, he from the north. Actually, he said Senator Jibrin, didn't he? So I misunderstood that. Let's carry on.
But whether or not this will be enough for Akpabio to clinch the title will be left to be seen when senators-elect file out on Tuesday to elect their leader. Akpabio's closest rival, Abdulaziz Yari, a Muslim candidate from the Northwest, can boast of similar resume, having served as former member of the House of Representatives, governor of Zamfara State, and former chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum. From his camp and his zone in the Northwest has also come strong agitation.
Okay, so the one thing already, he's a new entrant into the Senate. And of course, for you to be the Senate leader, it's not the law, but it's the rule that you have to be a ranking senator. He's not ranking by virtue of being just new into the Senate, coming out of a state house and going into the Senate. So already, are they going to set aside the rules for him?
That the Senate presidency should be conceded to the zone as a reward for the size of vote it donated to the victory of APC in the last presidential election. Others have argued that with South already in control of the executive arm of government and the judiciary, it will only be fair to allow the North to take the legislative branch with Yari in charge.
We are presenting
all right, let's hear this first, then I'll share a thought with you.
our son for the position of the Senate President of the 10th of the 10th National Assembly, which is Governor Yari. And we are pleased, begging on all Nigerians to support the candidacy and see it that the stand of Governor Yari is a stand of peace.
But can Yari swim the tides?
All right, so the president, of course, from the southwest, this vice president from the northeast. So we make these lazy assumptions in Nigeria that we divide the country into three easy slots: the north, which is just one juggernaut entity, and then the southwest, which is Yoruba land, and the southeast. So that's really how we divide the country. But of course, that is not the complexity of the country. Within that country, especially within the north, we have so many subsets of people. You have the Fulanis, who are a sizable number of the Nigerian space. You have the Hausas, who are the largest ethnic groupings. You have the Nupes, who are also a large number of people. So there's a lot of representation or lack thereof even vested within that north. So it is that representation now that is coming into play. And if you look at the voting trends that has brought Tinubu into power, these people, they feel a sense of entitlement that we cannot, through virtue of our votes, because we've given you the most votes to propel you into that seat, we cannot, through virtue of our votes, make you president, and we don't then get anything out of it. So they're now presenting now this new entrant into the Senate to be the Senate president, and that is where the play is. Orji Uzor Kalu are forgetting he's gone.
And against the wishes of his party, the All Progressive Congress, APC. At the moment, Yari doesn't look perturbed about his party's choice of Akpabio ahead of him. He hopes to turn the tides, claiming he has 67 senators elect backing him to create the upset. Yari hopes also that his alliance with a few splitter members of APC who are displeased at the party's zoning arrangement, including some of his co-contestants like Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, Osita Izinazo, and Senator Sani Musa, and a few other senators-elect in the opposition will be sufficient for him to pick the Senate presidency.
If this thing plays out along ethnic lines, then it will be a co-stain for Senator Yari, because the North have the numbers in the parliament. And if it plays along ethnic lines, then it's going to play at a cross-party level. So if they want to put their own people there, their own person there, they have the numbers to easily do that. And if the Southeast feels as aggrieved as he's insisting they are, and they're on board with him, it will cost him to a landslide victory. It will cost him to a landslide victory. But you need that, though, for somebody that is not the choice of the presidency to be there as a sort of a check on the excesses of the executive. So Senator Yari are slowly catching up, and fast rather catching up with Akpabio.
We're together. We know a strategy, but we're not going to disclose that strategy here. In the politics of the National Assembly, everything is possible. Nothing is off the table.
In the build-up is a nerving political horse trading, but what is unclear at the moment is if the alliance will stand when it matters.
We are talking with our group and his group are talking. We are in intimate partnership and talk to make sure that no one zone can produce a select president.
In terms of cash, both Akpabio and Yari have had enough to spend on what could be the toughest political campaign for the Senate presidency since 1999.
Yari doesn't have the capacity. He doesn't have the capacity. He knows that he doesn't have the capacity. His only qualification now is that he has money. And that is more disgusting because the senators are not for sale.
Akpabio looks the favorite going into the race with support.
When did that become the case that the senators are not for sale?
Support from his party, APC, and the presidency. But with Yari pulling the strings, especially from his north, it could be anybody's game. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
Well, joining us now to discuss further is Senator Akpabio Bamidele, Senator representing Ekiti Central. Good morning and welcome to the morning show.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, Senator Akpabio Bamidele. Well, I'm sure you saw the video that we just
I hope Rufai is not going to ask some dumb-ass question, as it always does.
Morning.
Good to hear from you again, Doctor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning, Rufai.
Morning, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm glad.
How
are you, sir?
Yeah, fine.
You've been quoted as saying that there's likely to be tomorrow a repeat of the 2015 scenario. I read that in one of the newspapers. But how can you be so sure with Senator Abdulaziz Yari and others saying that the party cannot dictate and that they have their own supporters, and that by tomorrow, the party will see that it cannot impose its choices on the Senate? That you are so sure that the party's will prevail. How can you be so sure?
Well, thank you, sir. I take that from two separate angles. One is from the angle of law. What does the law say? Who can contest election to be Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? And I start with that. We are doing things based on constitutional provisions. And for the understanding of the public of what is going to be happening tomorrow, I want to cite three separate provisions in our Constitution, the 1999 Constitution as amended. The first is Section 60 of our Constitution, which says the National Assembly, and specifically mentioned the Senate and the House of Reps, shall have power to regulate its own procedure. That's Section 60 of our Constitution. Then Section 64, subsection 3 of our Constitution says, a new president shall have the power of proclamation of a new National Assembly. And the third relevant section is Section 311 of our Constitution, which also provides that the standing orders of the outgoing National Assembly, of the outgoing Senate or House of Reps, shall be the standing order to be used in the election of the presiding officers at the inauguration of a new National Assembly. Now, following the provision of Section 60, which says we shall have power to regulate our own procedure, the Senate had made for itself some rules of engagement, which we call our standing order. Order 3, paragraph 2, 1 to 3 of the Senate Standing Order and Rules 2022 as amended is very explicit. It provides for ranking status, and it gives 3 categories. It enumerates 3 categories of senators for the purpose of the contest of election to be a presiding officer. Category A, returning senators, based on the number of times they have been elected, but returning senators. Once you are a senator forever. Then category B, provided for in order 3, also mentioned senators elect who had served in the House of Representatives before. That's category B. Category C, senators elect who are coming to the Senate for the first time, or to the National Assembly for the first time, who have never been elected. And again, that order makes it clear that for the purpose of being nominated to be a presiding officer, this ranking status shall apply. And it is meant to be interpreted in the disjunctive or exclusion approach. What do I mean by this? The first category has the first right of refusal. In other words, you can only nominate a senator who is a returning senator in the event that you have one. It is only in the event that such a senator so nominated declines or refuses to accept that nomination, or there is no returning senator, that you then move to the category B, which is a senator who had spent time in the House of Reps before coming to contest election to the Senate. Again, if such a senator-elect declines or there is no such, then you fall to category C, which is a senator who is coming from.
All right. It looks as though it's going to take us through a long and winding explanation. But that long and winding explanation, it gave us the 3 categories of senators that can preside over the Senate. And curiously, category C, he said, are new entrants into the Senate. So that opens a portal for Senator Yari. And category B he said senators who have been members of the House of Reps before, and I think in Senator's Yari CV, when we were seeing it on the screen just then, it looks as though he had served in the Senate. So the window opens for Senator Yari, but they are all agog and all in shock. So anybody with any thoughts on the goings on in the Senate? All right. So it looks as though we don't have our people ready. So I'll give this a couple more minutes, and then maybe we'll just bring it to a halt.
For the first time, why did we make these rules? It is to the effect that you cannot come to the Senate, and for the first time, you never sat in the Senate, you never went through the rules, you don't even know what the rules are. And from the first day, you want to be the presiding officer. Our rules are saying this can only happen where you don't have a ranking senator. This is consistent with global best practice, and we're not doing anything new. In the United States of America, which is the democracy we are trying to fashion ours after, they are even described as senior senators and junior senators. They are that explicit. They are there in our rules. So when I keep hearing people talk about Senator, Honorable Abdul Aziz Yari, senator-elect, and he keeps saying, oh, I served in the House of Reps before. I'm a ranking senator. No, his ranking status can only be in the House of Reps. If he were to have contested election to go back to the House of Reps, he'll be ranking. But in the House of Reps, you cannot, in the Senate, you cannot place an Akpabio, who is a returning senator, with an Abdul Aziz Yari, who is a senator-elect who had never been in the Senate, even though has served in the House of Reps. Senator Yari can only contest if there is no Akpabio, if there is no Ojikalu, if there is no Izunazo, no returning senator. So when people try to compare the two of them and they try to make allusion to a 2050 situation and say, no, that cannot happen. We are people governed by law and rules of conduct and standing orders.
All right.
Secondly, some people have also said, okay, I'll let you.
No, go ahead with what some people have said, and I'll come to my question. Please finish your
okay. Some other people have also said they are supporting Honorable Abdulaziz Yari because they believe that the number one citizen is from the South, and the head of judiciary is also from the South, and they feel the head of the legislature should be from the North. The issues go far beyond.
That is an argument, that is an argument, because the composition of this administration, it may well turn out to be a bit too top-heavy, leaning to the South. Remember, of course, the allegations leveled against Buhari was all this Fulanization storyline. So if the Chief Justice of the country is from the Southwest, the Senate President is from the South-South, the President himself, he's from the Southwest, and then sandwiched in between, what's left?
One man.
So you have,
One man.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm back.
No, yes. I was trying to hold. If I was just about to bail, but it looks as though people have turned up. Yeah. Have you been following the storyline of the Senate? This guy clearly one of the acolytes of Akpabio, trying to through the rules somewhat pull the rug under the feet of Senator Yari. So obviously they feel threatened, and Oji Uzokalu completely out of play now. But there's an argument to say that it should not necessarily totally be ceded to the South-South and the Southeast, and they are presenting that argument now. Are you convinced by the argument that they are presenting?
Well, I'm not convinced by the argument because we can't have the number second, the vice president, and the number third from number second, number third, number fourth from the north. That is going to be...
Yes, but you know that's where we always get it wrong. You say from the north, but the north is not one monolith in terms of ethnic divide. There are bigger ethnic groupings in the north, severally bigger than even maybe the Igbos. You know, the Hausas, they don't have any representation in government, and by official statistics, they are the largest ethnic stock in the country. At the Lupes, the Fulanis, there's no Fulani face in the government, all of this.
One man, look, Nigeria, as it is structured, we have two regions, the north and the south. So those two regions have under them 3 geopolitical zones. So how can one region that have 3 geopolitical zones carry 3 most strong positions out of 4 in a country that belongs to all of us? And all of them are going to be Muslim when we have a country that is multi-religious country. I mean, we cannot, we got to be fair to each other. We have to be fair. Look, there are other positions that they can negotiate with the president when it comes to maybe cabinet offices and some other position. So I think they have, APC have to, I think they have to show to Nigerians that they are very mindful. I mean, they are sensitive rather to our diversity, and they are very sensitive to the current feelings in the country. The people, a lot of people, are not feeling good that, I mean, particularly on the Muslim ticket, a lot of people are not happy with the Muslim ticket. But, well, Tinubu won. But still, Tinubu have to carry those people, majority of them that are Christian, that voted against him. He have to carry them along. The time for politics is, all politicians should see the time of politics as over, and it's time for them to govern Nigeria. So, but people in the National Assembly, they are still playing their politics, but still, they have to see others in the country that are calling for balancing in the position sharing with regards to religious leaning and geopolitical leaning. They have to listen to them. So, but this senator that you brought in now, I think is supporting Akpabio, and Akpabio candidacy, I think it will balance the sharing of that national position, because Akpabio is from the south.
You know, they are saying there was a time that Akpabio was boasting about the numbers of senators that he has on board, but it looks as though they are saying those numbers have reduced now to 52, to the point that he has now, they're now having to mobilize Tinubu to go and be speaking with senators right across the board to try and galvanize. So there's a real possibility that he might not get that position.
Yeah, there's that every possibility that he might not get it because the politics they are playing at that in that National Assembly is politics.
Would it be a good? Would it be a good thing if the Senate president is not the handpick of the president? Would that be a good thing? Because necessarily there has to be an element of tension between those two power structures for the check and balance. So would it be a good thing if the Senate president was not the handpick of the president?
I think it would be a good thing for the Senate to have its full independent and total separation from being manipulated by the assembly, to have their president that is not by that is not in position via the support and handpick of the president. I think it'd be a good thing. But as it is now, Akpabio, even though that is being supported by the president, Akpabio for me is not my own candidate. I think it would have been better to have someone from the Southeast, but the Southeasterner are not really in the race. They didn't show. They are not showing a good outing in this race. Akpabio looked more stronger from the South in this race, and since we don't have any other person, I think Akpabio should be able to have it, so that if Akpabio from the South have the Senate president, then the Northwest can have the Speaker of the Speaker of the Speaker of the House of Assembly. So that is the way it should be. But if they can do it like that, I think everything, the structure of those positions will be well balanced before Nigerian people. President from the Southwest.
But the North has the numbers in the Senate. The North has if they were to play it along ethnic lines, and there's nobody that plays ethnic politics better or greater than the North. They very quickly and easily, for reasons of tribe and religion, coalesce behind their own. If they want to play it along that line, this guy will take it.
Yes,
Yari.
it's the North. When we are talking of the entire North, that all of them coming together, without anybody leaving, being left behind. If every one of them come together for one candidate, they will get it, because they have the number that we cannot catch up with. So they have the number. And actually, this Senator Yari, according to information, they said, he was a former governor of Zamfara State.
Zamfara, yes.
A lot of governors, past governors, have put in their weight behind him. They are supporting him. They are going around.
He was the chairman of the Governors Forum, so he has a deep.
Forum. So former governors like him that are his friend, all of them are in the field, calling their senator in each of their states to back Yari. So, and the figure is not that looking very good for Akpabio, even though Akpabio and his group are saying they're having 75, according to his campaign. What's the name of that guy?
Ndume.
Saying that they have 75. But as of today, the figure has been reduced according to information, and that if guy is not taking
to 52,
he might lose it tomorrow. So we have to wait until when the final announcement is made. That is where we will know who led. If we go back memory lane, it looked very good for the speakership of the House. Looked very good for what do you call it, Guadabi Amela in 2015. But only when they went into their election, what do you call it, Dogara
they gotta have beat him, so defeated him. So we can't say what is going to happen tomorrow. But that man is not giving up. Is it Yari? Senator Yari is not giving up. The party tried to appeal to him. He said no. He said, him and his group, they said they are not backing down, and that Akpabio is an imposition, that they, as the assemblymen, should be left alone to nominate their own leader, nominate and vote in whoever they want to be their leader. And he's been working very, very hard, and it looked like the number is been able to switch some people from Akpabio camp to his camp, and it's not looking good for Akpabio camp, and it's not looking good for the president too.
He's also saying that he has the backing of Orji Kalu, which I think Orji Kalu may be denying. But if he does have the backing of Orji Kalu, which then tells you that he has the backing of the Southeast, which will be an aggrieved vote. So the numbers are stacking up. So if he has the North behind him, and then he has Orji Kalu and the Southeast, then Yari will be the next Senate president.
He's not lying. Kanu is backing him. And Kanu is backing him. And a lot of senators that are not happy with Akpabio, they are on his camp. So it's not
because
good
that leaves Akpabio with just Yoruba land and the South, and I don't think they have commanding numbers in the Senate.
Yes, you're right. You're right. But in the North, and the North are divided now. You understand what I'm saying? The North are divided. The Northwest, maybe majority of them are rooting for this Yari, and that make it look very dangerous. It make it look very, very bad, rather, for Akpabio, because the Northwest, just like you said, they are claiming they gave the number. They gave the number to Tinubu to be the president, and if they can't get it, if they can't get the Senate president, what are they going to get?
If they don't get the Senate president, they get nothing. Are we going to say Abbas is anything of any meaning? You know, so if they don't get the Senate president, the Northwest gets nothing. That's the biggest demography within the Nigerian space.
I think they are just asking for too much. The speaker is not a small position too, one man. It's a very big position. But politicians, for being what they are, they just want to get everything. They want to get everything. That is what our politicians, that is their way of doing things. Get it all, have everything on your side, and that will make you stronger and stronger than others. So they don't care about sharing. They don't care about the way other regions feel. As long as it comes to their side, that's it. So, but I hope that the president will work hard, be able to use his political capital somehow to help Akpabio too. But at the moment, it's not looking good for Akpabio. Akpabio is not, even though if he's leading now, it's not leading comfortably the way it was. His number are shrinking every day, and it's not really, no, they cannot say confidently, because tomorrow some people that are still assuring him today could actually vote against him tomorrow. So it's tough. It's very tough for Akpabio, but we hope maybe it will come. I would like it. I would like a Southerner to have it, though. Akpabio.
Yes, but if you look at the quality, though, there's nothing that recommends Akpabio who was the worst ever of NDDC, a notorious looter when he was a state governor. It's just so many litigations against him. Almost certainly he will go in there for the money. He'll be a yes man to Tinubu as well. And do we really want a yes man or somebody that will interrogate the bills being not necessarily obstinate and cantankerous, but somebody that is able to push the executive in order to get the best for the country? You won't get that on that Akpabio. It will just be a rubber stamp. So in terms of the ethnic balancing, you say Akpabio. But in terms of what is best for the country, would you say Akpabio?
No, Akpabio is not the best for the country. For reason of balancing, yes, he is good for. I mean, Akpabio is the man at the moment for us. But for good governance for us, no, Akpabio is not the best. You see, we mustn't have assembly that will surrender their mandate to the executive arm of government. No, we mustn't have it. It's not good for us. We saw what we went through for the last 8 years. Total surrender to Buhari. They compromised their integrity and the mandate given to them by the people. They turned themselves to yes men. They turned themselves to rubber stamp. And everything that comes in through the president, they just let it go. And they compromise the interest of the people in totality. We mustn't have the same thing this time. But it's just
let me play you an example of what you just said. Somebody sent in this clip. Listen to this. This is a senior functionary of the Nigerian deposit insurance company or something like that. Well, this is the sort of thing that we're fearful of.
Nigerians, I will speak, even if today is the last day I will spend in this world. I want you to know that the battle Asiwaju is fighting to rid this country of endemic corruption is a battle that cannot be left in his hand alone. Every head of parastatals in Nigeria must stand up to let him know the rot in your own establishment. I tell you, NDIC stinks. There's a lot of rot going on. They say when you fight corruption, corruption fights you. Now, the document you see in my hand is one of the ways the corruption engineers in Nigeria are fighting back. You know, each time you say you want to have a true change, like the one brought about by President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you will have the change champions who will support him, but you have the change skeptics and the game changers who will frustrate all his effort to rid Nigeria of this mess. Now, this is the purported new act of the NDIC. And I tell you for nothing, this is Emefiele's act. I tell you because here they have taken away the powers of Mr. President in respect of the NDIC. Let me start by telling you the mandate of the NDIC. The NDIC is set up as an independent agency of government to ensure that depositors' money is protected in all the banks and all financial institutions, to protect it so that Nigerians can be protected from the misbehavior of bank directors, whether in conspiracy with the CBN or when they are acting alone. That is why the NDIC has been set up as an independent body to ensure that depositors do not cry even when banks fail. So there are 4 mandates. The first mandate of the NDIC is to guarantee Nigerians who have deposits in all these banks that relax, be calm, your deposit is safe. Number 2 is to inspect the banks, because prevention is better than...
All right, Ajale Kuko, that's a 4-part release by that guy. I'll play you the rest maybe later on in the session. But what he was telling us was that there was this new act meant to strengthen his agency. And that act, it passed through all of the parliamentarian readings. But after passing through the parliamentarian readings, and before being assented to by the Buhari administration, there were changes made to what was agreed and then what was signed into law. And what was signed into law, it completely removed all of the checks and balances that was required for that position and vested all of the powers in the hands of Emefiele or whoever the central bank governor is, totally at variance with what went through parliament. So this is the sort of thing that we're going to be getting Emefiele, Akpabio or even Yari. So it's this sort of thing. This is where the concern is.
Yes, woman. I think.
Did you see that guy's release? Did you see it earlier?
Yes, but it looked like Bishop is trying to interject.
Yeah, Bishop, come in. Bishop.
It's not there? Okay, I think it's not there.
No, it's there. Bishop.
Yeah, I'll be able to still have good network, but the man for a minute. I was just going to say one thing. Number one, good evening, everyone. Good evening once again. It's nice to be with you. Tomorrow's election is for Akpabio. Akpabio will win by a wide landslide. You can take that to the bank. So let your fears rest. If you want us to go into the details, but I can assure you, it's in the next 12 hours thereabouts.
You can't give that assurance when Akpabio himself is not assured. You can see the panic all over the place. All right, I think Bishop is having connection problems. Let's listen to this guy. I'll take another question and then we'll come back.
In terms of ranking, on paper, you've said, ranking A, B, and C, but in practice or in principle, we have seen honorable and former governors of our state, Mr. Yari, challenge and continue to pursue his ambition to be the next Senate president, despite the party's stance. Well, I'd like you to tell us what happened, the outcome of the meeting with the president last week. The president had met with senators-elect and members-elect in, last week, Wednesday. And even though it was a closed-door meeting, we have had a few reports. Some reports say that he spoke strongly in favor of Senator Akpabio and Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, whilst others said he didn't want to interfere and people should vote in the interest of the nation. But what's your take from that meeting? And then how has it affected or impacted the chances of Senator Godswill Akpabio?
Well, the president met with all of us, both, of course, senators-elect from across the 8 political parties, which is very novel and which was a very happy development. I also must emphasize that it was a very humbling approach adopted by Mr. President. He made an appeal. He wasn't speaking in favor of any particular person. He was speaking in favor of justice and equity in our country. He told everybody he had chosen a Muslim as a running mate. If Nigerians allowed us, by letting that happen in voting for him, now we are in control of what is happening. This is an election among just 109 people. And that's why you shouldn't worry about all the propaganda that is going on as to the number of senators each side has. In less than 24 hours, we'll be on the floor for the inauguration and for this voting. Nigerians will see in us an exhibition of a sense of justice and fair play. We cannot isolate the Muslim community and the Christian community. And you now have a situation where you have number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 as Muslims. For the CJN, I don't talk about it because the Chief Justice of Nigeria got there by virtue of career progression. It could have happened. And it happened before. It's not happening for the first time. There were times consistently when our Chief Justice of Nigeria were Muslims, regardless of the religion of who was head of state or president of the country. So that's not an issue. But this is one thing we have control over. And that was the point Mr. President was making. You have control over this. Even those who are arguing that they believe that the power should stay in the North, there are 13 Christian senators elect from the North. They could have picked one of them. If truly they believe in justice and fair play, and they believe that there is a need for us to balance, governance and leadership. And our rules are also clear on this. It says in the election of presiding officers and even distribution of committees, it shall not be done in a way that any geopolitical, a zone will be favored. So if we are talking of a situation where definitely we have reason to say our party has zoned this to the South-South. People talk about Senator Akpabio, yes, because he's the only ranking senator from the South-South in APC, ruling party, who can contest this election. Every other person that we have there with the credibility to contest this election is a senator-elect. So it's natural that everybody will be talking about Akpabio. And what the president did was to make a general appeal to everybody and remind all of us on the need to stabilize our polity and ensure that we reunite this country, because Nigeria had never been this divided, especially along religious lines. And this attempt by people to further polarize it can only further heighten tension and set us back as a nation. People say Akpabio believes in resource control, and that it will be dangerous to have a combination of Akpabio and President Bola Tinubu, who believes in restructuring. But let me also remind them, these are constitutional issues. You have to amend our constitution to change any of the things that we have presently in the country. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendment is, by law and our rules, the Deputy President of the Senate. So that would be a Senator Barau Jibril that we are supporting. He's from Kano. So if you have a Northerner as chairman of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review, where is the fear that I want to change the Constitution to favor the South against the North? And also, we have two chambers. There is no bill that is passed in one chamber that can become law or that can go to the president for assent without the concurrence of the other chamber. So the man who will be holding the gavel in the House of Reps is from the North. The party has said, let us support, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Kaduna. So if the man holding the gavel in the other chamber is from the North, and you have an Akpabio from the South holding the gavel in the Senate, it's already balanced. And then, of course, remember, you need two-thirds majority of the members in the Senate to pass any legislation. The North, has the majority.
Okay. Okay.
Finally, you also need two-thirds majority of the State Houses of Assembly to support any bill that is seeking constitutional amendment. Again, the North, is there having an upper hand. So this fear is baseless, it's unfounded. We just have to stand and do the right thing tomorrow.
All right, good to see you again.
All right, before we hear the dumb-ass questions that Rufai almost starting to ask, let's hear the more clever words of Babati. I think Bishop dropped for a moment. So Babati, it's not going as swimmingly as Tinubu seems to have anticipated. And the argument then, I never even knew that some of the fears was that if it was weighted too heavily to the South, then there will be that constitutional review which will look to change, because Tinubu is a restructuralist or restructuralist, or however we're terming it, and Akpabio is resource control, all of it which weighs in the direction of the South. So what are you then making of the politics of the Senate, which reaches its crescendo tomorrow? Babati.
Yeah, good evening, our great host and everybody on the platform. And I have to greet the co-host too, General Thomas. Good evening to the great host. But Tinubu needs Akpabio for what he's planning to do in terms of the quality, resource control. just offloading the responsibility of the federal government down to the state. He needs him for that. And I think Akpabio also understands the responsibility and has been campaigning. I mean, he's been putting in work. I think what we're seeing is that the federal level politics is different from the state. This is not Lagos. This is the federal. This is federal now. It's a different kind of politics. But I think the advantage Tinubu has is that we have all learned from the Saraki experience. So you see that they are ahead. I mean, they are well prepared, knowing what happened during the Saraki era. There's not going to be some kind of backdoor meeting somewhere where somebody sneaks in. I think I would still say that Akpabio is still the leading candidate. Now, the concern is that this Yari guy says they have the numbers. And if that is true, they're going to be the same people that are vouching to support Akpabio. So somebody is playing both sides here. So this is going to come down to who can spend the most money. You have to buy your way into this. Akpabio, I believe, should be, rightfully so, is a ranking senator. And this guy, Yari, is a first-time senator. But let's even ignore that for a second. I think Akpabio has campaigned better. He's going to get the vote from the Southwest, I believe. Akpabio should get all the senators from the Southwest. He should get all. He should get all the support from the South, right? That's his people. The Southeast, I don't know because there's been
a development, Babati, which is what I'm highlighting. I says, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu officially withdraws from the contest to become Senate President after consultative meeting endorses Akpabio.
That is a very good development. That he needs all the support he can get. So I'm pleased to hear that. I mean, the Southeast is actually playing good politics this time. So that is very good to hear. Now, the North Central.
We cannot celebrate over this report. He didn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's a build-up.
He didn't make the statement by himself.
Right.
So we can't call it.
Oh, by the way, one man, is it an open ballot or is it a closed ballot system?
I suspect it will be a closed ballot. Yeah.
So you can't trust this report then. You see,
a man that wept and an open floor. So he's not happy about it.
I mean,
not being supported.
I'm just going by what we know in public. If this is true, then it is. But I think being proactive, Tinubu being proactive, Akpabio, my God, I'm so impressed with the move. He's not playing that Southeast politics of where you just wait and think everybody should just
entitlement politics.
Yeah, even though the party endorsed him, look at this guy is going to the Oba, to the South. I mean,
do you remember when they went to Labour Party and it was grinning and smiling with Abure and handing over dollars, whatnot.
That is what I've been telling the Southeast. You see how proactive. I'm like, Benny, are you running for Senate President or are you running for President of the country? I mean, this guy has been campaigning heavily for this. Even though it's yours, you still have to fight for it. So, but I don't know the kind of game Yari is playing. I don't know. Maybe they want. I think that even if Yari loses, he has this bargaining chip to get maybe a very juicy post, like one of those maybe chief whip or something. That moves him up. If he loses this, at least he can bargain and say, okay, compensate people with something. So I think that is what he's doing. I don't think anybody in the right mind will want to go against the party at this early stage. But I think Tinubu is playing it safe. He has learned from the Buhari mistake of Saraki, and nobody wants that. And I know people said earlier that the president should not interfere in their affairs. That is all BS. They all do behind the scenes. They all want their own people to be there. It makes things easier for their own agenda. So anybody that said that the executive should not interfere in who becomes the leader of the House of Chamber, it just does not know what they're talking about. We all want as a president. You want your own person there. And Akpabio, in my opinion, fits perfectly what Tinubu wants. And also, I would have preferred somebody from the North Central to be the House of Rep Speaker, but that didn't go out the way I was expecting. But for this,
you are speaking about the total exclusion of the House of Fulanis, Babati. If you have the North Central, and that's what it's shaping out to be as well. There's not going to be a Fulani man at all for the next 4 years.
They have the speakership, right? That's Abbas, right? It's in the core North, right? I believe.
Abbas is from Kano.
Yeah. But I'm saying that. I mean, come on.
No, from Kaduna.
Is
it from Kaduna? Who is from Kano?
Is it North Central? I believe.
No,
sorry, Northwest. Northwest.
From Kaduna.
Yes, it's Northwest. I'm saying that the exclusion of the North Central in this thing is something that did they get the who is the one running alongside Akpabio for this deputy Senate president? Is it Northwest, or I think it's Northwest, right?
Is it Kaduna as well? Senator Jibrin.
Right. So you see where North Central has been kicked to the curve here, but they gave them something in the presidency, but we're discussing the legislative chambers now. So, but back to the topic here. I think that Akpabio is still going to win, in my opinion. Things might change the last minute, but for now, I think Tinubu is being proactive, and that is the way they should be now. You need to then call these people back in, have a closed-door meeting. I'm just happy that they're not Buhari. Okay, that's why I'm one man. He's not Buhari. He's being proactive, and Akpabio.
Babati,
yeah.
where are we mentioning Tinubu proactive in this? Should we even be mentioning the name of president for the position of
no,
Senate?
I know that, but I'm saying that they all, even though they claim that they don't interfere, they all do. In any country, anywhere, you want someone that will carry out your own agenda. That's the person you want. Should they be mentioned? No, of course. But do they? Yes. You don't want. Okay, what happened? Saraki pretty much derailed. Thank God. Okay, thank God Saraki came through, because that was my dude during the first time of Buhari. He actually saved the country. So it was. But I'm saying that you don't want a repeat of that episode. Especially if you believe in the incoming administration. Like, okay, this guy can actually do something very, very good for the country. You need a partner that can work with him at the same time, that can actually check him as well, but at the same time, at least open to, building the country, not just being, antagonistic all the time. No, but you don't want, who is this Yari? He's a former governor. So I am not comfortable with that kind of person. The Yorubas will say Shitimomo is better than the angel that I don't know, right? So let's deal with the devil that we know in Akpabio than one angel from nowhere that nobody knows. So that's my position, one man.
All right, brilliant. You were saying that Ojekado was looking to entitlement rather than campaigning, but he did campaign. Here it is. Well, let him speak for himself.
To me, no election is perfect. We have some lapses, we have some but we must move on. People that are calling for interim government, this and that, they're wasting their time, because we have practiced democracy. Democracy in India is the same, democracy in America is the same. There's no democracy that is perfect. INEC have done the job they can do. It's left for us as lawmakers to tighten the nose. Wherever there is mistake, we go back to amendments. I want you journalists to promote where there were lapses in the election, so we can be able to do it. I mean, we cannot, because there is problem here and there, we say our democracy should be in jeopardy. No, it's not true. So, President Tinubu, I want to assure you, we stand firm in giving good governance. One, he will also stand firm with this 10th Assembly to amend the Constitution. He will have the courage to amend the Constitution. What I would like to see with my colleagues is for us to go for electronic voting, so that where people like in India, it might not be automatic by electricity, it might be manual. You just punch the vote. So nobody is doing anything with paperwork or this and that. That will be a thing of history. We would like to insert it in the electoral law that people can vote by just punching any political party you need, but it might be manual, it might not be electronically done. So for me, no election is perfect. Even my late friend and brother, President Umaru Yar'Adua, he confessed that the election that brought him was not perfect. And I'm sure President Tinubu is talking about fairness. I'm sure President Tinubu, in conjunction with us, will be able to address this matter, because we will address it squarely, because this country is our country. And we have no other country to go to than this. We must do everything within human rights to make sure that we address the issue of economy, we address the issue of electoral processes, we address the issue of police, we address the issue of army. We have to address it's either we fund them well or we know what to do to move this things forward. The question is whether will I run? Yes, I'm ready to run for Senate President if the party zone it to my zone, because the party is supreme. Whether they want to zone it, they should zone it to my village, so nobody will contest it against me. I don't even want them to zone it to the south. The party should zone it to Igbere in my ward. So, because I'm the only senator from there, you can manufacture another senator from another local government or from another place in Abia. So, I would like the party to zone it to me with my name. If they can do that, it will be very good, because President Tinubu needs people of high character to turn around this economy, to make sure that we work for the masses and make laws that will enable him to turn around the economy. But to be honest with you, if we practice true democracy, I should not be in contest with anybody in this position. Because apart from the Senate President himself, Deputy Senate President Mogege, the Senate Leader Gobe, I'm the highest ranking member of the Senate. The Nigerian people will pray for me to be Senate President, because it is my turn.
So I wanted him to land on that.
The epitome of entitlement. They just
look at that.
Views of entitlement. You know, what was his political contribution to the Tinubu campaign? What did he actually contribute to? It was
zero.
It wasn't even neutral. It was actually anti-party. You were anti-Tinubu for the most part. You didn't campaign for him on TV. We didn't see you. You didn't make any statement promoting his presidency or his campaign. So why do you now feel entitled? Because, I'm sorry, you're from the Southeast and that is it? So this entitlement mentality has to change from that part of the country. I'm sorry, if that's the way you're going to behave in the political space, you will keep getting the same result you've been getting for years. So you have to come together as a people. And
is it one minute? Hello.
Hello, Prince.
A quick interjection here. This Uzo Kalu is supporting Tinubu in hindsight. When it was time to make the tough decision to support him before the primaries, it did not. So he's a joker. I mean, he's playing after the fact. He's not fooling anyone. He was not a supporter of Tinubu from the beginning. When Tinubu won, that's when he kind of came on board, because he knew the final outcome pretty much. So I don't believe he campaigned or supported Tinubu all along.
I hold 3 factories in Aba. I hold 3 in Lagos.
Look at that. I almost felt sorry for him, but then I decided not to feel sorry for him.
Those are annoying. But this Senate race is shaping out to be a very interesting one. But I wish they could have done it like in America. They do the open ballot. You know who votes for who. That would have been a more interesting.
But just as an aside, before we go back to the Senate race, there's a phenomenon that I'm noticing within the Nigerian politics now. They seem to be weaponizing tears. You know, they're using tears now as a political tool. We saw it with Buhari all those years ago. Where also we all saw it, and then we saw it with Yusuf Date Ali on telly crying. Right. Now Ojekado, we are bringing out the waterworks now. So is tears now a political tool for the Nigerian politician?
The better question is, how effective has it been so far, though? Has it been effective?
Well, it got Buhari the presidency.
No, I mean, it got the sympathy. I mean, come on, it didn't really get in the presidency. People came around. Okay, Kumasu Kumavi.
Goody. Give him goody.
But Buhari is beloved by these people. So when he cries, people actually feel sorry for him. No, nobody. I've yet to actually read any tweet that actually has any sympathy for Orji Kalu. Unlike Buhari, that actually people actually felt sorry for back in 2011. Nobody, even his own people, like, what the hell are you doing? Nobody. So it clearly did not work. So it depends on who is crying on national TV. In his case, it was actually not in his favor. So that is not a very effective strategy. It's just I think it's more of, what they say. Like they say people that cry oftentimes that claim to be marginalized oftentimes are narcissists and psychopaths. So when somebody is always claiming to be ignored or marginalized in any society, according to psychologists, they say that oftentimes those people are psychopaths and narcissistic, or they have tendencies to be narcissists. So that's the way I see Orji Kalu. He's a narcissist and he's a psychopath. That's just that is clinical research facts. So because he's trying to manipulate the public to his own side, which is pathetic. It didn't work. It's not effective. So he should go and sit down, have his people sit down in the next 4 years. One man, I said there yesterday, and people, I said there yesterday, I said, don't take it the wrong way if you are from the Southeast. I said, in my own humble opinion, I believe that Atiku stole the birthright of the Southeast, that the PDP ticket should have been theirs, and he stole it, and for some reason, they ignored him and they're attacking the Tinubu. That's the person you should be attacking. That's the person that stole your birthright. But you ignored him to attack Tinubu. What did he do to you? So it's misplaced priority, wrong politicking, and they still get to learn the lesson, and hopefully someday they get it together. So, but as of now, in my opinion, the Southeast lost the presidency. Tinubu did not win it. That was.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, did you want to come in before I go back to the clip? And it looks as though, because I'm monitoring the news cycle, just as there might still be further developments, which I'm yet to verify, but I might share it in a moment. But Bishop, you were saying, and then you lost connection.
Yeah, of course. I don't know if let me just quickly rush through it. I don't know how long I'll be able to hold on to connection. Yeah, I'm very sure, very certain Akpabio will carry the day tomorrow. And in some of our analysis of him, two things. Let me just mention two things. Number one, I think the last speaker or the person before him now really said it. There's nowhere that we will say that just go and do your thing. It can be subtle, but every government has interest in who leads the parliament, and they will do it subtly. Even the losing party to select principal officers, everybody is interested. Does that make them to be rubber stamp? I don't think so. In the past 8 years, we had a Saraki that came in against the party's will and teamed up with opposition and frustrated the party all through the 4 years. And we saw the second term, and no matter nothing you want to say about the 9th Assembly, they were able to pass some very, very important laws. They were able to make some very, very important. So, it's not just about having confrontational, how do I put it now?
Confrontations, yeah. Put it as confrontations, yeah.
It's not about confrontation. It's about working together for the good of the people. Maybe I did not like Ahmed Lawan, but they made some landmark contribution into our so many things that have been left over the years. Other people can improve on it, and then gradually we will get there. We cannot get there one day. If we end up having somebody that will be very confrontational with the executive, we will just have 4 years of bickering and fighting and the rest front and back, and we will not achieve anything. Now back to Akpabio. I think we're not really being fair to Akpabio the way we chat him. In Akwa Ibom, Akpabio performed excellently well. It performed very. I'm not saying whether he stole or he did not steal. After all, who among them did not? But in terms of performance, Akpabio actually performed very well in Akwa Ibom State. I mean, there are a few things: Ibom Resort, the Ibom Hotel, the Nest of Champions, the stadium. He built first-class road with the best drainage system in Nigeria. Very deep drainage system. Now, in NDDC, Akpabio was not the MD of NDDC. He was the minister of the Ministry of the Niger Delta that was supervising at that time. And it was a period they were carrying out this forensic audit. Yeah, it was very controversial, but it's the news and the propaganda, you know, what you call it, that he stole, he did. I think it's not being totally fair to you. I don't like him, but those are personal things. Compare him with Yari. Quite honestly, there is no basis for comparison. Go and look at the records of Yari when he was governor of Zamfara State, and let's come back, let's discuss. Compared to the records of Akpabio when he was governor of Akwa Ibom. Now, if you want to go a little bit sentimental, I don't think anybody will want to support that. Will have we have managed the president and the vice president already, but going to the number 4 is already confirmed to be a Muslim. And number 5 is a Muslim already, you know. I mean, the team does it. So I don't think it is good for the optics. Yeah, maybe the first one.
No, I'm not sure you can say that, because what we saw with the Tinubu Shettima was the country returning the verdict that they are not making decisions on the basis of religion. Because if the country was making decisions on the basis of religion, Tinubu will not be the president.
Was not an easy decision to take, I will tell you, but it was what was necessary to win an election.
No. We don't want to be legislator, but I'm talking about the electorate, the country itself. Because Tinubu presented a Muslim ticket and he won an election, which is to tell you that the country is not making decisions on the basis of religion.
I mean, I don't think you are getting it. The reason why it worked was because PDP foolishly split their votes into 3 parts. All together, we had almost about 14 million votes or 15 million votes on the other side to the 8 that voted for the president. I don't know if you are seeing.
No, I don't think that's where I am conversationally, but I don't want to go too deeply down that road. But bring it home, and then we'll go back to this clip because there's another news cycle that is coming in that impacts on this. But land your point.
Okay, like in just 2 sentences. Number one sentence, Akpabio will win tomorrow. Number 2 sentence, it matters. I mean, yeah, maybe for contesting election, but now the optics is not good. That all the 5 and people that were fighting now, they will still have all this. We told you so, and it's going to divide us the more. It's going to put like putting a knife into, you know, the little thing that is still binding us. So Akpabio stands a better chance. Akpabio to me, is a better candidate, and Akpabio will deliver.
All right, brilliant. Well, we're all hopeful for that. But Akpabio delivering, people question that. But let's hear this guy some more, and then I want to show you guys something that's coming through in the news.
Abdullah Akpabio, and happy Democracy Day to you. Real quickly, let's take this to front runners as we speak today. There are other runners too, like Ojuzo Kalu, but for Akpabio, what is hanging around his neck is that NDDC debacle. Off your mic. And that's what some people from the Yari camp are saying. And they keep pushing this around them. What a lot of the people in the Akpabio camp are saying is that Yari is trying to buy this over with a lot of money. You know, Alain Dume had been here and they had made veiled references to somebody trying to buy. And they are saying that some senators are getting a certain amount of money, you know, for all of this process. So it's like a case of the highest bidder. And in all of this, the party has not, as mentioned Akpabio, yes, but to coalesce forces around Akpabio has been difficult because in recent time, Yari has gained a lot of momentum. And that's why the fear is palpable. I mean, what would you say about these 2 candidates? You know, yes, I know you might be laughing, but Yari has gained a lot of momentum because, like a lot of people in the Akpabio camp claim, he has put a lot of money in the system, which people say, oh, that's not good for our democracy, but he has pumped a lot of money in the system. So what would you say about the man pumping a lot of money in the system? And that I asked, based on his antecedents as former governor, what has he been able to do? And secondly, the man that has the NDDC thing wrapped around his neck. What would you say about these two top runners?
Well, thank you so much. Rufai, I must thank you on behalf of Nigerians. We all watched your interview with former Governor Yari, and it was a very patriotic questions you were asking, regardless of what anybody would say. Well, you know, there's a way our past will continue to haunt us, and that's why we must always strive to do the right thing and push through, with fear of God. For Senator Akpabio and the NDDC story, well, part of the reason some people said initially they were not going to support Senator Akpabio was because they felt he did not have respect for the National Assembly as an institution. He appeared before a committee of the House of Reps and had issues with them. As for NDDC, remember, 3 weeks ago, our Senate set up an ad hoc committee headed by distinguished Senator Yusuf from Taraba State to look into this issue and report back to the Senate. They looked into it, and last week the committee submitted its report back to the Senate. And the ad hoc committee was very explicit in its report that Senator Akpabio did not do what he was being alleged to do. In other words, during the short period he stayed in the Ministry of Niger Delta, contracts were not awarded. So the issues were about contracts that had been awarded before he got there. As a matter of fact, his budgets were not passed because of the controversy. So if you didn't have a budget, you know, and you didn't award contract, you cannot be made answerable, you know, for all those things. That's one. Number two, yes, he argued with some members of the House of Reps, some honorable members of the House of Reps. He was doing this believing that he himself, having served as a senator, was a part of that institution, and he needed to be accorded some respect. That's on a personal note. But in any case, when people say he does not have respect for the institution because he argued before a committee, 4 years ago, we were faced with a similar situation when some people said, distinguished Senator Omo Agege, His Excellency, the outgoing Deputy President of the Senate, had decimated the institution. That was what his opponent said. That he brought in talk, he attempted to carry the maze and all that, and he did not deserve to lead the institution. Our party was very clear. They had zoned the thing to the South-South. Omo Agege was the most qualified, the most ranking person to contest election. People sat down, stakeholders considered the whole issue, and saw that a lot of these things also had to do with propaganda. And we ended up supporting Omo Agege. That was even somebody who was said to have attempted to carry the maze. How do you relate that to somebody who was meant to have argued as a member of that institution too, former senator, who believed that he deserved, you know, some respect and enjoy some privileges? That's by the way. But what is important is that the two gentlemen that you have mentioned, put side by side, for me, it's not even about the fact that Honorable Yari, former governor of Zamfara, is carrying money about. The issues even go beyond that. If you are carrying money about, are you entitled, are you eligible for what you are asking for? I'm insisting that on the point of law, Honorable Abdul Aziz Yari, as a senator-elect, cannot contest this election in the face of the presence of ranking senators who are in the race with him. It's very clear. And it's now for Nigerians to decide whether they will allow this kind of a flagrant violation of our constitution and the order, the regulations and rules of the Senate to be violated. It's now up even to the 57 Christians who are in the Senate now, who will be in the 10th Senate, who today are senators elect, and who will be voting tomorrow. 57 Christian senators. It's up to them to decide whether they want to give this away and allow another Muslim. Because why are people trying to make an issue out of this? The likes of Honorable Yari are trying to provoke, further disunity and religious, disintegration of our country. I insist again, if it's so much about the North, and they mean so well in this camp, they should have picked one of those 13 Christian senators elect as their candidate for the Senate presidency. And I just believe that as much as possible, people will realize that all these things that we are doing, history is recording them. And everyone will decide on which side of history you want to be and you want to be remembered. These are things that should not happen in a decent environment. And we have a nascent democracy that has refused to grow because some people keep doing the wrong thing. But I can assure you once again, this is not going to happen tomorrow. All the claim about the Yari camp having 57 senators, 67 senators, whatever number of senators, my brother Rufai, I'll be happy to appear on this program after tomorrow, after the election, tomorrow, anytime. Then you get to understand better my point, that it's all propaganda. Senators elect know what to do, and by tomorrow, they will vote Akpabio. I have no doubt about that. It's not about God's with Akpabio. It's about justice. It's about fair play. It's about equity. It's about also ensuring that we do not allow anything that will make it look as if Nigeria is up, at ensuring religious domination in this country.
Okay.
So all right. So there it is, Kolata. So there it is.
What are you doing now?
What's that?
I had the floor. I give that for.
Okay. So carry on.
I did that for Bishop interject. Bishop drop out. His phone didn't work right. Then you jump to Babasi. Ada tu ṣe sùúrù kí yẹn náà sọ ìyẹn dẹ̀ tún lọ títí.
All right. Back to Ajale Koko. Mo fẹ́ bring in every voice. I wanted to bring in every voice, but back to you, Ajale Koko. But Ajale Koko, before I come to you, actually, let me share this. This is unconfirmed, but this goes to the heart of this. This may well make the whole of this conversation. It may well make it redundant. So this has just now come through the news cycle within the last 10 minutes or so. It says, at last, Yari steps down for Akpabio, says coalition. Coalition for Good Governance and Democracy said on Monday night that Senator Abdulaziz Yari has finally stepped down for Senator Godswill Akpabio in the race for the Senate leadership of the 10th National Assembly. Prince Kashim Agua of the Coalition for Good Governance and Democracy, in a statement, disclosed that Senator Yari was prevailed upon to drop his ambition by chieftains and leaders of the All Progressive Congress, APC. According to Afegbua, Senator Yari was reminded that he could not afford to be on parallel lines with the president. Afegbua stated, after concerted efforts by chieftains of the APC and leaders of the party, Senator Yari has finally stepped down for Senator Godswill Akpabio, who has been the choice of the APC. Yari has finally bowed to pressure, based on pressure on him to drop his ambition of face here. And by the way, you know that Yari is presently under EFCC probe. He's just got a restraining order from the court for the EFCC not to pick him up just yet. So he's under tremendous pressure. So that might well have been leveraged. Afegbua stated, after concerted efforts by chieftains of the APC and leaders of the party, Senator Yari has finally stepped down for Senator Godswill Akpabio, who has been the choice of the APC. Yari has finally bowed to pressure based on pressure on him to drop his ambition or face EFCC probe over the way and manner he alleged to be spending huge resources. He was prevailed upon to drop his ambition as a middle road position, as he was reminded that he cannot afford to be on parallel lines with the president. Those who are close to Senator Yari had to send emissaries to President Bola Tinubu to grant Yari a soft landing following his earlier failure to bow to reproachment. As it stands now, Senator Godswill Akpabio may emerge as consensus candidate, barring any last-minute change of mind of Senator Yari. His close associates were said to have prevailed on him to respect the president of the country and the party in order to avoid any altercation that may impinge on the stability of the party. Congratulations to Godswill Obot Akpabio. So there it is, Ajanle Koko. So that's just come through the news cycle now, and my usual sources are pinging me desperately on Instagram to follow on that this is being reported. So how does that add to the narrative of Ajanle Koko?
Well, we have not heard from the man himself. I think he will address the media. He should, if not, his campaign manager should address the media to say, well, for the best interest of the party and for the common good of Nigerian people, they are stepping down for Akpabio. So we have not heard from him. Newspaper or, at the last minute, this could be Akpabio sponsored newspaper, in order to set confusion among the senators that are supporting Akpabio, supporting Yari. So it's not, and to discredit him, that he didn't consult with them before stepping down. So it could be an effort to, set their camp in disarray. So I don't want to believe it, because this is not the way it is done. The candidate, we have to address the media, or his campaign manager will address the media on behalf of him that they have stepped down. So I don't fully want to believe this kind of diminished candidate.
Ajanle Koko, you are right to be skeptical, because there's so much news flying around. So here is one that completely contradicts that now. So this coming in via Imran Mohammed. It says Yari and Senator Uzo Kalu have reached an agreement. Yari will contest for Senate President, or Uzo Kalu will contest for Deputy Senate President. According to a source in Yari Kalu camp, they have 68 senators behind them. So that space now, it's only tomorrow that we'll find out. But what are you making of the goings on there, Ajanle Koko?
Well, it's going to be a very tough race. What do you call Kalu? Obviously, he's not backing down. He is clear him that he cannot get it. So, and he's teaming up with Yari in order to, fight back against the institution of the party that does not favor him, and it's zone. So, it's the way it is now. The solid vote is not coming from the south for Akpabio, because from the southeast, I believe from the southwest, we have all the senators vote. From the south side, I believe, but from the southeast, it's not going to. We have some, but not in totality. And in the north, is divided. They are divided as well. So we don't know how it's going to work out tomorrow, but it is obviously clear that it's
the one thing we can say, Ajanle Koko, is that Godswill Akpabio is not as confident as he was this time last week.
Look, it's not been totally good for him from the beginning as well. You remember when President when he paid a visit to River State. I think that was his first visit when he was president-elect. All the senators went there, and Akpabio spoke on behalf of the senators, and all of them were 40 in number, and they were showing off that, oh, this is the Akpabio is the face of the incoming Senate, incoming Senate president. So, but I was saying that day that it was 40 people there. I wasn't convinced that the majority of the senator were fully backing him. But with Yari matter now, and with what we have seen, the Northerners from the, some senators from the North backing Yari, anything can happen, woman. Anything can happen. We cannot totally be confident to say that Akpabio will get it. He might get it, but we cannot say that, confidently that he will get it. It's not in comfortable lead, but tomorrow we tell. Tomorrow we surely tell. Anything can happen between now and tomorrow morning.
Is it open? So is it open? I was asking earlier. I didn't get the. Is it open ballot or is it closed?
No, it's going to be secret ballot.
Secret ballot. Okay. Thank you.
Secret ballot. We should remember that in the Senate, APC is only having 9 senators. 9 senators above the combination of the opposing parties in the Senate. Just only 9. So they are not, in the first place, they are not having absolute majority. So they only have 9, an edge of 9 senators above the other parties in the Senate. Anything can change. Do you want to tell me that all the PDP in the Senate are going to vote for Akpabio? All of them are not vote. Are you going to tell me that all the Labour senators are going to vote for Akpabio or Apuga or some other party or YPP or SDP? I told you one man, those governors, retired governors that are friends to Yari in their various states are working for him. They are pushing their senators to vote for Yari, particularly in the North. But it's the North that they have this problem against Akpabio. Akpabio is leading in the East. In the South. But in the North, they're having, and the party is not having absolute majority members in the Senate. They only have 9 above others, only 9 members. So it's not the way it was during the last Senate when they have absolute majority, when they are in absolute control of the Senate. That is not the way it is today. So anything can change. You should just We just
are we back to where we always were in Nigerian politics? The North will decide. Is it a case of the North with the North? As always with everything in Nigeria, the North will decide.
Well, the way I see it, I think whoever that wins will surely work with Buhari. With Tinubu. If Yari wins, Yari will work with him. Akpabio is just only his favorite this time, but Yari as well.
Well, who works better with Tinubu? Who do you think will acquiesce more to Tinubu's demands, Yari or Akpabio?
I think Akpabio. I think Akpabio, because Yari will work with him as well. But if Yari wins, I think it could be as a result of a solid vote from opposition party. And he will like to favor them while in the position of the Senate. So he will listen to them. He will like to favor them some kind of way. And favoring them might run contrary to the interest of the president. So it will be in that position, work with president sometime, and some other time step on the president's toes, in order to favor those that are his political strength in the Senate. That is so. We're going to get back to what do you call it? Olusola Saraki's phenomenon. It might not be very hard on the president as Saraki did, but we will be back to that era. And to me, I don't see anything bad in that. We shouldn't have.
I don't object to that either. I would like there to be somewhat of a
yes.
Maybe not so much a tense relationship, but somewhat of a distance
Sorry.
between this. Yeah.
Sorry, can I interject?
We must put a stop to this nonsense where the president.
Can I interject, please?
Okay, yeah. Interject.
I don't know what is wrong with both of you. We're going to have number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 Muslims in a country that is, close to 50-50 religion. What sort of representation are you asking for? Number 1. Number 2, how are you going to find peace? How are you going to find stability where we have? Let me land my point. How are you going to find? Let me land my point. How are you going to find stability and peace in that kind of setup where you have a majority underrepresented to the tone of 1, 2, 3, 4 positions? Where is Tinubu going to find his success when there's no peace? Do you want the country to move forward, or you just? I don't even know what. I really don't even understand the point.
Okay, Kulata, look.
But religion did not play especially a role in this election.
Not when you have number 1 to number 4. Number 1 to number 4.
Don't downplay.
What are you talking about?
No.
Number 1 to number 4. In a country that's 50-50, come on.
Okay, Kulata, when you people are doing Muslim and Muslim ticket.
Let Ajale Koko land. Hold on, let Ajale Koko land, Bishop. Yeah, Ajale Koko.
Why now the religious factor matter? But during the presidential election, religious factor does not matter. This is contradictory.
It's not religious factor mattered in the presidential election.
Hold on. When we are contesting presidential election, APC said religious factor does not matter. That is competency that matters. So if competency was the factor by APC for presidential. Why competency not matter this time when it comes to the Senate?
Let's not do this competency thing.
So, what is competent about Yari compared to Akpabio? By what measure is Yari better than Akpabio?
Why do you want to find Akpabio better? Both of them were former governor. So,
yes, and we can look at their records as governor. Akpabio delivered. He transformed Akwa Ibom. Go ask any indigenous of Akwa Ibom who transformed that state.
So look, let us forget about this religious discipline.
We cannot forget it. Let's not play this game now. Don't come on.
Why now are you people saying not play? Why must the president be solidly
No. So you are comfortable with having the top 4 in the country be Muslim? You're okay with that?
It is wrong.
No. I'm asking you. You are okay with having the top 40 in the country as Muslims?
It is wrong for the executive to be strongly involved.
No. You are missing the point. You are missing the point. Are you? No, sorry.
It is actually not wrong.
In the country, they should Muslim.
They should leave it for them.
They can't.
That is capable. Hold on.
Even in America, they don't leave it for them. What is Ajali Koko talking about?
They do it behind the scene. They don't do it openly.
They don't do it behind the scenes. You have to have Trump endorse the House rep or Biden endorse. That's how it happens in America every 4 years, every time.
It doesn't turn to.
It is public endorsement. This is supporting Pelosi. This is supporting that.
Well, it's not like that in America. Don't take it.
It is like that in America. It's exactly like that.
It is not like that.
Do you know what? Okay, just remove the Igbo guy there and put the Muslim there. That way, at least we know that there's no Christian at all. At this point,
it's not like that.
They always do it behind the scene.
Come on now, let's be serious here.
They go into the
Babati, what is your stake in all this? You are a traditionalist.
Don't let me open the can of worms for you guys to do. Don't let me open the can of worms. We are at the back saying, it's okay, but Mama, don't do this to me.
They should lead for them. Whoever that is capable of leading should go and talk to his colleagues. They should go and play the politics among themselves, and a leader must emerge among them.
Sir, excuse me, sir. You are dodging the. I asked you a question. You avoided the question. I asked you, are you comfortable having the top 4 posts in the country? But I asked you, and you did not answer. Are you comfortable with that?
Are they not Nigerians?
No. Forget that. No. You tell me. No.
That's the answer now. Are they not Nigerians? That's the answer.
What? If Christians cannot play their politics well, let them go to and sit down in their house and go and eat cocoyam and ekpa.
Is that the diet of Christians?
I have you on record. Just I have you on record saying this. I have you on record.
Leave it on record. Okay. Look, let me tell you.
Let Bishop come in. Land that point and let Bishop come in. I think Bishop wants to insert something.
We are not doing our democracy a favor. When you have continuous intervention of the executive on who should be the leader of the legislative arm of government, is a complete nonsense. That is why they will never work for us, and they will always be rubber stamped to the president. They will always be rubber stamped to the president all the time, at the detriment of the people. We have to fight it out once and for all. Let them look among themselves who they favor, so that they can work as an independent body, independent arm of government for the interest of the people. Why the presidency must appoint who for them, who must leave them? It is nonsense. One man, I don't buy it. It's just that we are in a precarious situation where religions has been taken as if we cannot do that.
I cannot believe you are saying this. I am surprised.
I'm no longer surprised with Ajali Koko. For the past 2 weeks or so, Ajani Koko has gone off the deep end.
You guys don't like the truth.
It's not the truth. It's your own truth. It's not the truth.
To have somebody to lead that chamber.
Kolata, Ajale Koko ti gba Ghana must go. Ajale Koko ti gba Ghana must go.
Democracy. Have you separation
honestly, Ajani Koko must go straight.
How are you going to govern?
Ajale Koko ti gba Ghana must go.
How can you are going to lose how can you govern a country that's half and half?
You see what is pissing me off is if Tinubu can't pass restructuring now, Ajani Koko will be the first to say, that constitution
Exactly.
Now we have an opportunity to change the country. You are now saying no. It is.
Did you campaign on restructuring at all?
Ajani Koko, leave matter. Ajani Koko, leave matter.
The APC manifesto.
Let the assembly.
Excuse me. The APC manifesto has that in it. It has instruction in their manifesto. Why just didn't implement it? But they have it in their party manifesto.
Okay, let me tell you.
Guess what Yari will do to restructuring bill? Yari will kill it.
Look, if APC as a party cannot sit among themselves and resolve this thing amicably behind the scene, but only for them to be fighting among themselves for this position in the city, that's to tell you that they have the capacity to manage themselves. They cannot manage themselves. How would they manage? They cannot manage their organization, their party organization. They cannot manage it behind the scene among themselves. Oh, let us do this. Let us do this, and they all listen to themselves in order to govern the Nigerian people well, as they've been voted for to govern. But look at the mirage. Look at what they are doing. No, the assembly must have their independence. They must be totally separated.
But
that is executive
you cannot be comparing all 200 years of democracy with 24 years.
Hold on, let Bishop come in. Bishop has been waiting. Bishop, come in.
Okay. Basically, almost what Kulata had said. I don't know why we are really driving this. Number one, there is nowhere that the party don't have input on who leads their assembly. Number two, it is still amongst themselves they are going to choose. Everything about legislation, the Senate or the House of Reps, is about lobbying. What the leadership of the party is doing is lobbying other members, both in their own member and other members of the National Assembly that does not belong to their party, to support their candidates, because the number one job they do in National Assembly is lobbying. So if you are saying they are imposing or imposition, I don't think you are being totally very correct there. Now, they are putting into consideration certain various exigencies, things that's going to make governance to run smoothly. And we don't want a situation whereby there will be conflict every morning, every afternoon. They will fight over coffee, whether it is cappuccino coffee they want, or they want dehydrated coffee, or this other coffee. The important thing is that, look, we want coffee, let us agree. It is not about everything that there will always be quarrels and quarrels and quarrels. And at the end of the day, we will not achieve anything. So if working together from the beginning and setting a target that is going to make the running of government to be very smooth requires some level of lobbying and give and take. I don't know what language they use for give and take, the trade off and take it here and there. And we have a smooth running of government. I think it is going to work in the best interest of everybody. The part Ajani Koko is suggesting is that a National Assembly is good and effective only when they are confrontational and they are always fighting. I don't think that is correct. I don't think that is right, and I don't think that is the way we should.
Sorry, no, that's not what Ajani Koko is saying. That there has to be some sort of a distance somewhat between the Senate and the executive, just for reasons of checks and balances. And we saw, no, hold on, we saw under Lawan, when the Senate is too much in the pocket of the executive, they were just endorsing everything. So there has to be not so much not so much attention, but some sort of friction, some sort of grating between the two of them, so that they hold each other to account.
Are you done? On record, one of the most productive National Assembly was the 9th Assembly. You can dispute that, we can bring the facts. Yes, that's a fact. I mean, for 20 years.
No, that's your view. That's your view. That's not. What do you mean?
I second you. I second you. Yes, that is it. That is it.
It's not my view. Go and do research and bring the fact here and devote a day to it to debate it. Very far-reaching legislations were passed under this 9th Assembly with the input of many Nigerians outside. So if we want to do that as a job, we can go out and bring it and table what were the bills that were passed in the 8th Assembly and compare to the 9th Assembly. Some of the ones have been laying for. One of the areas that made Buhari to succeed in funding some of the projects is being able to go outside the budget pocket to source money from some places, which helped. Otherwise, we'll just still be on the same spot. So yes, we want them to do better. We want them to work. We want there to be checks and balances. We don't want it to be like, oh, everything passed. But at the same time, being in conflict is not going to do anybody any good. We all saw it under Bukola Saraki. So for me, if the leadership of the party is able to lobby members of their own party and other party so that they support the candidates for so many reasons, because maybe they are involved because they want to douse the doubt and the friction that the party, the religion, Muslim candidate had caused. And any reasonable person, no matter who you support or where you are, will not at any point think we should be considering a Yari, another Muslim northerner, at this point in time. No, that would, in fact, I don't know what language to use for that. Now, if you say we are looking at competence, the only reason you are talking of competence is that because Tinubu supports Akpabio, automatically inside of you, you have already hate Akpabio. You have pitched your opposition to Akpabio, because when we put them head to head, in as much as I am not a fan of Akpabio is no match for Yari. Go to Zamfara State and ask for the record. Go to Akwa Ibom and ask for the records. So for me, if you want to be dispassionate and it is the best interest of Nigeria, even when we have a position, we should always decide that, well, look, let what is best for Nigeria prevail. Not that you have already conditioned your mind that if it is Akpabio, automatically it's rubber stamp, it is a dummy.
That's exactly what it's going to be. Go on, Nopula.
I'm a bit frustrated. We live in America and we see how the politics is played in America. And this is the modern democracy we're copying. The president and the Senate president and the House, what's it called again? What's the name of that house? They work hand in hand. The president makes sure his candidate gets elected. They lobby him.
They will let you know.
They let you know publicly, privately. They do every single thing to let you know. We now want to say that, oh, when it comes to Nigeria, oh no, let's just hands off and let God take control. And then for you that you want restructuring, for you that you want police, state police and co, you will now have a Yari, Zamfara State, highly incompetent, the most insecure state in the country, apart from Borno. You now say, oh, based on competence, he should be the one running the affairs of the Senate, and then he will kill all progressive bills that is coming on his way. And that is what we're supposed to accept.
stop this.
There you
No,
not complain. No, there you not complain. Say,
you now come and complain. It's more like we're addicted. It's more like we're addicted to the complaint. We enjoy the complaint more than the solution. I think that's what we do.
Propaganda. Don't spread propaganda against Yari as if he's not competent for that position.
What is Yari's achievement?
What is not? What, are you
Two-time
from
governor, House of Red.
To do what? To get all these people killed. Is that his achievement?
State? You people are
Is that his achievement? I can read newspaper. I'm from Osun State, but I can read newspaper.
You can read newspaper. Okay. He's from Zamfara State. He was a governor, just like Akpabio was a governor. He's a senator, just as Akpabio is a senator. So what is it
okay.
Akpabio has achieved that he never achieved?
Albert Einstein was a university student. I'm a university student. Then we should compare Albert Einstein with Kulata.
Akpabio built something.
And where is the equity and fairness in this?
I mean,
no. Where is the equity and fairness?
It's the same Ajale Koko that comes here to say, Afenifere, equity and fairness. Afenifere, equity and fairness. Kiniko. And now you are contradicting yourself.
No, these
you are. Just in case you don't know, you are. We have you on record that you almost flogged me and one man and Thomas. For countering Afenifere because of this equity and fairness. Now you're reversing your position.
Started this nonsense.
I don't have a party. I'm a Nigerian. I don't have a party.
Okay,
I don't have a party.
Started this nonsense, and this is what you get when you build.
Okay, Ajale Koko, what is your stance on equity and fairness? Let's just straighten it out now. There and there. Do you support? No. You. No. Ajale Koko, I'm calling you out on this. What is your own personal stand on equity and fairness? Let's know.
Your APC does
no.
He said you, not APC. You.
Not APC. What's your own stand?
Look.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, hold on, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Let me take you back to about 4 or 5 months ago, when you were here telling us that Pa Adebanjo was right to endorse Peter Obi for reasons of fairness, which was what Pa Adebanjo was adducing, that because the Southeasterners had not been the president, and that made sense. So that equity now is what Pulata is pushing you on. Equity and fairness. What's your position?
Let me tell you, that scenario is different from what is.
No, it's not.
Can you let me laugh?
It's not different. Come on.
It's not different.
What is this? What is this? What Adebanjo and Afenifere were calling for equity and fairness is that if we all believe that we should rotate power between the South and the North, and this is what we have been doing since 1999, and we have seen it being rotated North and South, and particularly in the southern Nigeria, Yoruba have had it. Sorry,
Ajane Koko, I'm not interrupting you, but stay in that logic space. So when you deviate from that logic, I will spot it and I'll pull you. But go on with that logic, because that logic will land you on somewhat of anyway. Carry on. Stay in that logical space. Carry on.
Okay. The argument was that on the basis of rotation of power, Yoruba have had it from the South in the name of Obasanjo. Jonathan had it in the name, from South. And if we really want to be fair to ourselves on this rotational arrangement, it should be the Southeast turn now. So, I strongly believe that
you agreed with that. So
hold on.
Okay, so now let's bring it to this space. Yes.
Okay. Now on this space, APC as a party, before the presidential, they were not futuristic, and they choose Muslim tickets, right? If they had choose Christian, as the vice president, this Akpabio Yari problem will not be there. It's going to be a northerner that will be slotted for the Senate president. But now, because they are not futuristic, they are like, okay, Muslim is not, does not really matter. That is the way they told us, that Muslims took it. Religion should not be taken as anything. Religious factor it should not be considered. It should not be a problem. That is competence that matter. So why?
But
Hold on.
Equity and fairness. We're still your equity
we're
and
waiting,
fairness.
sir. We're waiting.
Let me land. Now, the executive arms have done their own. No regard for religious balancing. Nothing like that. Now, the assembly are saying, leave us alone. Let us do it on our own. Whoever that imagines should be from us and not through the interference of any other. Are they wrong? Are they wrong? They are not wrong. If we want to really go by check and balances, they are not wrong at all. So,
equity and fairness, Ajan Lekoko. Equity and fairness.
Leave them alone with the equity and fairness.
Really? Leave them alone with everything. Okay.
Are they not the one that are going to vote among themselves? Are we the Nigerian people that are going to vote for them? Leave them alone. Let them organize the equity and fairness among themselves. It is their own responsibility. They should go for equity and balancing among themselves, either by Christian or this. Let them share the position by themselves, and not from the presidency trying to lobby or recommend anybody for them. No, let them do it. APC is a disaster to Nigeria. They started this problem. They are the one that built the disaster that they are confronting today. When they were building it, you people were supporting it that, oh, there's no problem for religious consideration. That is competency. So Tinubu have done his own competency. Why? He has won. Why does he want to now? You don't believe in religious matter in your own time. Why do you want to interfere on assembly to say, okay, consider religious factor? I think it's just double standard. So I don't believe in that kind of. They should leave them. Until when we have our assembly to run on their own without interference from executive, that is when Nigeria will start to work well. That is when they'll be able to function their carried out their their oversight function. That is why they'll be able to carry out their oversight function very well. So that's my take on that. One man.
So,
brilliant.
Can I push back?
Yeah,
Can I push back? So,
yeah,
Ajali Koko is part of that beautiful speech. What is your own personal stance on equity and fairness? Support or you don't support?
My equity and fairness is to leave the assembly alone. To do their
in terms of representation. In terms of representation, I'm being specific. In terms of representation.
Nobody have nobody, hold on, Kulata, you understand the politics, you understand the structure.
I understand. I want to get your personal, I want to get your own personal opinion, your stance.
Understand the three arms of government as
I understand the three arms of government, but I want to understand your own personal stance on fair representation in the country, whether it's by tribe or it's by religion. What is your personal stance on equity and fairness?
With regard
do you think it will reflect a balance in equity if Yari became the president of the Senate to the exclusion of the Southeast and the South-South?
If that is what
Not the party. No, we are talking about you now. You've told us about the party.
Yes.
We're talking about you.
Yeah, about me.
Yeah.
Whoever become the Senate president is good by me, because it's good for me, because among themselves they choose who they believe can lead them well. We don't have any control over that. It's among them. If among them, we have voted them in, and if among themselves they choose whoever to lead them and be their leaders among themselves, I think we don't have any control over that. We does not have control over that. So
but you didn't answer the question.
I have answered the question.
No, you did not.
It's good.
You did not.
It's good for me.
No, the question is, what is your own personal stance when it comes to fair representation, equity, and fairness? Do you think is important? Forget about whether Senate is doing sort of chief judge or president. We don't care about that. We care about your belief. Do you think it's fair for equal representation, whether it's by religion or it's by tribe, in a diverse country such as ours in Nigeria?
I'm going to answer you again. Equity and fairness is not the issue now when it comes to assemblymen nominating or voting their leadership. All right?
That's not my question.
I have answered.
No, I don't think you'll get anything out of Ajale Koko beyond that. But
I give up. I give up.
We cannot do it. Leave them alone. They are elected representatives of the people. I believe they have all that it takes for them to put into consideration the diversity of the country, and as such, they will take care of that when they are nominating and electing their leadership. So they are
follow-up question.
Let's
forget equity and fairness. Let's talk about Senate rules. Do you think is a good precedent and it strengthens our democracy for someone that is not tenured to go for Senate president, breaking Senate rules, breaking Senate, their traditions, actually, their tradition, breaking Senate traditions? Is that okay with you?
It's been broken before. And
so someone has stolen before. Does that make it right?
There has been precedent for that. It's been broken before. So that laid the precedent that.
So we should ignore norms. Norms doesn't matter.
It was allowed.
No, I'm documenting all these your points because it's going to come back in the future.
No, it was allowed by the.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, just for the benefit of our audience, when was it broken?
When Akpabio was made the minority leader, it was his first time in assembly. The Senate.
All right. Okay.
He broke it.
Can I push back on that? Can I push back on that?
What are we talking about?
Can I push back on that?
Yeah, push back. They allowed Akpabio to have that minority leadership, which was against the rule.
I've had you now. Let me
Yari doing it this time. It's been done before. Yari is not going to be the first person.
Hold on now, Ajale Koko. Let me push back on that. Number one, the position in question, the minority leader and the president of the Senate are not the same thing. That's number one. Just let's have that. Number two, as at that time, the minority leader position was zoned to the south, and the only other person that could have taken it, who was senior, I can't remember his name now, to Akpabio, opted out that he is not interested. So invariably, Akpabio was the only senator from the south that could take it, and he took it. So this is not the same thing with what is happening now. So if you are saying that the rule was shelved for Akpabio in that time, it was a different thing. Number one, we are not talking of the president of the Senate. Number two, it was zoned to their zone, and the other person that could have taken it, who was more ranking than Akpabio himself, openly said he was not interested, and there could not have been a vacuum, and that was why Akpabio took it. So asking somebody that is a greenhorn in the National Assembly to become not just a Senate lead, a minority leader or whip or deputy whip or something, but the Senate president itself, that is unprecedented.
Okay, let me tell you, they don't have different rules that govern that house or that assembly. It's one rule. So if they can shave it for one person, it could be shared for another person as well. So this argument that, oh, this one is a Senate president, this is the same rule that govern all. There's no separate rule that, oh, for the president of the Senate, oh, you can't do this. It's the same rule. What are we talking about? So
is that an endorsement? Are you endorsing breaking the rules?
All right. Yeah. Not go to Nelada and Lekoko down. You've tried, but
it's broken before now. They break it before. So, but what I'm saying is that, look, for democracy, for us to have democracy to work for us, our assemblymen must be totally independent from the executive. They can work together. The fact that they are doing check and balances does not mean that they are in confrontation. We saw what do you call it? Saraki did. Saraki defended the mandate of the people, but it was this APC supporters, APTs that were lying all over the place against Saraki as if it was doing something against the country. No.
Sorry. What exactly was achieved what exactly was achieved under Saraki's leadership in Nigeria? What exactly did the government achieve in those 4 years that Saraki was governing the Senate?
Because Saraki was not.
No, what did we achieve? No, his achievement. I'm specific in my question. What did the country achieve as a result of Saraki being the Senate president? But I didn't say what did this prevent. What did we achieve?
Let me tell you.
All right. Briefly on that, Ajan Lekoko, and then I want to bring it back on track and then take it to Kulata. Okay. But address that and then we'll move on. Yeah.
It carried out oversight function very well that check the excesses of the executive arm of government. He did not allow them to borrow so much to put us in a dead hole that we found ourselves today. There are a lot of things that guy did, but this APC and their agents that lies, that drive governance with lie, with propaganda, with misinformation, were able to rubbish the name of Saraki as if it did not do anything good for the country. It actually did very well. Our assembly should work like that. It didn't work against the president, but because it wasn't the candidate of the party, everybody was against him. And that is what they put into the head of a lot of you. And you have seen the people that took over after him, how they became rubber stamp all the way, that brought the country into the hole where we found ourselves today. That's the difference between Saraki and them.
No, I want to move on from there, but I have the last comment and then I'll move on, Bishop.
There is no nation that does not, that is immune from the challenges of the past couple of years. We had our challenges. We navigated it. Maybe we could have done a little bit better, perhaps. Maybe there are lots of things we need to learn from the pitfalls, from where we fell. But hey, come on, we actually moved the needle. Saraki stalled a lot of things. Saraki became an opposition in government, and the PDP had a field day in the first 4 years. That is a fact. You cannot, not you or anybody, call other people that are defending the government or that are speaking, that are seeing things from a different pattern, call them any name, whether they say they brainwash them or what. The fact remains that government was stalled under the 8th assembly, and it was all Saraki's fault because of his ambition.
No, that's your opinion, by the way, Bishop. A lot of people, myself included, would say that I personally think that Saraki was probably the best Senate president that we've ever had. Exactly how you want it to be, just a check on the excesses of the executive. That is exactly what a lot of
like you said to me too. That's your opinion too.
Yeah, no, that's my opinion, and what you expressed was yours. So, but let's hear the opinion of Kulata now. So, Kulata, take us back to where we were. So, when we were having this conversation barely a week and a bit ago, we were talking about the jostings between Orji Uzor Kalu and Godswill Akpabio, and we were saying that for just to calm the nerves of the country, that Orji Uzor Kalu would really be the choice. Not that he would, not that he had the credentials or anything, but because the country was so charged up, we thought, well, the general thinking then was if you go to Orji Kalu, but now we've forgotten Orji Kalu completely.
I did not agree with them, though. I mean, no, I said it was going to be Akpabio, not Orji Kalu, not for a second did I think Orji Kalu. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, but is it even going to be Akpabio now? We have a rider riding in from the north and is wielding a heavy sword.
Honestly, if I'm a betting man, I'm going to bet on Akpabio. There are many reasons I'm going to bet on Akpabio, because it is not APC alone voting for this, except they do some wuru. And if it's not going to be APC alone, here is where I think Akpabio stands the best chance. Akpabio stayed in PDP for so long that he's still practical, for all practical purposes, is still a PDP guy. And also, Akpabio played the politics well, even though Tinubu endorsed him. Tinubu endorsed him, or he has endorsed him. That's obvious now for everybody to see that Tinubu endorsed him. He still played his politics. So when you think about, in terms of like reaching out to canvass for votes, Akpabio, I mean, give him his props. He's checked that box. He's reached out to the Labour Party. He's reached out to his old PDP. And believe you me, the Wike coalition is with him. And now, when you think about the North, the Christian North Central, Kogi State and Kwara State, they're going to be with him because the president's endorsing. So essentially, you're talking about a Yari that's a first-time senator that's from the Northwest with his elements going against someone that probably has a wider coalition than him. Because Yari coalition will be mostly Northwest. And I don't know, maybe a few Northeast. I can't tell, but I doubt. So it's going to be mostly Northwest. So I kind of feel Yari is jostling for a great committee to sit on. I believe is just dragging this to make sure it lands in a juicy committee. Because after all this, if he gives up before the fight, yeah, they'll give him something. Even if he doesn't give up before the fight, Tinubu will want to quiet down that Northwest space, and then they will offer him. It's not Tinubu that will offer him. It's the Akpabio that will offer him a good commitment refuge, so that you don't have a split in your what's it called, in your quorum, in your in your caucus. Sorry, in your caucus. You don't want to split in your caucus. So they will offer him something, because at the end of the day, what they jostle for is to maybe be chairman of telecoms committee or energy committee or banking committee, where the juice is. So I don't think Yari is in a position to really threaten Akpabio. It's good late minute drama. It's good drama. It's good entertainment. So we're all talking about it. If I'm a betting man, I'm going to bet that Akpabio is going to win that. He's going to win that seat. And now, here's where it's very important that Akpabio is going to win that seat. This is the first part. This is the first time in Tinubu's presidency that is weighing in the House of in the what's it called, in the legislative arm. And every president in America, they all weigh in the legislative body. All of them do that. So is the purity that we're saying, no, this is separate, that is separate. Come on now, did we not just witness Trump's administration? Did we not witness Obama's administration? What are we talking about? Like, we don't watch Fox News or CNN to know how these things happen. That's what they talk about the first 3 months. I mean, look at even what happened this year. I don't want to get into American politics, but I'm just bringing that to show that they seek the president's endorsement of whoever the candidate is, and most likely the president endorses who wins in most cases. And if Tinubu should lose this battle, he has a lot of pain ahead of him. If Yari wins, Tinubu is in the he's going to be at the mercy of the Northwest.
You know, when this guy on the screen, when he was running his commentaries earlier, he said one of the reasons that the North is putting Yari forward is that they are concerned about that Tinubu's administration might weigh heavily in policy positioning towards the South. They say that Tinubu is a restructurist and Akpabio is a resource control man. So if you have those two elements, wielding power and policy and the constitution, then it could turn the country permanently against them. So that's an argument they are putting forward for Yari.
Yeah, I mean, yes, because I'm not going to say a policy is a Southern policy. Look, restructuring is restructuring. It favors the country. It doesn't favor North or South or whatever. It is not by cardinal points. It is what is good. Restructuring is good because it will give us progress. If that is the interest of the president and the Senate president, please sign me up. I want that. I don't want just for the fact of sticking it to the president, then a good policy is stifled and we say, oh no, that's the most effective use of power. There's checks and balances. You check excesses. You don't check good legislation. There's a thin line between, we should monitor the line between what is good or what is permissible versus what is an excess. Excess are meant to be checked. So just the fact that just because you want the what's it called, the legislative arm of government to check, it doesn't mean excessive checking. Is it supposed to be a fun sport? Are we supposed to just not achieve anything? He's not going to get in his appointment in. He may want to, say he wants to appoint Bode Augusto or something, and then someone will say, no, I want someone from Gombe State. So then we lose Bode Augusto. Yeah, checks and balances. Clap for checks and balances. Hooray! They've done their job. Who is losing? Is it us? Or who is losing? Is the president losing or the country is losing? He wants to appoint, some very, very sharp northern guy, but maybe progressive. You say no. He has to go and bring some feudal guy. So that person may be able to give me one thing or the other in my Senate committee. Who is losing? Yes, if the president wants to borrow the country to guilt and to the extent that we can't afford, yes, you can step in and check that. But when you have people that will be against good policies that will move the country forward, count me out. I'm not in support of that. Because of what? Because of checks and balances. What are we talking about? And then when we talk about fair representation, you're going to have you're going to have Southwest, Northeast, Northwest, Northwest. What kind of country is that? That's even by what's it called? Ethnic representation. And then you talk about religion, Muslim. Come on now.
Do you think the biggest thing playing in favor of Akpabio is religion?
Religion and region, but religion first religion, because it's asinine. It's brain dead to say number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, And it's not going to stop there. A lot of key nominations and positions are going to go to Muslims. But who cares about that? That's fine. But not with number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. At least break the cycle. 1, 2, then change, then maybe 4. Fine. Come on.
Do you think Nigerians actually see it within this passion that you are using to express it?
Of course. I'm not a religious guy.
But
I don't go to church.
We elected Muslim now. We elected
I do not.
Muslim.
Yeah, we elected Muslim. But yeah, that is enough dose for now. You see, you don't just change. You give it in baby steps. You just don't now fundamentally just slam dunk everything okay. And now when you now marry that with the kind of with kind of rhetoric coming up out of El Rufai, isn't it time for people that are paranoid to panic? People that are already paranoid, isn't there the time oh my God, look at what is happening? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And it's true. It may not mean anything, it may be innocuous at the end of the day, but when you go to CAC, Agbala Itura, or you go to another Pentecostal church and say, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, OIC, Kiniko, then what are we fermenting? We're fermenting trouble. If there's no peace, if there's no stability, there will not be economic growth. And you need a president that needs to heal the country so that its policies can be reality. If the country is unstable, which policy are you going to? What policy are you going to implement when the country is unstable? We want stability right now. The Muslim Muslim ticket is done deal. Yeah, we get it. But now we want stability. And to get stability, you need to really exercise some caution and really think seriously about fair representation. And I think it's fair representation that Akpabio has been endorsed by the president. Like every other country that I know of, every democracy, the presidents weigh in. And let's not pretend like presidents don't weigh in. Which president will not be interested in his legacy and his policies passing? Yes, excesses are meant to be checked. But we don't just want, just for the purpose of, no, we need a policeman we need this to police this to do that. Then you will not have good, you will not even, they may not even approve any of your appointees for months. Then what are you going to be doing at then? And then everybody will be saying, Tinubu deliver. Tinubu is not doing anything.
And to add to your position, that means West will not have the head of Senate and the head of the House of Rep.
Yes,
that is crazy.
Northwest. That's insane.
Forget region for second. Even tribe, even zone itself that is not just one region in the country will not have two heads of the. That is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen that way, and that's why they don't do both elections simultaneously. If the Senate president goes to the Northwest, automatically it changes everything. Tajuddin Abbas will definitely not be the Senate president.
No, you cannot say that. No.
Bishop, remember we've thrown equity out of the window now. So
we are not
anymore. Since so there's no equity anymore. So everything goes. Everything goes at this point.
So as just said, even he's a Muslim already, as it were, even though he's from Isayin or your state, but he's a Muslim. So we have number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, that's taking the sensitivity a little bit too far. But to add, another point is this. I am not confirmed, but I just heard from someone when we were discussing a few hours ago that the Southeast Caucus, all the senators in the Southeast Caucus had supported, endorsed Akpabio, but I have not confirmed. I've been on the road all day. So, but if that happened, that's all the Southeast, and automatically he has the South. I'm very positive that he has more than 70 or 80% of the Southwest. Then that means he has almost about 50 already indicated. And remember, Senator Gaya that is coming from Kano is not coming empty-handed. He's bringing some senators with him as well. And that's why I'm very certain. If Kulata don't bet, I am ready to stake a bet. Anybody that wants to bet against Akpabio, even though I don't bet too, but I can start today.
Me, I bet occasionally, but Like I said, if I'm going to bet on it.
Yeah, you took. They did take your money. You took somebody's money the last time. Yeah.
No, one man. How somebody can defend this on this platform is, I'm still surprised Yari could go to that position. To be honest with you, I'm kind of stunned that he's stuck to his guns. It's wrong. It's clearly wrong, and we know that. But for him to continue to say the same thing he's been saying, I'm amused. I don't know why he keeps saying that. I don't get it.
I thought that Ajanle Koko will actually be of the opposite view.
Exactly, all these fairness and everything. But what happened?
Ajanle Koko has surprised me lately, honestly. But I mean,
Ajanle Koko, his politics is dynamic now. His politics is not static.
Koyemi at all.
It's not dogmatic. Huh?
But it's okay. I mean, we all have our. I mean, sometimes my head too can go kulu, but I mean, not like I'm saying that. But what I'm trying to say, sometimes we can have diverse views. Like that's
maybe
what I mean.
He's having a bad something else. I don't know.
Yeah.
What's going on, but it's okay.
That's not what I meant. Like sometimes, Joe, I get where it's coming from. Meaning, we don't want rubber stamp. You don't want. Yeah, we get it, but we need to look at the big picture, though, because.
Here's the point: the country has not matured to that level where we will not care about those things. We still care about.
We still care. No, sure. Here's the thing: like, we cannot grow the economy if there's no peace. If we have the top five positions. This is me, sober me now. I'm not even trying to stir the pot or anything. If we have the top five positions belonging to one religion and to two tribes. Really, I mean, look at it. Two tribes. No, actually, Kanuri is different. But North and Southwest, all Muslims. If I'm from the South, if I'm from the Southeast, I'm going to question being in this country. And I'm being sober now. I'm not saying this just to kind of like stir the pot or get reactions from people. It is not going to be a good country to live in, regardless of whatever comes.
Is it not a necessary cold lesson in politics, though? If it pans out this, because politics is a game of numbers, we all know that. So it's whatever. And when you are politicking, you have to not only understand the cut and thrust of the politicking up to the moment of decision, you have to also understand the politicking post the decision. And every politician, Kulata, they know if they are going to win that election or not. They know. So if you know that you are unlikely to win the election, you push as hard as you can to voting day, but you politic post voting day. So if these people didn't deliver any numbers, and the people that delivered numbers say they want rewarding, then the numbers are speaking that direction. Leaving aside the religion and whatever, if Tinubu is seeking re-election tomorrow and he goes to the Northwest again and says, "I want your vote," and they said that when we came to you and you said, so I mean, it's numbers now.
No. It's numbers, but do you know how many ministries will have been apportioned for Northwest? I don't think Tinubu is stupid. He will have looked at a lot of so-called juicy ministry that will go to people from the Northwest, and it's not even going to stop there. There's all going to be all this special advisor, all this director, all this chairman of this, chairman of that. A lot of it will go to the Northwest. So when we're
cut you short, they also have the deputy Senate and also the Senate president, the House of Rep speaker.
They have the speaker of House of Rep. That's number 4.
Well, and that is wow. Come on now.
But you see, another thing is
it only the Senate that can impeach the president?
Yes.
So then that's probably the second most powerful position in the country.
In real terms, because the vice president is only powerful when the president is incapacitated. So in real terms, on a normal day, the Senate president is more powerful than the vice president of Nigeria. So think about that. But here's the fair is, if this Yari comes in now and it comes in on a regional vote And that regional vote is to stifle the kind of progress that all of us have been expecting, from a Southern president. Not like I like all this North-South talk, but if it's just to support a retrogressive decision, then aren't we talking about demography being destiny? Mean we're on a rapid path towards Lebanon.
Oh God, well, that's an extreme example to use.
It's not an extreme example. Lebanon was like this before. Do you know that?
Really? Lebanon?
Yes, Lebanon was like this before until all of the Christians ran away from the country.
But Nigeria is not okay. But okay.
Yet, Babaki is YET. Yet.
We are far removed from that. Kulata, are you going in the direction of Ajanle Koko as well?
No, I'm providing a balance. I'm providing a counterbalance. To Ajanle Koko.
Are we going to require a blood test on you as well?
I'm telling you, they need to.
Yeah, but I want everybody to realize demography is destiny. If the laws and the progress the country will keep experiencing, if it goes to the lowest common factor, like people that don't want progress, and if Yari represent that, we're on a rapid decline. And I'm telling you, it's the same path as Lebanon. Unless we have progressive people, unless we have fair representation. Because after it happened in Lebanon, they now changed their constitution and they said, okay, president must always be Christian, this one must always be this religion. But has it helped them? It's too late. So we should try and course correct while we can. I'm not trying to scare people or anything. It's just reality if we're not careful.
Let me run a thought past you, Kulata. So with the outburst of the little finger from Kaduna State, El Rufai, and now Yari that they are putting forward to go and snatch the Senate presidency, is there a hint somewhat that the Northwest is turning against Tinubu a little bit? Can you see the smoke signals of that?
Every president that comes in will have to have challenges, like all this power struggle. This is that power struggle now for Tinubu. This is them telling him, like, you don't control this space. You have a counterweight, and we put you here, and you have to listen to us, and you have to give us our space. So it's more like, at this point, this is a decision point for Tinubu. Am I going to be a glorified puppet, or am I going to be my own man, control my own destiny? If he lets Yari take it, it's going to be a glorified puppet.
Kulata, Yari is not El Rufai's candidate. Yari is not El Rufai's candidate. That means El Rufai is not supporting Yari. You can take that to the back.
It doesn't matter. Alliance form quickly. Alliance form quickly. I mean, whether it's his candidate or not, if Yari is successful and it fits the narrative of El Rufai, it's a politician. He was going to switch. Alliance form and collapse just like this. It's all about interest. But the thing is, if you can stick it to Tinubu early enough, because if the president says, I endorse, they even say it in US politics, because they'll be seeing like, okay, the president endorsed the candidate. Is that candidate going to win or not? If the candidate loses, that president has lost massive leverage and credibility in the Senate, because then you're not going to take a bill and you say, President Tinubu supports this bill. And then they will tell you that, Chena Tinubu bring me in, I beg. This is the priority of this current government. They'll say, so what? Does it favor this area of the country? Please bring another bill. That is exactly how it's that's how the cards will fall. So I think, but I just think, I think Akpabio is going to win it, but I'm just trying to point out the dangers of if that's not the case.
All right. Kulata, let me play you this little clip and take your reaction on it, and then from there, I'll go to Bishop. There's still a few storylines that I'd like your thoughts on. The newly signed student loan bill, which is not necessarily Tinubu's bill, because of course the parliamentarian works on that would have been done under the Buhari administration, but it's a Gbajabiamila bill, and he pushed it forward. So thoughts on that, but not now. I want your thoughts first on this, then I'll go to Bishop, and then in the rounds we go to that. But this one, we've always known and we've always suspected, and in fact, we've gone from suspicion to just automatically assume it as that is the way that Nigeria runs. But now, is this a confessional statement, Kulata?
Particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office.
We can't hear anything, a woman.
And she has been very tolerant.
One man?
Can you not hear it?
I can't. I don't know if anyone else.
We can't hear. Me, I can hear. I can hear.
Yeah, it's a bit faint, but that's the quality of it. That's how they've.
It's very clear.
Yeah,
the man is soft spoken. The man is also soft spoken.
Yeah, and by the way, the clothes that he even wears. Look at that. We wear Ashofi in Yoruba land, and we're in the same country with this guy, but that's a different matter. Let's.
Particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, please.
So I mean, Kulata, I mean, for goodness sake, man, it's unbelievable. So that's Senator Bakachua, who is a serving senator in the Nigerian parliament, a husband to the president of the Court of Appeal, who in open broadcast with cameras everywhere tells us that he at the under the duvet talk instructs his wife to weigh court judgments in favor of his friends. Where do you even begin? What's that? What's going on?
He said it quite out loud. That's corruption. That's terrible corruption.
What happens in America if that happens? They will review all.
Yeah, but
she's never.
But Baba T, let's not start saying this America. What about American Supreme Court? What about that black guy and his wife Thomas? Because the Republican.
It's always Thomas. I'm Thomas known all the time.
Thomas Alai Nipagbo. It was happening. So this Nigeria. Look, that's the thing is. You see, the thing is, honestly, while it's bad, it's bad. But one man, if I tell you that what is going on in the US is worse than this. In US Supreme Court, a billionaire is sponsoring one of the judges. His own wife has been committed, she's been caught up in all sorts of things. Some of them, I don't know if you call them crime or whatever, but she's been caught up in a lot of things. He himself has been caught up in a lot of things, and that is the United States. And then we will come here and badmouth Nigeria like Nigeria is crazy. But this is America. So while what we heard, of course, is corrupt, is laughable, is terrible, but it's unfortunate that the country I live in, they commit worse. And that's America. So we should condemn this, but we shouldn't condemn our country, because I will see people on this platform, they will not condemn America. they will say great things about America.
Talking
But
about?
I'm telling you,
Dude, what are
I'm
you talking
telling you, those kind of things happen in the
What are you
American
talking
Supreme Court.
about? What parallel are
So
you drawing?
we should condemn this man and his wife, but we shouldn't bring Nigeria down with that act. The likes of rational mind are quickly here to come and condemn their own country. I'm not one of them.
Condemn who? Condemn what? What are you talking about?
That's what rational mind is hired to do, to condemn Nigeria.
The ultimate contrarian. We just go the other way.
No, but sorry, Bishop. What Babati was saying earlier, I actually said it when I opened up that topic with Ajande Koko earlier. That really, from what this guy said, every case that woman has adjudicated, it should be reviewed because
it should be reviewed. It should be reviewed.
Yes.
It should be reviewed. Honestly, they should take. I mean, if I will go and appeal. I mean, the people that he passed judgment on, they should appeal those cases, and then not just appeal it, they should reverse them, and then they should give them what's it called? They should settle them because that's injustice. Everything she's done is tainted. Every single thing that she's done.
But Kulata, which
is tainted.
is she serving in appeal court?
I don't know what court she's sitting on.
She's the president of the appeal court.
So let me put it this way.
Because the reason why I'm asking, the reason why I'm asking, appeal court judgment is not based on one person judgment.
That's what I was going to go to. Like, they should go through the cases. If there's any judgment that is 4-3 or 2-1
exactly,
or 5-4, all of them.
And look at, I also look at the one. Maybe some of them get to Supreme Court. If we get to Supreme Court, I don't think there's any need because Supreme Court will have corrected whatever.
Yeah, but sometimes Supreme Court they just take the appeal court judgment.
They will also look at the case.
Most times
they will take a look. They will take a look at the case. If they will not just rubber stamp whatever they bring from.
They rubber stamp Simba. Sometimes they just rubber stamp.
No, it's just an assumption now. They can't. Okay, why did you take case to Supreme Court if they are just rubber stamp?
I mean,
in most cases, not all cases.
No, don't let us put this speculation into this. Is not a rubber stamp. Anyone that gets to Supreme Court and the Supreme Court affirm their judgment, they should leave it.
How many cases that has gone to the Supreme Court has been overturned that came from appeal? How many? If you could give me a percentage.
Oshun. This just recent one.
It's a very slim chance that you get it overturned.
No, I'm telling you, you asked for an example, and we have one recently. No. Don't let us always go in the bad direction. We have an example recently. It happens. Don't say it can never happen. It happens. We have one recently. So don't let us go that route.
But this is what I said. I said percentage of what gets overturned is always very slim. Little to no chance that you get it overturned. Does it happen?
But if you want to crucify this woman for that, then we should also crucify the Supreme Court judge. That means they are not doing their job.
Where are we going with this? That's not the topic now.
Simba, sometimes the Supreme Court will just read the argument from the appeal. What I'm
saying, get me right. If this woman is for this accusation now, if these cases, all the cases that get to Supreme Court from our court, if the Supreme Court affirmed it, we cannot put all the blame on her. That's what I'm saying. Because the Supreme Court is supposed to correct whatever mistake they make in appeal court. So if they affirmed it, that means she didn't do anything wrong.
So do you mean that Supreme Court cannot be influenced by the writing of the appeal court?
Don't let it. They should review the judgment from appeal court. That's their role.
Yeah, but if they are reviewing the colored writing, they may not know. If they're reviewing the colored writing, they won't know.
Sorry, Simba. You see, when the matter gets to the Supreme Court, the legal reasons, the legal arguments that they use to come to a judgment is so solid in law that it's almost likely most instances the Supreme Court will agree with it, not because they rubber stamp, but because the legal standing of the judgment is on firm footing.
One man, let me add to. Imagine the Supreme Court always overturning the appeal court. So what is the dynamic of the appeal court? They'll be flooded with cases now, so they don't want that. They don't want to always. Okay, if you're going to always overturn the appeal court all the time, it makes the appeal court irrelevant. Just wait until the Supreme Court. So they don't want that. So it's a buffer to prevent all these cases flooding to them all the time.
I don't share that view. I don't share that view. Once any of our cases that get to Supreme Court, then we should not put the blame only on her. That is what I'm saying. Because they are not supposed to be just be rubber stamping. They are paid to work. So they can't just say, okay, we concur with the appeal court judgment and everything is okay. No.
Our Supreme Court is the most overwhelmed Supreme Court in the world. Nigeria Supreme Court.
Because Nigerians are almost as litigious as Americans.
And by the way, just to add.
In fact, the other thing I want to add is that it's even very rare. So there's no need to even review any of the cases this woman has passed. Because it's very rare that a case will get to Supreme Court, appeal court, and will not get to Supreme Court in Nigeria. So I don't think we need that route of going and be wasting money and be reviewing whatever cases she has done.
Should she be arrested? We saw them storm Justice Odile's premises sometime a few months ago. Should she be arrested?
You can't arrest her on.
Kulata.
Wait, let me make a quick statement. You can't arrest her just based on what this man said, because he was not speaking under oath now. So you can come back tomorrow and say that I was just kidding. So you can't arrest. You can't arrest.
One man wants when he work with justice.
And the other thing is, you can't indict on something said in Parliament. I think they have parliamentarian immunity.
Yeah, they have that exactly. They are. Oh, is he still a sitting senator? I don't know. Is he?
It was in the chamber speaking. So yes, and also saw how quickly Abed Lawan shut him up. Is this to do with? Remember, what's his name was teasing him about how he got his ticket. So is it all wrapped in there somewhere?
Lawan lost at the appeal court. It was at the Supreme Court that overturned that decision.
How was that even possible? It wasn't even in the primaries. How did they win?
Technicalities.
I don't understand that one.
How? It was the technical filing.
Did you guys listen to what this former Imo State governor said? What's his name? Okorocha. When he was asking him that, how did you do it? We have to learn from you.
Actually, everybody hold. Let me give you a quick read of it, because it's an interesting piece. It says, my wife used her position as appeal court president to favor politicians. So this is Baka Chua. Senator Adamu Baka Chua has revealed that his wife used her position as president of the appeal court to favor his colleagues in the Senate. Zainab Baka Chua was president of the appeal court between April 2014 to March 2020. Mr. Baka Chua made this revelation during the Senate valedictory session on Monday. Particularly, my wife, whose freedom I encroached while she was in office, Mr. Baka Chua said, she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues. The senator was still speaking when outgoing Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who presided over the valedictory session, cut in to stop the senator. Distinguished, I don't think this is a good idea going in this direction, Mr. Lawan said. Mr. Lawan, who contested the All Progressive Congress presidential primary, sorry, I need to mute somebody there. I'm getting that reverb quite heavily. Yeah. All right, brilliant. Yeah. Mr. Lawan, who contested the All Progressive Congress presidential primary ticket in June but lost, returned to the Senate after a controversial and fierce legal battle with Bashir Sharif Machina, who won the Yobe North senatorial primary ticket of the APC. During the same valedictory session, Roger, so this is where you were going to rational mind, so that's why I'm reading it. During the valedictory session, Rochas Okorocha had mocked Mr. Lawan on the circumstances surrounding his return to the Senate without duly participating in his party's primary elections. Mr. Okorocha, an outgoing senator representing Imo West, said, "I did not contest for the Senate this period. I only contested for the office of the president. You are a very smart politician. How you came back to the Senate is another chapter in our political history that we need to discuss." Further mocking the controversial return of Mr. Lawan to the Senate, Mr. Okorocha said, "I was there in the field with you, running for president. I never knew how you were able to meander, leaving some of us. Next time, you must teach me how to do that." So there it is right there. It's just unbelievable. It was a free-for-all, isn't it? So that, again, another gift from the Bakachawa family, Okulata.
Yeah. So, I mean, I will encourage that anybody that had judgment under this woman, regardless of the outcome, to try and seek justice, because we don't know what would have happened if this woman wasn't under the influence of her husband. And judicial reform, Tinubu needs to take it seriously. He's making a lot of bold moves. This should be one of those moves he should make. Our judicial system is corrupt, heavily corrupt.
No, Kulata. You cannot link this one to judicial reform. How? The female judicial officer cannot have a husband, or what? In what way will you reform it that will remove this kind of influence?
You can have a husband, but we should take conflict of interest seriously. People should learn to recuse themselves in the court. If you know that one of the judges has a close family member that is very close to the case, then learn to recuse yourself.
But it might not be. Okay, this man is from Yobe State. What if he has a friend in Lagos that has a case? How will you link that one to a man in
you can't catch everything now. You can't catch everything. But the one that
because it will be a case, because if you have a wife that is, at least she has a career to pursue, and you can't just because he has a husband who is a politician, because it will be tantamount to to me it's not going to be
if
fair.
there's any sort of connection, then recuse yourself. Simple. Private companies do it. If you work for some companies and they ask you, do you have a relative or one thing that has worked in this place or not?
This woman that we're talking about is a president of an appeal court, not even an ordinary member of the appeal court.
You can recuse yourself.
Can she step down? Can she step down and say, no, I'm not taking off? Is she going to step down on her own? Just
listen to me. Listen to me. If there's any appearance of a conflict of interest, she should recuse.
But what if she refuses? What if she refuses?
The judgment will be tainted.
And that's why we have the Supreme Court there. What if it happens? It can happen at any level, Kulata. So what are we talking about?
It can happen at any level, but we should be cognizant of those kind of things, like we are not now.
Kulata, please. Simba, I don't think we need to go that route. I feel like crying and listening to that man. And that's the fact. And that's how he should be treated. It's despicable. That man does not deserve it.
Bishop, what I want to even ask one man is that what kind of meal did they serve them that day? Because all of them are just spilling out rubbish. Maybe they took something.
It's the valedictory something now. Too much champagne, too much champagne.
My thinking is my conclusion is that conduct is completely despicable, and she has tainted. I mean, the husband had tainted the record and the integrity, or what do you call it, personality of the woman, and she has destroyed whatever is remaining, even if it's just a careless talk from a obviously overexcited or a drunk man. What he said automatically makes him not to even deserve a seat in that Senate. Then the wife should be, the NJC should not wait to be prompted before they do the needful by calling the woman to question. Is this true? Then come and tell us your own part. On what and what case. Whatever is going to come out of it, whether in favor or, but let the people see that there is an action by the National Judicial Council to reprimand someone that has openly confessed to perverting judgment, and the man should be forced to get out of that hollow chamber. He does not deserve there. If for anything, he deserves in the prison yard. And it is sad. It is annoying. It is very.
Bishop. What the question I want to ask is that we can't say the man is drunk. What is the motive for him to have come out in that public space to be denigrating his wife like that? I don't think. What is the motive behind this? And then we are not even sure whether he is back in the house. We are not sure whether he's returned or not. So he might not even be a member of parliament again. I don't think he will be a member of parliament.
Let me answer you simply.
You can check.
The motive is because he lost the election.
That's what I'm saying. Because he cannot be a member now, a returnee, and be talking like that.
Yeah, but Kashua is not coming back. And this SS probably those who are maybe alien to the happenings that around the Nigeria judiciary. When Zainab Kashua, she has a reputation, except probably people who are not really familiar with that. So why that man is actually it's like a loose cannon as it is now. He's been speaking out. It was just you guys are probably able to hear that now because he spoke in the in the conference of the chamber. He's been having issues from his state, Bauchi state. So he expected that he expected a payback time when he needed most of the favors. He has had to do for most of the politicians to stay with him and let him return to the Senate and stuff like that. These folks, he's an old man. Zainab Bukashua herself, she's 73 years old. And from what I know, that's just her official age. So this man is almost getting to 80 years, but because of their greediness, they wouldn't just let anything go when it comes to power. So as you can see, Ahmed Lawan was basically, quote unquote, offering the mic real quick, right? Because Lawal, Akpabio, almost all of them, right? They are beneficiaries of Okashua's judicial recklessness. Is a fact, and this is what is just cautionable and is quite unfortunate. And this is not like, I think it was Kulata that actually lent credence to that. This is not an exclusive preserve of Nigeria alone. Judiciary all over the world. We should pay attention to what is happening in the U.S. Supreme Court now. Brett Kavanaugh, if you know Brett Kavanaugh very well, on a very good day, he was not supposed to be cleared to be on the seat of the Supreme Court. He had a couple of stuff. Things did not go. The screening were not actually done properly. And there are still certain issues that are going on about Brett Kavanaugh as we speak, same as Gossip. But the most prominent one is that black man, what's his name, Thomas, whatever, and his wife. So it's quite unfortunate that the executives will always have their ways around the judiciary. They are like probably the judiciary all over the world.
And during coding class, I did my own.
Hold on. Who's that?
So my own music.
Oh no, that's Bishop. Sorry about that. Carry on.
Yeah. So it's
not me. It's not me.
All right.
Sorry, it was me. It's my son. Sorry, it was me.
Yeah. All right. Carry on now. Yeah.
What is expected now? What I think we've seen what is happening, so nobody will tell us story. And this is not just a political party, maybe APC. It cuts across all political parties. All of them, APC, PDP, Labour Party, they all have their people in high places in the judiciary. It's just how you know how to play your game. There's a popular understanding in the street of Nigeria political system that certain cases, certain individuals, they never lose cases. When you look at Lawal's case critically, you understand he stands no. He wasn't even supposed to even go to he had no, he had no reason to even, prosecute. I mean, to even have that audacity to say he wants to challenge that case, but he was so audacious because he knew he had people in the high places to do things for him. Akpabio, some weekend, a couple of powerful people, and then it's just like that. All of them, no one is no exception. All of them, they have their people in high places in the judiciary, and the way this is just a litmus test and a challenge to Asiwaju now, and I believe he really needs to. I think he made it clear that there's going to be judicial reform, a lot of them, and I say probably if he's able to replicate maybe 50% of what he did in Lagos, then we're probably going to see some few changes, and then the civil service generally, they need to do a lot of house cleaning. They need a lot of house cleaning. In several.
What are you making of the extension to the retirement age of the judges? What's that? What's going on there?
Yeah, I think they've been extended to 70 years old.
But why?
They've been clamoring for that for a long time. One man in law and judiciary, right? Experience counts a lot. It's just like when you say the old wine gets better, or how do they say it, basically, and then it's just to ensure that we have the best brains, not just filling out of the system, quite often by virtue of their.
But enigmatic. The extension has been done long time ago. I think what they did recently is just to harmonize orders that are not affecting the judicial system.
Yeah, but
it's not a recent thing. It's been there for several years.
Well, yeah, it's been there, but it's not actually been it's been promulgated, but it's not actually been made to.
No, it was. What they did now is that the magistrate and other lower rank judicial officers are not taken into cognizance. So what they did now is to put all of them in the same position.
Oh, okay. So that okay. But to actually...
sorry, enigmatic. AY, you are logged on twice. So say something with one on mute, so I can know which one to take off. AY, you're on twice.
One man. Right, I think I've taken off one. I don't know.
Yeah, you just did. Yeah, well done. All right, thank you. All right, back to you. Back to you.
Yeah, you can't discountenance the experience of this, veteran, judicial, tigers. Basically, they know what they are doing. They have the experiences, and then they've been there. They know how it is. They know the game. So, and then they are there to actually mentor most of these young judges or young justices on the bench most of the time. But these people, if you're not really bold enough, if you don't have that that judicial charisma, sometimes you need some. If I have to say the judicial, gravitas, you'll be intimidated by the politicians. These politicians they are stickily rich. Most of them. Just for instance, this National Assembly election alone, right? One man, Yari, that you guys are talking about. I believe Kulata and all of them who are very close to Nigeria politics, they know Yari is. Yari is a multi-billionaire in dollars, but it's one of the most useless, one of the most shambolic, willful nuisance of Nigeria's political system. Go and look at his record in Zamfara State. At a time when he was governor, he was probably one of the worst 5 governors. The players, all of them were better. Peter Obi, they were better than him in the list of 4 governors. You know, so but he has a very deep pocket, and he can spend easily. He can spend ferociously. He does not fear challenges when it comes to, you know, financing, you know, whatever he believes in. So, and Akpabio is crazy too, you know. So these folks, when you are a judge or a justice, all they need is a link to you. They don't play around with. They don't, when they need a favorable judgment, they know how to go about it. And you have to be very strong. You have to be very, very, you know, efficiently balanced, you know, mentally, to understand how to play the games with them. They will make a big mess of you. Bukashua, that is there now running his mouth and everything, is a very strong ally to a lot of folks in the cabal, and that is why he's actually very mad that he was not protected. He felt he was not protected. He felt he was used and dumped. You know, he contributed heavily to Malami's appointment, being the Attorney General of the Federation, and he contributed a lot. Him and his wife, they contributed a lot to a lot of people, a lot of those subordinate, court of subordinate jurisdiction judges. All of this man, very powerful man from Bauchi State, but of course, he was just venting his anger. Especially, he wasn't really mad at anybody but Lawal. So that's a strong, frontal, challenge to Ahmed Lawan, because Ahmed Lawan's political, let me say, legislative political elongation now is because of this man and what he was able to achieve through him, So it was just telling him, dude, you messed up with your cabal. You guys cannot protect me, because he actually wanted to come back to the Senate. He wanted to be one of the, principal leaders in this 10th Senate. That's why I was dashing out like that. So basically.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Enigmatics. I still want your thoughts on what's going on in the Senate and where it will land.
But let's 1 minute.
Yeah, come in, Ajale Koko.
One man. You see all this town crying by Kulata that Christian, number 1 going to be Muslim, number 2 going to be Muslim, number 3 going to be, if Yari wins, number 3 going to be Muslim, number 4 going to be Muslim. How does that matter to politicians or APC as a party? It doesn't matter to them. As of today, we have more Christians in the Senate than the Muslim. If the Christian interests matter to them, they should vote for their Christian brother to win. They have more Christians there than the Muslim.
So what are you basing this on?
No. We are going back because Ajale Koko, we've actually moved on from there to the Bakachawa space, the appeal court.
Ajale Koko, get back to me.
No, he has got to do research. He has got to do research. He has got to do
all this town crying by Kulata that this is for country your politician doesn't have. They don't care.
Agale Koko, can you hear me?
Yes.
I mean, I'm asking you, what is the basis by which you say there are more Christians in the Senate than Muslims? Where is that fact in? Where is that fact? Where did you get that?
Adeyemi, the senator that came on Rising, that one man.
Okpeyemi.
He said that.
Well, I don't know. I don't have any fact.
No, you don't. You can't have.
No, he is a senator. He is a senator.
Hold on now. You see, people can come and say anything.
Why must he say anything? He's a senator.
Well,
what facts do you have to counter him?
Well, I want to see what is he basing that on? Because even like in Kaduna itself, the whole of the 3 senators there are all Muslims.
I agree with you, Rashad. I don't think that information
But
is good.
he said they have 17 senators from the north that are Christians.
Okay, is that what he said?
Huh?
He said in totality, Christians.
No. Even if you now have 17, if you have 17 from the north, out of one, then from the south can be rest assured that maybe from the southwest, that's only place here where you can have maybe a few Muslims among them.
What he said, he mentioned it specifically.
Southwest
Said they have 57 senators that are Christian in the Senate.
Yes, he said it. 6, 7. Yes, he said 6,
yes,
7.
he said they have it. So if all this cry that they don't want to do this, why do they want Muslim? If that religious interest matters to the Christian in the Senate, they should vote for their Christian brother. If they don't vote, if Yari vote, that means if Yari should win, that means that religious cry doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter to them. So that's the way I see it. So all this time cry that it doesn't, that religion, if they make number 3 Muslim, number 4 Muslim, number 5 Muslim.
Hold
on, everybody. It's Kulata, of course. Akigbe, look at that Kulata. He has got to do research for you. All right, Kulata, round off that Bakachawa space, and then I'll go on to Bishop, who wanted to interject, but instead of the interjection, all right. So I'll come on to you then, Bishop. But before I come on to you, Bishop, let me do a bit of administrative. The super chats that have been coming in is of course the same name. Ayo comes in twice. But then no, that was the super stickers. The super chat came in from Augustine Higbe, who says one man, no chance for Senator Yari because category C can only be applied when category A and B does not exist. Listen to all the clip, you will get it. So yes, I up to the point that we did listen to when the senator was explaining the categories. Somebody that was in the House of Reps, he comes under category B as well, and I think you'll find that Yari was in the House of Reps. Adbafum, it says Nigeria will surely get to the promised land. That's the one super chat in the history of this space that I don't think anybody will disagree with. At least we say amen to that. And Ayo, it says the president signed with a shaking hand. So we did that earlier. So thank you to the super chatters. Keep them coming. So you're up next. Kick it off from the Senate space, Bishop. But as you're kicking it off from the Senate space, let's see if we have a Lieutenant General Thomas with us. General Thomas.
One man, come on now.
All right. Lieutenant General Sergeant Major Thomas. So thank you, gentlemen. Let me shuffle myself out. Hand over to Thomas. But Thomas, hold Kulata in situation until he speaks on that student bill, because I'm keen to hear from him on that. To you, Thomas.
Yeah, yes, Daddy. Thank you. Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, I think Bishop is the nice. Yeah, but Bishop, where do you want to start for? Is up to you.
Anyway, I mean, anyway, just let me know. Take us through it.
Yes, I think the first.
Sorry, let him start from the Senate. I think because you've been chipping in on that. So coming from the Senate, yeah, that space.
Okay, let me just do a kind of a summary, whether it's executive or non-executive summary. I believe very strongly that unfortunately I was not able to listen to what Okpayemi Bamidele was saying because the network was terrible. I only probably had about 3 or 5% of what he was saying. But my submission is this: Akpabio is going to get the Senate presidency tomorrow, and it's very clear and very obvious. If we do the mathematics and if we do the politics part of it, on the politics part of it, the party is behind him. The president is behind him. The president has solid support, even in this from the zone of Yari. And the reason why they are trying to persuade him is that not to go into it with many divisions, so that they will not cause, some division and the rest. I believe Yari wants to land on the star, but he's aiming from the moon. Like there's an adage in Igbo land that says, if you want to buy the hand of a cow, start pricing from the leg, so that if your hand no reach the leg, you go buy the hand. So South definitely is going, irrespective of the party, whether it is Labour or PDP or APC, more than 90% of them is sure for Akpabio. Southeast are just declared the Southeast caucus. If one or two persons are going to fall out, maybe just one or two of them. So Akpabio is definitely going to get more than 80% of the South and Southeast. I'm being very generous, saying 80%. I mean that he will lose 20%. He's not going to lose up to 20%. Southwest, they have declared their support for Akpabio. Between Southwest, South, and Southeast, there are 51 senators. 51 senators between Southwest and South, and majority of them are going for Akpabio. Majority, as much as 80 to 90%.
But Bishop,
Yes,
your mouth is very sweet, but you can't trust politicians.
Okay.
A politician told you that the day is break, go and check outside.
That's why I am putting myself behind this. It's sweet because Yoruba used to say, it is not just coming from the mind, it's based on the work that has been put in and the involvement of even Yari himself said something. Something was attributed to him because I did not hear him say it. That if you don't allow yourself to be locked behind a room with Tinubu, if you are contesting against it, because he will convince you. The only thing is that just give him audience. Immediately you give him audience. Almost all the senators, at least majority of the ones that went into that meeting with Tinubu a few days ago, all of them came out, convinced. So let me just complete a little my analysis. Now, in the north, if this religion comes to play, because already the Muslim and the Christian vote in the south is going for both either APC or majority of them are going in the north central axis of Benue, Plateau, Taraba, part of Nasarawa. They have more than 10 Christian senators in that axis.
Kwara too.
Say again?
Kwara. They'll follow Southwest.
No, Kwara does the Kwara have any Christian senator?
No, Kwara will follow Southwest irrespective of the religion. You don't understand.
Okay, exactly. So if we add the 3 from Kwara, that means 54 from the Southwest and Kwara. So automatically, Akpabio has. But what they are trying to do is they are trying to limit the crisis.
But why are you, sorry, Bishop, for cutting you. Why are we linking this opportunity to religion? The senators, they are not considering it. We are overlaboring the issue of religion in this senator. No, we are overlaboring it. They are not thinking the way we are thinking. Where is we that we are talking about religion?
I beg to differ. If you know the movement in the I've been following the politics. If you know the movement in the northern space, I'm afraid of what is you saw. I don't know if you saw the communication of Northern Elders Forum. The problem they are seeing is, for instance, when Tinubu said he wanted to do house cleaning, you people don't know the effect, every weight of that house cleaning. All their boys, all their mentors, mentees, all the politics, they will be sacrificed on the altar of politics, and a lot of them will go to jail. I don't know if you are aware of the movement in the space of civil service where a lot of suspensions are already going on. And those guys have loyalty, they have these loyal political fathers in terms of the north. And they pander to them, and if they are weeded out of the system and they know the trajectory of someone like Tinubu, if Tinubu successfully weeds them out, does a lot of house cleaning, and is able to bring his people that are loyal to him, who are also very professional. That means
you are talking about civil service.
No, I'm not talking about whether civil service or judiciary. What you are seeing now, if you know APC knows how to play the game well, like you can be a professional person and also have a loyalty to a party. And all this issue of this Senate person coming and saying all this rubbish in the outside is not going to come in to play again. So the thing is political dexterity and is a game power, a play of political power and a political future for the both parties, Tinubu side and the northern guy's side. That's the truth. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we will all see in the next few hours. Maybe in
No,
the next three or 4
why are
hours.
they going? For
What I'm
instance,
saying
why
is
is
that
northern elders forum going
we cannot rely on religion alone to
It's
say
not
this is how it
religion.
will
It's not
go.
religion
Because
now.
we are just doing religion permutation. That's what we are doing here.
Simba,
It's
it's not
religion
about
permutation
it's
we
not
are
only
giving
about
to it.
religion. Religion is not just a cover face. Sheyi Makinde has talked that they will vote for equity, fairness. He's also going for the inauguration. So that the governors are going for the inauguration to support it because they know that it's not only religion that is at stake. Northern Elders Forum have come out against Tinubu, telling him to not interfere because they want Yari to win. And we know that they are already positioning the guy that PR that guy said, that senator said. I don't consider it as a mistake. I consider it as a political stunt, so that when any judgment comes, maybe the judiciary judgment comes in favor of Tinubu, then it will be perceived as something that is tainted. So it's just a political game. I don't see it as I see beyond. If Northern Elders Forum could come and to say Tinubu does not have Yari was there.
Remi Tinubu is not a judge.
No,
So in what way do you want to eliminate that?
When Buhari was there and everybody was a northerner, Buhari was given freedom to act anyhow. They didn't say anything. Now Tinubu is getting more space, more consolidation, and they are trying to control the space in which Tinubu control. And they are trying to say, leave this space for us. Let us control the legislature. There's something going wrong. There's something going
But
on.
AY, let me remind you real quick, right? Maybe to jump your mind. Do you know Nanda Elders Forum candidate is Atiku?
Yes.
Yari
Yes, they're trying to play that game too.
Yeah, Yari is Atiku's man. Look,
exactly
as it is. I know it's few hours now, right? It's gonna be few hours before the election. The National Assembly election is usually very tricky, but the advantage that Tinubu's camp, the advantage they are having now, very slim advantage they are having now, is because he knows the nitty-gritty and the politics of National Assembly in and out, right? So when you look at the combination of Aso Rock now, Tinubu, Shetima, even the First Lady, the Chief of Staff, the Deputy Chief of Staff, right, Adeja, they are all product of the Senate, right, or House of. So they know the politics in and out. So what is going to happen is why you see all of them. They is like all hands on deck. They know what Yari. They know that Yari does not have the numbers. To be honest with you, they know Yari does not have the numbers. They are not ready to negotiate with Yari. And when you look at Ojuzo Kalu, you saw he was crying the other time. He was not crying because of Nigeria. He was crying because of the politics, right, that he had just experienced by Yari's team. Because the initial arrangement was Ojuzo Kalu was supposed to be the Senate president in Yari's camp, while Yari will be the number 2, right? But
Yari didn't play. Ojuzo Kalu played like a baby. Now he cannot go to Tinubu's camp freely anymore because he's seen it as a betrayal.
They flipped the card against Ojuzo Kalu, right?
Yes.
So and then when he rose up in objection to Amel Lawan and all of them that were and the sponsors that were actually involved in that stuff, they tried to placate him to say, let Yari do it. So he felt that he's been ambushed, right? And Osita and a couple of them told him, "What do you expect?" Right? Ahmed Lawa, Yari, and some few Northerners, right? They
even do you know that they are turning against Shetima now because they are telling Shetima to shut up, that he doesn't have the grandstanding to lead the direction of in which they will vote. Northern Elders is also saying that.
No,
I don't know.
leave Northern Elders Forum with it. Look, what they are trying to do, right? Look, this politics after the after this election, for now, as honestly, right? Honestly and authoritatively, I'm not going to stick my head out to say this is how it's going to pan out, because National Assembly election can be tricky. But I will give Akpabio a slight of an edge, a very slim edge, right? Because Yari, he has gone far. He has spent a lot of money and is representing some certain blocks, right?
Yes.
Very powerful
blocks.
block.
Yes.
Very powerful block, including the cabal that never even wanted Tinubu in the first instance.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
their last game now is to checkmate him through the National Assembly. So here comes Yari. You know, Yari is coming for the first time. On a very good day, Yari shouldn't even be giving that.
He doesn't. I was expecting, where did he get the grandstanding? Where did he get the backing that he had the numbers to be?
Yari get Pepe, bro. Yari get Pepe, right? And that's what that matters. Yari is loaded. Yari will spend hand down. He will compete hands down with Akpabio. Akpabio is one of the richest senators in Nigeria, but he will go toe to toe with Akpabio, almost defeat Akpabio if they are doing money competition with that. But Yari now, you know the cabal, right? They don't care if you are Yari or if you are a goat. As long as you can provide yourself, you can represent what you want. So he represents that block of destabilizing force that they want against Tinubu in the first instance, right? Now they have Yari in that. Yari played a major role in Zamfara's election, right? Matawali did not lose because he was not popular. He lost because there was a conspiracy against him. Do not forget they had him. El-Rufai almost lost Kaduna State. Yari lost Zamfara State. And if Yaya Bello had gone to election, he would have lost or almost lose the election because they challenged the cabal at the Supreme Court with that money, with that monetary policy. So they had their eyes on them. So, and you see what the governor is doing to Yari now, what's his name? The governor is doing to Matawali now, right? So things will calm down after the election. But this election is not. It would have been a very seamless, APC anointed candidate election. But because of the dynamics that preceded this election, even before Tinubu's emergence, right? So it's just a continuation of what happened.
But do you think the cabals want to go down easily? Because the way Tinubu has been saying in-house cleaning, now he has nabbed Emefiele. And once Emefiele starts singing them, of course, they don't have nowhere to run. It will touch on
Emefiele
everybody.
is already singing. Did you not see what just happened 2 hours ago? Emefiele is singing already. Emefiele just gave out a track that under the authority of Buhari, he was authorized to release 500 billion every month to Fadiya Saruk for poverty alleviation every month. So look, at the end of the day, let me tell you what will happen to Emefiele. They will run the FBI standard investigative process with Emefiele. They will use Emefiele as a bait, just like the way they use like Hush Puppy, right? They will they will make a very sweet deal with him. All they need is those guys in Aso Rock, right? Where they just give us the leeway, where they stash those funds. What happened? Let's know what's up. There's one Abdul Latif or whatever, one MD, one director general of an agency that came out today that was talking about NDIC, right?
NDIC, yes. Emefiele, yes. NDIC,
so, bro, a lot of things will happen. When Tinubu got to Lagos, right? People do, of course, most people do not, especially the obedient, they don't know what he did in Lagos to turn around the civil service and bring in. I've
been hearing that a lot of suspensions are going on for directors.
The civil service, the Accountant General, right?
Yes, exactly.
The new Accountant General, that lady, she was supposed to be the Accountant General before even that one that stole 80 billion then. right?
Okay.
So she was basically shoved to the back. Now a lot will happen because this guy we want to reform the civil service. I was talking about Akume the other time. Akume,
Yes.
the SGF, is Akume started his career as a civil servant. He rose from the grass of civil service cadre, right, to the top, to the pinnacle of his career in the civil service as a permanent secretary. Then he became a governor, right? Then he became a governor. Then he rose to Senate. Then he became a minister of duty or whatever it is. So he knows in and out, right, the workings of civil service. So when Tinubu says he's going to reform civil service in Nigeria, there will be a lot of ghost workers that will be wielded because ghost workers, there are so many ghost workers in the federal.
I said there are a lot of people that are staying abroad and they are still collecting salaries in Nigeria. That's what we're hearing.
So
like I've been reading a lot in the past few days.
Are the Kabas going to fight back? A lot, but one thing will not happen. Everything will happen, but there's only one thing that I can say that will never happen. As long as Buhari is protected and members of Buhari's family, regardless of the rot, right, they possibly could have done, they will be protected. That's why Buhari has been sounding it to them. After I leave Abuja, I'll be far away from Abuja. That's a statement, right? They will protect his family, they will protect him.
I think his family is not even close to Asoro. I think all of them.
Things will happen, and the way things will happen, right? Tinubu will be it's going to be a Machiavellian, draconian, but subtle way, right, to roll heads. It's not going to be like Grigri, no. He's just going to be, because they will put it under, they will stash it under the cloak of reformation, right? Under the cloak of reformation. So in the course of that, they will be having some internal auditings, right? Full-fledged one. Internal auditings, which will lead to some investigations, which will lead into some probes.
Some suspension, sacking. You return your money quietly, no noise, no media noise.
So it's going to be so easy the way he did it, because he wouldn't want to, rock. And then do not be surprised by the time you see his cabinet, right? By the time you see his cabinet,
but enigmatic. To be fair, did any not supposed to be vying for that post at all?
What post?
To be fair to the South. That Senate post. That Senate president post.
It's not about fairness.
Why not?
It's not about fairness now.
It's politics now. Bro, now what for you? Anybody can aspire to be Senate president. If you have the numbers, if you have the wherewithal, go and play it out. It's not so. Look, I hate this conversation of it is our turn, or they didn't give it to us. Go and try your best. If you win, you win. So then, like one man said something earlier.
But this thing that we are jetting now, the way I'm seeing now we are jetting off zoning, right? Do you think in the next election, zoning will not come to play anymore? If you can play, if you have the numbers, go for it. We don't care where you come from.
No.
Do you think it do so? Atiku want to play that card.
No, things would have been normalized. Buhari bastardized it, so it's just it's an offshoot of Buhari's nepotistic and clannish politics. So they have to find a way to continue with that, and this will end after this. The last of it, the last of that nepotistic or no, is going to be this Buhari's. This National Assembly election. When that is done, there will be balance in cabinet and parastatal appointments, right? And then there will be balance in committee appointments within the House of Rep and House of and National Assembly. And if they are able to get it very easily, the way it is going, then you understand that the Senate president will be Akpabio, South, a Christian. Number 2 be Northwest, Muslim, right? Northwest. Then you will see the leader of the House, the majority leader, the minority leader. They will even it out, right? By with the heart of that nationalistic, view, and then it will pan out to the House of Rep, and things will balance out. Buhari messed up a lot of things, and then by the time you see the guy coordinating or probably trying to have his new security chiefs, it won't be like a lopsided appointment that Buhari made out of like 18 or 19 slots, top security slots. 18 of them or 17 of them are from the north.
That's not correct. That's not correct. That's not correct.
Enigmatic. I
How
want to
many?
ask you something. Enigmatic. I want to ask you a question. Don't you think the Northwest advantage of having 7 states makes them over bloated? Don't you think there have to be something like a regional balance? 18 states in the north, 18 states in the south. Let's add 1 state to southeast to make it 6, and reshuffle it. Like, don't you think something like that should be done? Because it looks like it makes them demand more than necessary because
Well,
of that advantage of having
that's the essence of democracy, right? We talked about the majority. Majority has numbers, but the way it is, until things are done, as it is now, we just have to operate within the current realities on ground, right? You can say, okay, that is actually debatable because they have more states than any of the states in Nigeria. Look at the southeast, for instance. I think they have just 5 states.
Exactly, because anybody coming from southeast region is already disadvantaged with 1 state.
So, okay, how many states do we have in the north central? I think, is it 6 or 7?
6. It's only Northwest that has 7.
6.
And
only Northwest that has 7 states.
Southwest 7
has 5. Northwest has 7.
6. It's only Northwest that has 7. Southwest has 5. So Northwest needs to give Southeast 1 state.
So now, I understand the balance you are talking about. I understand the balance.
Because all this nonsense always emanates from, we are from the north. If you know when they want to start talking, they will say, we the north decided we have 19 states. When you start hearing those phrases, you know that it's a sort of a soft.
Ayo, when you talk about the north, let me tell you what is happening. It's the northwest that is calling the shots. The north central, to me, they are okay. A state like Kwara, Kogi, cannot be classified as north, but this thing has been done since pre-independence. So they just move some of them upwards to have the population and to have the political advantage. So it's not something that has been done now.
Ayo,
it's a long time thing.
And the way things we go, I don't even want to bother myself about that because that will be giving headache, unnecessary headache to yourself. But the way things
I just feel that's the first issue.
Enigmatic, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You know that tomorrow is a battle of how Tinubu is a battle for Tinubu. Like, if he loses that battle, what do you think? How is he going to recover?
Okay, first of all, to average people now, they think this is just National Assembly election. No, this is not National Assembly election. This is an election targeting Tinubu now. If you guys don't know, it's like I said, it's an offshoot of the pre and post election, fights of the cabal. So they need a mobilizer and enforcer for them in the National Assembly. To answer your question directly, if there's a possibility that he will lose, I'll probably, I don't know how he's going to survive. I don't understand. I don't know. Just look at what is happening in the House of Rep now. Miketi is just overwhelmed. He's lost. He can't get anything done. So for the next 2 years that he will be the House of Rep Speaker, he will just probably be a figurehead House of Rep Speaker. So in Tinubu's situation, except if they have to find a way to impeach the Senate president, they have to go wild like Obasanjo's time when they have to be impeaching people until he gets who he wants. I wouldn't see any progress because there are so many germane revolutionized let me say ideas that Tinubu is bringing on board, and these people from what they are seeing now it's not the person they can control. Of course, they can't lay claim to his victory because it was very clear to everybody they never wanted him, right? So he won the election. He had to battle himself into Aso Rock. So he owes no apology to anybody about what he did, what he does, or how he's going to do it. nobody is going to constitute an albatross around his neck or hold him to the jugular to say no. He's a man of his words. He's a man of his choice. He's going to make his choice. Going to make his pronouncement. They wouldn't want that. They want somebody who will have his apron springs, attached to somebody, or somebody will be calling the shot somewhere. He does. He has a clear departure from that kind of distraction. So the only distraction
they've been really quiet. I don't know why the space had been really quiet. Before elections, they were coming out full-fledged, but after he won elections, they've been really quiet. I think it was a very,
do you know the power of the presidency in Nigeria? Do you know the power Nigeria's president wields? Do you know the power invested in Nigeria's president? Look, regardless of how powerful you are, bro, regardless of irrespective of your network or connection, when you are the C in Nigeria, bro, you calm down, or you become another Nnamdi Kanu. You cannot fight Nigerian government. You can never fight.
Do we still have Bishop?
I'm here.
Do we still have Bishop? I think you have the floor, isn't it? That's fine. Yes, land it, enigmatic,
Okay.
so we can go back to Bishop.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. Let me know.
Bishop gone bad to enigmatic lọ́wọ́ Thomas.
Ó ń gbádùn ẹ̀ gidi gan. Yeah, go on, enigmatic. Yeah.
I was just to leave my premise. So go ahead.
There is this normal saying that after God, after God na government. In the power that an average Nigerian president wields, is he has more power than American president. Not naturally, the American president is number one, the most powerful man in the world, right? The most important office in the world. But when you look at Nigeria's political arrangement, you understand the power that Nigeria's president wields. Like I say, the only person that Tinubu will fear and will not want to do anything by setting normal or unwritten protocol is going to be the ex-president. Anybody else, it's either you stay in your lane or you are crushed. Go and look at the body language of Babagana Munguno, the first security meeting that Tinubu had with them. Anybody can find the video, go and watch that video. Immediately, Babagana Munguno had that press conference when he stood up and he was about to leave. Look at his body language. You will see the body language. You will see, man, the guy in his mind, man, this guy, I don't know what Tinubu told them in the conference of that meeting, but you could see the body language, man. This guy no can play. Tinubu is not here to play with them. And then the national security advisor, if he succeeds to actually have Ribadu on board, and the way I'm hearing it, if it happens that he has Fashola as the Attorney General of the Federation, and the two guys he's trying to bring to EFCC and ICPC and Bureau, and then Public Bureau of whatever, bro, people go run come off for Nigeria.
That's what I'm fearing. I'm fearing many people who want to start running from Nigeria. Like,
because when you look at those people, imagine when you have Fashola as Attorney General of the Federation. Just imagine that, and then you have Ribadu.
And justice will be sweet. Justice will be sweet and swift.
So apart from being swift and sweet, right?
Yes.
You understand that what is bringing Fashola to do is just only one. You have only one job, Fashola: judicial reform. That reputation of the judiciary must be back. And then when you see Akume as the SGF, and then let's look forward to who is going to be the head of the civil service when everything is complete. Because most of the director generals of the parastatals, most of them will leave, right? So from what I heard now, there are so many things that the laws binding and guiding, and then most of these agencies, they've called for all of them for review, because Gbajabiamila knew something happened. They changed most of the laws 6 months ago or some few months ago to alter certain things. So they will take some powers away from the presidency, and the oversight power. Like this guy was saying, that this Abdul Fattah Abdul Latif
was saying earlier today.
NDIC Act, of course, they will review all those things.
It happened almost across board. So when you see some certain figures, right, coming into the administration, then you will see that but Tinubu does not need to do much. All he needs to do is just, he has given a strict instruction already to the security guys, right? I do not want you guys to work at cross purposes, right? No holding information. Tinubu is bringing the level of American governance. We've had presidents in the past that followed more or less like the British system. He's bringing the American system where they have a tunnel vision, procedures and dissemination of information. When you have an NSA, you are not coming to the FEC meeting as National Security Advisor, right? Every information that will be coming from the Inspector General of Police, from the Navy, from the Air Force, as it is done in the US, must pass through there should be a repository library, which is going to be the NSA, that will come to the head of service, SGF, and the final thing that will go that will land on Tinubu's desk, right, must be a coalition, all encompassing information, not some kind of iterative. Muguno will come with his own. Rabo will come with his. No, it must be. So he has given them the marching instruction already. So they know this guy knows politics. He knows administration. He knows. There's no way you want to trick him, and he has people around him
Thomas,
that are equally.
Thomas, I thought you said 2 minutes. What's going on?
Rational mind, Lara.
Make I give you. So this is, unlike
you said 2 minutes. Thomas, isn't that what you said? And then
here. 1 minute, yeah. As you can see now, it is very clear.
Thomas still there? Thomas, are you still there?
I'm here.
We are here.
And you said 2 minutes.
I let him land.
Let him land for 2 minutes, right? And we were here.
Yes, let him land.
Let him land now.
Thank you, Thomas.
He's giving us a good
round up now, enigmatic.
Land up now.
Hand up.
Well, just to round up, when you see, unlike Buhari now, Buhari had a good intention, but he had some levers that wouldn't let him do what he needed to do, and he was basically encapsulated, right? So when you are coming to maybe present something to Tinubu now, for instance, the NNPC, there's going to be a NNPC. There's this lady, I don't know, probably Kulata would know, Oluvehijen. I don't know, she was in.
Yeah, she has a report. I've read that report. That report is massive.
Yeah,
what do you call her name?
Olu something. She's a woman.
Oluvehijen something. She was a top lady from Shell or Chevron, one of those two, right?
This NNPC guy is going. He's gone. Gone.
So when you are coming to Aso Rock, you are looking at Bajab. You are looking at people that they can interrogate you. Not just people like Sabitu, what his name that we are talking about the other time.
Mohammed.
And then when Buhari killed this administration was when he basically arrogated the power, right? Like he basically had a power of attorney signed off on Abba Kyari as chief of staff. Everybody must go through Abba Kyari. All the ministers and every cabinet member, they are subservient to Abba Kyari. So Abba Kyari pulls and wield a very powerful lever. It's not going to be like this. This guy himself, when you listen to those marketers and then one of those people, when they came out with meeting with them, they said the guy was asking them, very, very inquisitive questions, engaging them, having conversation. But it's like Buhari did not have that kind of mindset. So it's going to be
anybody that met Tinubu, I've said he had a understanding of the situation. He knows what to ask in every testimony of what people that have gone to meet him. So far, he has started. I'm just giving facts. In the last 2 weeks, everybody has met him.
I'm not saying Nigeria is going to be. I'm not saying Nigeria has seen an Eldorado but at least, But let me leave it at that so that some people will not be. But thank you, Thomas. Thank everyone.
Yeah. Bishop.
Okay, that was one hell of an interjection. Anyhow, if I can still remember my thought, my line of thought, I thought I was analyzing the south, the votes in the south for Akpabio tomorrow. So I want to believe. I still stand by what I said. Akpabio will win the Senate presidency with an impressive margin tomorrow. There could be some little. I know they are still trying to arrive at like something like a consensus, so there will be no split in the house.
So Bishop, Oji
Yes,
Uzokalo is gone. Oji is gone.
there was a press conference among the 16 or 17 senators elect from the southeast today. Even Osita Izuna was there. The only person that I did not see that was not there probably is Oji Uzokalo. So if all the senators in the southeast are supporting and all the senators in the south are supporting, irrespective of their party, whether they are APC or PDP, and same thing ditto in the southwest, in Osun State, that has 3 senators in PDP, they are supporting what's his name, Akpabio, definitely, and the senator that is coming from the north, the deputy Senate president to Akpabio, what's his name, Jibrin Barao, is not a pushover senator too. In fact, in terms of influence, it's just that he has not been a governor before. In terms of influence, he will compete effectively with Yari and the senators coming to. So if the senators of the Labour Party are coming for Akpabio, senators of the, what do you call it, NMPP are coming for Akpabio, and a good chunk of the senators of the PDP. If I want to do a forecast tonight, I will say,
But Bishop, can we blame the Southeast
Thomas,
for
Thomas,
their bad farm?
George. I just no Bishop Mabinu George. I just came up. Mongbadu enigmatic in the background. So really quick on wara. Eba football any more time, Joe. Enti araba konkara kon. Enta I want akara town that. Bring him back up. Mongbadu bo shira
no, Sherry. Meanwhile, okay, so let's leave the premise of that. There are quite a number of things that they are just in the realm of speculations. A lot of things are wrong with our country, Nigeria, and to correct them, one will need to really step on toes. Really step on toes. We are not seeing anything opposition against Tinubu yet. We are not seeing it yet.
Where's life is good though? We'll be lower. What to calm down? Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bishop Mabinjo.
So no, that's
it's done. What is a new law? What is a new law?
Get plenty more time now. Am I down? I want lot. Am I down low?
So basically, Tinubu, but being a very old war horse himself, I'm sure he knows where the land mines are, and he's using, and that's why I have, let's say, before the election, and I remember I said it here sometimes ago to that, I always want to defer, and people always want to defer to Tinubu because most of he doesn't take steps in a hurry, but when he takes a step, it turns out to be master strokes. When he was liaising and meeting some people, I wanted to be taken aback a little bit by him meeting with what's this Delta man, Ibori. But I said, you know what? The man knows what he's going for. If he's a strategist, definitely there is something there. And he's met with quite a number of persons, whether they are governors, former governors, whether they are former legislators, whether they are traditional rulers here and there, but he knows where he is going. One thing that we cannot take away is that the rot in Nigeria, in the governing space in Nigeria, is so deep. In fact, it's so deep that you cannot imagine how bad things are. And if somebody will want to cure that level of madness, that person should be ready to go the whole hog. Of course, there are quite a number of things that are coming out. I just heard now, I saw somebody post something on that I mean, this woman was collecting 500 billion. 500 billion for where? Is it budgeted money? Is it what do you call it? Is it what do you call it? This the one the National Assembly does. What's wrong with? Is it money that National Assembly has actually, maybe that they make provisions for, or they are just extra budgetary planning? If she's collecting 500 billion every month, and maybe let's assume she collected the same thing for 3 years alone.
Bishop, we know that story cannot be true. Where would they be getting 500? How much are they sharing every month, sir? That's supposed to be just no, we should not believe such things.
Wait, listen. How much are they printed? Do you know that they can't account for the money, the cash, Nigerian currency cash in circulation? We see one thing is
so you are not telling us why that they are printing 500 billion every month. Where are they taking the money?
It might not be up to that, but there are evidences already.
No, there are certain things that we should think about and see how possible that kind of things can be.
Wait. The thing is, what I'm emphasizing, I'm not emphasizing on the value. I don't care about the value, but what I'm after is CBN has shown us that it's possible to print money without going through the appropriate approval.
No.
We saw it 2 ways and means, right? Didn't you see
the news
22 trillion in 4 years?
Hold on, the news. You say what?
22 trillion in 4 years. Didn't we see that? 22 trillion in 4 years. Ways and means where they were just printing money, and what they were saying, they were sharing it to anchor borrowers and all these schemes that Buhari said he did for his people. So
it was not in 4 years, but let's leave that. That's not the issue.
22 trillion ways and means. That means
not in 4 years. Not in 4 years. Well, let me just continue what I'm saying. So, somebody said a few days ago that there was 80 trillion naira in this guy's account. He has 80 trillion naira. We just call figures of time.
How much is that in dollars? I don't know.
80 trillion. That should be more than $20 billion, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Only one man.
That's the lie now. That's the lie now. I want to take this issue of 500 billion every month being paid out.
Bishop, can we say that is one of the narratives of the obedience that Tinubu is collecting 50 billion per month
from
in Lagos?
From Lagos State, okay, that's another thing. So I know there's a deep rot. I know things are really bad. If somebody was pushing out 500 billion every month, the amount of our inflation, we are talking of inflation at 20%. Our inflation will be like 200%. Somebody has been doing that for past 4 years or 5 years, or how long to say she's been doing it. But anyhow, so in summary, there are challenges that Tinubu will have to make, and I believe he is capable of making them. And the reason why he's interested in getting some people in certain places is for ease of governance, so that he will be able to do what he promised, what he has plans. Because Tinubu is not just looking for what to do. There is enough on ground. The plate is very full already for things that need attention, that he needs to work on. And I want to believe he started working since the day he comes in. But he's going to take a new dimension after the inauguration of the National Assembly in a few hours. Now, one important thing, like we discussed there a couple of weeks ago, was those decisions, how would they impact? It's not going to be El Dorado. It's not going to be a stroll in the park. They are going to be very, very painful. And some people are going to...
Bishop, there's a question I want to ask you before Babati came in. Yeah. Can we blame the Southeast for their bad mouth for putting Ojikalu under the bus?
No, Ojikalu was not strategic enough. One thing that Southeast has not really shown is political dexterity. Ojikalu knew from the beginning. Look, it was Ojikalu that prompted what's his name? The former Senate President, Ahmed Lawan, that he can do it. He was the one that pushed him. going from one TV station to the other, you know. And I saw some level of envy that, look, we were governors together in 1999 with Asiwaju Tinubu. How come Asiwaju Tinubu?
Why are you so sure that it was him that pushed, that was Oji Kalu that pushed Ahmed Lawal to go?
But he said so. He said so, that he was I listened to 2 of his interviews, and I can search for them and give for you specifically. He said so with his mouth, that he was his roommate in Unimate.
Yes, he said it, but he didn't say he's the one that pushed him. He said he had been friends for a long since
no. He's one of his no. He said he was one of his strong backers, and I was encouraging him. He said he too was good enough for president, but he is encouraging his friend because he knows his capacity. He praised the man, and he was. I mean, if you don't want me to use the words push, maybe I should withdraw push.
Okay, Bishop, if that is true, so why is not crying now?
How can he say he's the one pushing?
He lost on both sides now.
Hold on, everybody. How could he say he's the one pushing him when he himself was in the race? He was in the race too before he dropped out.
Let's stop.
He was
now.
in the race, hoping that was expecting that they
he said he does not have the numbers. He said he does not have the numbers. That's why he cannot go further.
No,
he said
what I'm saying is that he was in the race. It was when
he was not in the race.
No, he was in the race. Now he too indicated his ambition for the position of that president too. He was calling for the southeast. He was calling on the party to zone it to the southeast.
Can I respond?
Let me land now. I'm responding. I'm interjecting you. So
you have already said okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so why he was in the race? How could he be instrumental to Lawan that was also in the race? It was when he got it. He got the message that he doesn't have any headway in the race. That was when he joined his forces with Lawan. So it wasn't instrumental to Lawal. Lawal came out because the presidency or the cabal assured him that he will be backed by the president, and the chairman of the party himself announced that Lawal is the nominee of the president. So it's Roti or Jews or Kalu. Don't let us run campaign against this guy when for the reason that he's not your favorite and we have to run him down all the time. So that's my interjection.
Should I take it that everybody that you speak against, you are running them down too? Does that your assertion is a little bit? I mean, I don't know what to mean by that. Should I say every person that you don't agree with, you are running them down?
But you could say that if you want to, but you are running him down. You are keeping him for what he didn't do.
No. You can't. No. Don't let's go down. Don't let's go down that lane. Ochi Uzo know very well from the very beginning that he stood zero chance in that presidential race. What he was gunning for in his political strategy was to be the Senate president.
He was voting for two things. He had the vice presidency. When Ahmed Lawal did not win, then he was going for the Senate presidency.
He would not be vice presidency. Senate presidency was, but you know
Bishop, he said it. That's why he was supporting Lawan before primaries. When Lawan did not win, he decided to support Tinubu, hoping that.
Do you think
politics?
Do you think Oji Kalu himself, if he thought he could land the presidency, then that means he's not a politician. Everybody that paid, there was discussion around when they paid for that nomination form, they were only buying seats at the table to be close to where everything will be shared. All the almost 23 of them that bought They know that the people that have chance, some people their chance is less than 1%, some of them 10%, some of them 15%, but majority of them know that they had zero chance. Zero. The only thing was that they were paying to get a seat at the table. I mean, what's this guy's name? Minister of State for Education, Nwajuba. Nwajuba think he will win the ticket. I mean, I think he will win the ticket. So, but if you say he does not know, then that means he's politically very naive. And I don't want to believe that Ojikalu is politically as naive as we are thinking he is. Thinking that people will presidency.
Bishop, I still have a question for you about the South. But why are you guys doing this to the Southeast? Number one is gone. Let me land so you know where I'm going. You Nigerians together, including you, because you are a Nigerian, including me. Number one post is gone. Second is gone. With all indication now, the third post is gone. The fourth gun is not going to the Southeast. So what do you Bishop, what do you have on table for the Southeast?
You see, nobody has anything for anybody. As there's the saying, I don't know how better to put it. As you lay your bed, the Southeast. I can send to you some things I wrote about this about over a year ago. The presidency on Nigeria, or if you want to really be relevant, is a negotiation that takes. It's not a negotiation of we will now wait until election is a few months. I will not begin to say it's our turn. No, that's not how it works. And I can, with evidence, what I'm talking about is what I posted over 4 years ago. You don't wait until that time. You begin by building alliances, and that's exactly what what's his name, Soludo said. Begin by building alliances. In the first instance, Southeast made a terrible mistake by putting all their eggs in PDP's basket over the years. And when it is time to take decision, they will just toss them here and they will just toss them there. They will just toss them here, they will just toss them there. And they were comfortable with it. And they will wait until a few months to election, and some people will just begin to say, it is our turn, it is our turn. That's one. Number two, Southeast has never come out with one voice to say, okay, this is our own. We are supporting it in a major political party. That this is our own. At every election, from the primary until they lose out, all of them eventually are defeated. You will discover that you will have a minimum of 4 or 5 Southeasterners that will want to be president. So this attitude of Akpabio Gajugolo, if you can do it, I can do it. If you can, instead of all of us coming out to support, bring out the best among us and support, everybody wants to go it all alone. And that's why you will go to a PDP convention and you have 4 Igbo sons vying for the ticket. That's why you will come to APC. You have 4 of them, because in APC there are about 5 Southeasterners. If all of them, so that means they are going to share all the what do you call it? So if you cannot even bring the delegates, you cannot bring yourself together in your zone, how do you now go and begin to negotiate with other people in their zones and say, okay, this is what we want? Because it's about negotiation and lobbying. There were 5 of them.
Bishop, please, 1 minute, please, 1 minute. To answer question, Thomas' question specifically, they have been zoned. They have zoned the position of deputy speaker to them.
That is not enough. That is number what? Number 7 or number 6?
That's enough.
Well, 127,000 votes. 127,000 votes.
They
give it's not enough to 200,000 votes. Total Southeast, please. It's enough.
So when they cannot have Senate, so they have deputy speaker. So
that is not fair.
Can I address please? Can I address Bishop? So you see, sometimes we come here, we want to spin some narrative about Igbos. In the last election, the last time I checked, I counted almost like 6 Yorubas people that bought that ticket. 1 was a major candidate, and 2 were major candidates, and they slugged it out. And you people never said Southwest never came in with one voice. I don't know how you people sometimes. Some people will just come here.
is derogatory.
Hold on. Let me counter you, please. You've been talking of you said what?
Don't be using this like I don't know how you people. What's that supposed to mean? Share your views and let's move on.
Allow me speak, please. You won't tell me.
A rational mind. We are unified now.
I won't let you. Listen.
No. Rational mind. Your tonation is not that good now.
I did not insult anybody. I said you people come here and say this.
It is insultive. That word, you people,
is insultive now.
Let me continue, please. Let me continue, please. So the point I'm trying to make here is that if we come here and we say this ethnic group, we always wanted to bash them, or because of the way they play their politics. Tinubu, for me, it makes no difference. Tinubu is the one contesting. It makes no difference if it's Oshibajo contesting, if it's this Ekiti guy contesting, other people that bought.
Can we not talk about ethnic group tonight, please? That's what we did yesterday.
Let's move on.
Let's move on, please.
Move on. We don't want to talk about ethnic group, please.
Yeah, let's move on. As Colata said, let's back to Bishop. Yeah, Bishop.
So basically, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, the issue, we have gone past the issue of who is going to be the Senate president. As far as I am concerned, people are entitled to their opinion. By this time tomorrow, we should be talking of what is the trajectory that this government is going to take. What are the things that it needs to tackle? What are the low-hanging fruits? How is it going to set up a government? And there is this. I hope is able to break away. You see, we allowed a narrative to fester that this idea of Fulanization of the government. There was a time they released all the appointees of the federal government, and the South has an edge over the North. All the appointees of Buhari, all of them. Now, maybe in security areas, because of the challenges that they were facing that time, a particular challenge that was restricted to the North, because it was the North that had the worst insecurity problems. But when people say that out of 18, only 2, it's not correct. It's absolutely not correct. But that's by the way. If we can do away with this, these things that whether we know or unknowingly slows down the speed of governance and concentrate on what are the things that are achievable. What can we achieve? And we move in that direction. Honestly speaking, like we were having a discussion last week about the fuel subsidy removal, and I remember about 2 weeks ago, Ajaleko and Wama were very vehement about that. I said, look, the right time and the best time to do it is when he has done it. Let's do it, deal with it. If there are any fallout, deal with it and move forward. As far as I'm concerned now, everybody is moved forward from that fuel subsidy issue. People are beginning to adjust to it. We are facing the reality. And I still begin to, every day I try to find out what is our consumption. Our consumption has dropped drastically. So the question we should be asking is, what was happening? Yeah, between 20, since that day. So what was happening to almost 70 million liters, 60 million liters before? What was happening? So these are questions that should be asked. And I want to believe that we will have an opportunity that heads will roll, because ordinarily heads should roll. When you make example of some, other people will sit up. If some people have been able to fleece the nation to that extent for that long, then we can just move on and say, okay, let's sweep it under the carpet. But I am very hopeful that the future is bright. Tinubu will make mistakes. Let's hope that the mistakes will not be as damning, as destructive as the mistakes of the past. I hope he's able to put up a team, with minimal influence or consideration to where who is coming from.
But good supervision, isn't it?
Well, yeah, of course. You see, the difference between Tinubu and Buhari is that, like Fashola said, Buhari is what's the name of this coach? And Tinubu is a Mourinho. Buhari delegates and allow you, say, okay, he has given you the best, go and do it. But Tinubu micromanages. In some instances, micromanaging itself is not good. But in the case of Nigeria, you need to be able to get the results, what you are doing. And the work rate of Tinubu now, I hope is able to keep up this work rate for the next 4 years. If he's able to keep up this work rate and this open door policy and this communication, that we are getting every night, what is happening in Asuro. So nobody is second guessing the commander in chief. Nobody is what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. And if things happen, there is immediate response to it. We don't wait and wait. Okay, maybe
Bishop, will you suggest if you don't perform, hire and fire immediately? Hire and fire.
Exactly. That's what's going to happen. If you don't do it the way you want,
that's why it failed, hopefully. That's one of the areas it failed, hopefully. Not even if you don't perform. If one big misstep that cost the state or the country embarrassment, or fire immediately to serve, not because you hate that individual, but because you need to send strong messages. But because I know, because really in Lagos, Tinubu did not really fire a lot of people, but because I think his selection process is more vigorous. I think because before
the deputy governors, he fired them now.
No, they fell out now. That you can. I mean, his deputy governor is not at his beck and call now. He's not. His deputy governor is not. How do I want to say this? I mean, they fell out. Both Femi Pedro. Is it Femi? Yeah, it's Femi Pedro and Kofora Bokno. Though they fell out, but at least he fell out with a few persons too. But in terms of performance on the job, I mean, he mainly retained a lot of people that he worked with. And to his credit, more than 60 or 70% of the people that work with him are still with him till today. Even some of them went away and still came back. But more than 60 or 70% of them are still with him in one way or the other.
Some of them betrayed him.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you call betrayal.
Yeah, no, you know where, Bishop, you should know where I'm going now. Anytime I talk about betrayal.
So on that space,
that's Baba Kukuru, Baba Kekere, Baba Kene.
On that space, I don't want to go there. On that space, I believe that tomorrow is loaded. Akpabio will carry the day. Akpabio will do a good job. I saw a few. I mean, I know some few because I frequent Akwa Ibom. I had a project in Calabar. So I used to go through Akwa Ibom. I know quite a number of places. Quality of job that Akpabio built in Akwa Ibom. Ask any Akwa Ibom indigene. Is it fly?
He's a corrupt man now. Bishop, come on now.
He was the best among the set, though. He was one of the best among the sets. Then
Akpabio that could not win the senatorial that he has to rig in 2015. That was the one that everybody in Akwa Ibom we are supporting. What is Bishop saying? We didn't know what happened. His people doesn't like him.
Adanle Koko, don't say his people doesn't like him. That's not correct. But let me answer you.
He couldn't win election in 2015. He had to pick 2019 rather. He had to everything openly now.
Answer you now. Let me answer you.
If the people like him, he wouldn't.
Let me answer you what happened. Let me answer you what happened. I don't like Akpabio personally. Me, but I'm trying to be as objective as I can be. You see, that time he left PDP to APC. PDP had been in the South had been in the grip of PDP for years, since the beginning of this our new democratic dispensation.
And if he's so strong as you are painting him politically in that state, that wouldn't have mattered. He would have won the election overwhelmingly.
In Cross River State today, they held an election. The governor that brought the state from PDP and went to the state to APC, and he campaigned and he did everything. He won his state legislature. He won his state governorship election. He won all the House of Rep. He won 2 of the Senate. His own Senate seat, his own was the only one that lost. He lost. Are you saying that what's his name now? The governor of Cross River State, the Oloyibo man, Blush and Blush. What's his name again? Ayade. Are you saying Ayade is not popular in Cross Rivers? Are you saying Ayade is not popular in Cross Rivers? Despite the fact that even all the former governors, both Lea Imoke and Donald Duke, it was because of fallout that Donald Duke now fell out from with PDP because of Atiku saying he wanted to run. But the other man, the other governor before Donald Duke, Lea Imoke, still remained with PDP. It was after Donald Duke was first, then Lea Imoke, then Ayade. And he was able to clear everywhere, but he lost his own seat due to certain conspiracy. That same conspiracy was because I cannot remember all those local government now. That conspiracy against Akpabio when he took Akwa State out, and they funded it. This same Wike was among the people that funded Akwa Ibom against that election in Akwa Ibom against Akpabio. So if you say Akpabio is not popular, I don't think you are very correct. I don't think so. And I'm saying this from the position because I frequent there a lot. Because I had a project and I figured that I have people from there that were actually working with the governor. So, but in terms of project, honestly speaking, no governor performed better than Akpabio in Akwa Ibom.
Yeah, beautiful. Bishop, can you give us short comments on the bill, the student loan bills we just signed, so we can move to other portions?
Unfortunately, the one I read before, I read a version before. They said they changed that one. That was not the one that was signed. I know that the student loan bill is going to lead to one thing, which I really like: the autonomy of the university, and the federal government will be able to withdraw the funds from the university. What we have in the university as infrastructure is enough investment.
Now, they don't want again now. They don't
want but what is ASU? ASU, they are employees. It is the university does not belong to the ASU. They are going to bring a law that will clear it now, that will clearly define their roles and their position. The universities in Nigeria does not belong to ASU. It belongs to the federal government. If they want to be owners, they should apply. Let federal government hand over the universities to them. So that's what I'm expecting them to do. With appropriate funding now, let federal government hand over the university to ASU. Generate your own funding with supervision from a certain ministry and be accountable.
Bishop, they can't handle it to ASU. ASU is just a labor union now. They're just a union. They can't handle their employees.
No.
To be a governing council, they will have a governing council. So they can handle.
Let them hand over. If you want to hand over university autonomy to university, who do you hand it over to? Is it not the administrators and the teachers?
Set up a governing council. You won't hand it over to ASU. ASU is just a set of employees
in university. Okay, maybe not to ASU as a union, to the university, because every university have a senate, the senate council, and the senate council head of. There are still teachers, there are still lecturers there. So hand it over to them, give them a kickoff fund, give them their whatever. Let there be a regulatory body. Let them compete with other universities in the world. Let them market their research. Let them market their research, research results and development. Let them get fund and let them keep going. In as much as students are going to be charged moderately, and there will be a student loan bank that will fund the loan for them. Period.
But Bishop, I want to ask you, if the memories serve me right,
yes,
the student will be given loan. So when you start working, then you'll be paying back, isn't it?
Yes. When you have
but you can't trust Nigeria, can you?
That's why before you get the loan, there are apart from your own personal details, you need a lawyer that will sign an indemnity form for you. A lawyer that is registered, that is practicing in Nigeria. You need 2 civil servants that rank above level 12 with
level 12 and
above. So it's just, I would say we are not looking to get 100%. Then one thing I want the government to do is to not provide like scholarship. Like say, okay, 10% of students will be on scholarship. You people should struggle to enter that bracket. So if in year one you are able to get 3.5, I mean 4.5, and you can
Good, yeah, good,
No,
good
it will be
grade.
the
Yeah, good
Bishop,
grade.
it will
Yeah.
be the incentive of the university based on your performance and your score. So it will
yes.
be one of the attractive,
Bishop,
each
do
university
you know
will be coming with
do you know what
initiatives
happened here?
to
The
compete.
government will give you that student loan here. Then when you start working, they start removing it from your salary. Then when you saw that you are very consistent for a couple of years, and they will overlook the rest.
The
So
difference between
that's what they are doing here.
the difference between Nigerian student loan and the one that operates in America is this. I have a colleague that is 62 years old in America. He finished his university almost 30 years ago. If he tells you how much he has paid, and he's still owing more than the original amount he borrowed. Why? Because the interest is crazy.
The interest, yeah. But Bishop, that is crazy. Do they supposed to be getting interest again?
It's investment, but that's different with Nigeria. Nigeria student loan is not interest free.
Interest free. It is interest free. It is interest free. No interest.
Yeah. So that's one difference, and that is massive.
Are you praising your Nigerian student loan that is yet to start at all against
No, so
we don't know the methodology, we don't know the form is
as subsidy started or your
to that with America law.
It's not how somebody came in and telling us that Tinubu will bring American style of governance.
You are entitled to have your pessimism, to be pessimistic. If somebody has been looking for pregnancy for 24 years,
my brother.
If somebody he's been married for 24 or 25 years and is looking for pregnancy, all of a sudden God answered the person, and you are telling that person that she should not celebrate after all. Don't let me.
What are you talking about? Well, how does this
pregnancy will scan
Bishop, I like that analogy. Believe me.
Government style of Tinubu is like America. Can you see the way he signed the bill? It just
Baba, sorry, I have this question, please. Can you allow me?
Yes.
Yeah, go on, Simba.
Okay, because what I'm just looking at, if they even start this thing at all, how would they get the money? Let's say, because in America, let's say in Nigeria, in America, get a student loan in America, and then after finishing school, decide to come and work in Nigeria. How would they monitor this? How would they retrieve the money? I'm just asking you, is it possible for somebody to relocate to another country and escape?
This is how it works. Let me tell you how it works. Can I answer that question to you?
Yes. Okay.
The point is this: that if you, depending on how you're working, if you're working for a U.S. company and you have to pay taxes, say you are working for a U.S. For example, U.S. embassy, U.S. foreign mission abroad, automatically you'll be deducting it from your account. But if you just went off into the thin air like that, they could not trace you. They could not know where you are. Maybe you're in a foreign land working, and then they cannot trace anything because it's through your tax return. They can deduce that from what you're making and how much you could take it from your you're employed. But if you're in a foreign country and they have no data as to where your student loan will be piling up, the interest and whatever you've not paid will be piling up. Any day you come back to the United States and you have to work, and it's saying that you are working, you start paying like that. Your friend you talked about that was 16.
Rational man, and I will not come back.
Well, if you don't come back, that's up to you. But then you know what you're losing, because anytime, they won't start pursuing that around. But the thing is, your load will be piling up for that person. That's how it works. If you don't pay,
so it's possible. Rational man is possible for somebody to escape for life.
Well, I would say there's some people who are
do they insure rational mind? I want to ask, do they insure debt? And is there something like guarantor, having a guarantor in the US system?
Well, that's what I'm
Possibly
saying.
like
When people are talking about Tinubu's student loan that they will ask, I don't know how it is. I mean, they
no,
do ask guarantor,
Tinubu's system is you have a guarantor. You have whether your parents or somebody, you have guarantor, at least 2 guarantors that will guarantee that they will pay. If in case of default, they will be the one to pay on your behalf. So it's in the act.
The tracking system in the US is better than ours. The number one thing everybody does in the US is your, what do you call this, your number? Social security.
Social security number. Yeah.
Social security number. It will fix you out in anything that you do. They link your loan. They know your credit rating. Immediately you begin to work, you open an account, it's linked with your social security. Your driver's license is linked with your social security. You rent house.
That is if you are in US now. What of if you relocated to another country and never come back to US?
Hold on, I'm coming. I'm going there. I'm going there. The little I know, I don't know much, but the little I know, I'm going there. Because if you leave America anywhere, 90% of the places you go to, the US what do you call the consulate and the rest know where you are linked there. If you are working, I don't know if you can leave if you are still owing and you are going to work for an outside company that is not that they recruit you from the US, that you can go away. I don't know whether they hold something, they have something they hold against you.
Okay, in the
sorry.
Russian system, in the Russian system, I know. So if you are owing at all in the country, you are not permitted to leave the country. They won't even be able to leave the country.
That's another
debt. Yeah,
you are right. Here, there are some there are some debts you incur here. They will not let you leave the country from the airport.
The area I go. So if they blacklist you, because in the US, if you rent a house in Florida or California or name it, and they throw you out of the house because you default, they call it eviction, and you are evicted, and your credit score is damaged because of that. If you go to New York, at the click of a button, and you want to rent a house, they won't give you a house.
You can't rent house there. Never. They will know that you are a debtor.
If you have defaulted in your credit card and you want to collect credit card from another person, you want to even take just ordinary phone. You want to go and buy phone, this not cash phone, this one that you take phone and they just click it and they see that your credit is damaged. That is it. They'll check your record. So that's one. They have something to track everybody. Maybe their failure default rate might not be more than maybe 10-15% for everybody that owes. So, but we are not there yet in Nigeria. We can start by everybody that wants to do. We are getting a database. Our database, I think, crossed almost about 95 million a few months ago with NIN. So if you want to get a loan, one of the prerequisites is you must have an NIN that can be traced. So then they say you must bring three guarantors. That is one, a lawyer that will sign an indemnity for you.
But Bishop, that is very good. People that will collect that loan will be people that is serious to really study and pay back the money.
Then your performance is also performed. They monitor your performance to know when you graduate. They will monitor your performance when you go NYSC 12 years after your NYSC.
You should be able to give scholarship to minimum of 10% of the students in our schools, whether it is private, whether it is public. No, not public. I mean, not private, public.
No, not private though. It's only government, federal government schools and state government schools.
No scholarship. I think they should just restrict it so that everybody there will be competition.
Bishop, are they going to give them like a pocket money, or is just only the tuition fee?
No, it's only the tuition fee. It doesn't take care of other fees.
Straight. The bank is paying to your university straight, so that there will be money for the university to run their business. It will be difficult in the initial stage, but by the time we complete one full cycle, like we can run it for 4 or 5 years, that the first set of people that enter are graduating. Honestly speaking, you will see how seamless and how improved our educational system will be, so that we can concentrate on the primary education, because our primary and secondary education is really faltering. It's falling down. It's falling back, rather. It's really falling. So if you can concentrate on it, fund it very well.
Bishop, hold on. Do we have rational mind?
I'm still here.
Rational mind. Please, yes. Can you please coordinate this session, please? I'll be back in 30 minutes, please. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, go
So,
on.
as I was saying, it's a good step in the right direction. We will face challenges, definitely. I'm already envisaging the kind of challenges we will face, but you will not.
Bishop,
Where are they going to get
Yes.
the money from? Where are they going to get the money from?
The money?
Yeah, where are they going to
Yes,
get
the money is coming from 1% of. Let me tell you, the one from the revenue from.
Have you seen it? Where have you seen it? I mean, come.
I've seen the act. I've read it. I've read the act.
Okay, go on, please.
Yes.
Go on.
So the money is coming from 1% of the taxes from FIRS that comes to the government, 1% of the resources or from profits from the resources, sale of resources of our oil resources is coming from that. It's also coming from, there is also a fund, endowment fund, where probably all these CSR, where they, just as a form of CSR, they put money into the fund, endowment fund. It's also coming from things like cash grants from private sectors that feel they want to help the educational sector.
Even AY, let me tell you, they have enough fund stashed in that ETF fund that they are just wasting now and just
No,
looting.
they are still coming back to that. You've not even touched that already, so they are still coming back to that.
Because I know some people are getting millions. I have a friend that gets 60. Let me tell you, she got 60 million to go and do PhD. 60 million naira as at 2018 to go and do a PhD in UK. 60 million naira. Imagine that, and it's free. Is that one? Is not even. It just they just give back free. It's not as if it's a loan.
No, they sign a bond. Once you go, you come back. Then after you come back, you work.
She did not come back. That is what I'm saying. What we should focus on now is not even giving out the money. How did they get back that money? To me, it will be just AY. Just wait. This one that we are talking about, I hope it will not be like another subsidy that will just be wasting our money on.
Simba.
No. Simba, the truth is subsidy, but it depends on how you look at it. You understand? Why did I call it subsidy these days? It runs. Some people will abuse it. Let me tell you, when you provide fund like this.
Ola, before you go on, I know a lot of people in this ETF fund that we are talking about. They get the money and they still remain in Nigeria. They did not even do anything. Even the degree or whatever, or the education they want to go and pursue, they did not pursue it. And they got the money and stay in the country and laugh at the money.
No, Simba. They do that one fraudulently. Forget Tinubu that you and I know. I know that it's not going to be stupid, and the next thing is going to be okay. Go to one street in Oshodi and say, okay, come and take a school grant. See, this time around, I want to believe, just because of the capacity of this guy, that he's going to work with the schools, because you can start focusing on student loan for those people that will school in Nigeria first of all. Then when you work with them, you know how student loan runs. You don't give to students.
Tinubu that I know, the schools will be paying their salaries by themselves once they become autonomous.
No, it's even too early. Like, let's even still talk of this loan. The thing is this: you will pay the tuition fee to the school directly. Even here, even in the Western country here, except you are going to school outside the country, when the school will request that the money should be paid directly to the school, your tuition, the one for upkeep will be given to you. Then they will be reporting if you do not attend school, do the maximum load or the minimum load required. They will report directly to the to National Student Loan or to the student aid of the region you belong. So those ones that we are talking about, that's the way they administer that one. They administer those one fraudulently. But this time around, you are engaging banks. Then you don't do such kind of program without insurance. Now, for insurance to even take off that kind of such liability, they will do their due diligence, because they are not that stupid just to take such unnecessary liability.
Do you know that if your parents fail in the act, if your parent has failed in a loan obligation before, you may not be eligible.
Even if they write off your debt here, for example, maybe you get student loan and you not pay back. Because what happens is this: they give you grace period. If within that grace period you cannot pay,
I'm talking about even before you accessing the loan. If you had a loan obligation in the past and you fail to meet up the commitment, it's an indictment on you. You may not qualify.
Of course, yes, but it will depend on such kind of. So the thing is this: don't let us just raise unnecessary fear about this. We just have to start from somewhere. But that people will abuse it. Of course, that people.
No, there are people that will abuse it, but the truth is there are people that also need it. Let's be honest
Yes,
with ourselves.
they
There are people that,
abuse student loan
and then
thing.
it will reduce. And one thing I think is also start reducing is one thing we don't know the effect of this student loan is. Do you know that a lot of, for instance, so I'm sorry to dive into it, a lot of activities that are siphoning that people are doing in the name of charity, you understand, to be able to have power over people is going to reduce. For instance, I sincerely appreciate religious bodies, all these aunties, churches, having to go and beg them when, let's say, children lose their parents at a young age. They find it very difficult to go through school. They have to go and be begging aunties. Some of them use them as domestic staff while they are also going to school. You understand all those situations, petty situations that happen in the country, or come and stay with this auntie and all of that. I think it will curtail all those things just in a bid for them to go through school and all of that. It will curtail a lot of all those
That's
nonsense.
the type of level I'm expecting Nigeria to get to. When you look at opportunity that we are not investing, that we are not enhancing in Nigeria, is huge. Like the one you just mentioned now, we need to get to the level of social service that someone that lost his parent or a parent should be able to get foster parents that government will be paying to take care of them. So I believe Nigeria will get there one day. You understand? Because those things, when you look at those things, they are just opportunity to create job for people, but that we are not looking
Yeah,
at. Look
people
at
will
our
catch up
look
foster
at our
care,
federal
all
road
of that.
safety, for example. Our federal road safety, are people, those people, they are sitting down on probably an industry that can generate like up to 500,000 jobs. When you look at our population, why should people just be going to licensing office to just collect driver license? No training school, no road test, all those stuff. At the state, or maybe the state should be doing their licensing. Those little things, they just like kind of revenue generation that people are sitting upon. So that's why that I don't want to believe that the like of Tinubu, I don't want to believe their ignorance of that situation. But on this school thing that people are saying, oh, they were abused. Honestly, I think it's just unnecessary alarm. It's unnecessary alarm because
But the thing is, another thing where people were saying some things, this guy is just starting. The guy said, this thing is for tuition fee alone. It's not include your basic daily needs. Now, when there's a credit system, everybody has access to credit system that can fit your daily needs. I think once they integrate all the database, all these challenges we think there will be challenges. They will start solving them one after the other. One after the other.
my brother, there's enough database to run student loan. Because this
No,
is what we are
I'm
saying.
not saying there's no database. They just need to integrate all of them. I don't like the
No,
fact that people
no.
can change name.
Even if you still want to, every happy that we have BVN, right? That we have a national, this a national identity card, whatever. We have all those stuff. Then you have telephone number. You understand? All those things, they are sufficient enough to.
Ola, don't you think this one has not started, but if we start implementing that, don't you think is rolling out too many things at the same time that can be
I
competing
don't
against
think so. I
themselves?
think we are far behind.
Because let me no wait. You know the unemployment rate in Nigeria. How many of our graduates get employment after they leave school?
It's not correct.
Probably majority. Just wait. Wait. What I'm saying is that how would you how will, because majority will still get their way out of that country, probably relocating to another, maybe Western, anywhere in the world. So how will you treat such people? Will you now be imprisoning their parents or what? Because I know Nigerians. We always look for opportunity of sabotaging.
Simba, like I told you, when you are doing such kind of student loan, you expect it's a very high risk investment. You understand? I told you it's a form of subsidy, but it's a form of subsidy that they want you to be responsible. Why did I call it subsidy in the first place? When you look at Canada, in the long run, by the time you are going to finish paying your debt, it's net zero because the interest you are going to net it off your tax. Then the amount you pay, sometimes the amount you pay, you are going to net it off your total tax obligation at the end of the year. So if you do that for like 10, 15, 20 years, at the end of the day, it's net zero. So when you look at it in the long run, it's even better than the one that your parent is doing everything to pay for now, because your parent is still paying now, but that one will be like almost zero. So, when we argued the other time that education is subsidized in Nigeria, that I argued that no, it's not subsidized. We are just lying to ourselves. If we say education is subsidized in Nigeria, it's not subsidized at all. It's just the capacity of our economy and what we can afford. We should not mistaking teacher, lecturer payment for subsidy. No, it's not like that. So the thing is this: even I have student loan as I speak to you. If I decide now to leave Canada today and stay in Nigeria tomorrow not to pay my debt, it's on me. I have bad credit. The only thing is that if I want to do anything tomorrow, it's going to backfire against me. They won't say I should not go.
And that is if you go back to Canada. If you stay in Nigeria and die in Nigeria, then that student will die with you.
Even if I come to Canada, they will not put me in jail because of student loan.
Can I say something? I think we have we have a misplaced priority here in that country. What Tinubu is trying to do for me, it doesn't solve anything.
It's not misplaced priority.
Hold on. It's a misplaced priority. I'll give you a reason why. Now, the people that we are copying this student loan from, let me give you an example. From what I'm seeing here, the United States started their student loan program in 1965. And according to the information I have here in front of me here, it says that it was a partnership between banks and non-profit lenders that brought about this student loan that the U.S. government brought through an act. Now, the point I'm trying to say is this, that where was U.S. before 1965? U.S. was one of the most industrialized country. They have skilled workers. In fact, after the war, Second World War, the United States was, even before the Second World War, the United States was one of the an economic power. They were booming. And so even after the First World War, we saw a lot of people moving to the United States from Europe, coming here because of the skilled labor work that they could get here. Europeans brought their skill into the United States. They contributed to the skill that were already here. And that was why the US could build an economy that make them to be able to prosecute that 1939 war, Second World War. Now let's put that on one side. Now, even when there was a recession, the Great Depression, US was able to weather it out because we know how it all plays out. Some of us who knows these stories. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. These countries were already having skilled workers. US was very industrialized. They have machineries, they have machinists, they have people that can build all kinds of construction. They have people in all kinds of tech by that time. Now, you are trying to build a country where more than half of your population, if not even more than 1/4 of your population, are not even skilled in any way. And now you want to build an economy. Now, the United States started this student loan because they felt that they had enough skilled laborers. Now let us push our laborers to more of people that could be well educated into more skilled, higher labor. Okay, how do we get this? Now, mind you, they have a program whereby United States here, whereby after your high school, which is our own secondary school in Nigeria, you have the option of doing an apprenticeship program. Apprenticeship program, depending on states and depending on what you are doing in the apprenticeship program, some can take you like 2 years, some 3 years, some 4 years. Even while you are going through that apprenticeship program, you'll be getting paid. You are learning, you'll be going to some trade school here. And they have what they call community college. Community college, you can also train skilled laborers. Now, and all these people I'm telling you about, the trade school here is an equivalent of our technical school in Nigeria, whereby you go to school. While you are in school, you don't feel like you're just wasting your time. You're getting paid as an apprentice. You'll be shadowing people, they'll be telling you what to do, you'll be doing that, and you'll be learning as other people are doing it. And then you'll be going to school after work, and then you still get paid for all of that. Now, can we do that? What Nigeria needs right now is we need skilled laborers. There's a lot of skills that we can dabble into. Construction is one of them. We need machinists. We need electricians. We need people that can operate tractors, that can repair tractors, that could clean barrels of gun, like Tinubu once said, that can cock guns. We need all those kind of people. We need people that could, in the steel industry, people that could operate machines. These are the kind of people that we need to train first.
Rational
mind,
please. Rational mind. Let me support you with that. Let me tell you. No, let me give you an I just want to give a credence to what you are saying. You know, in most of our hospitals in Nigeria, let me tell you this. Most of the equipment that we are using, we don't even have biomedical engineers that can repair most of our equipment.
Yeah, there's a even there's a program. Hold on. There's a program here. There's a program where you can even clean medical.
Before you go further, I want to.
There's a program for that here. You'll be cleaning medical equipment, like when they do surgery. Some of the equipment.
No, rational mind. You've said all these things now. That's why I wanted to respond to you.
Rational mind. I want to ask you a question.
You are just expanding it. You said it.
You expand, but let me land first. AY, please, John. So I can land. My point is this. I'll wrap up now. My point is this. These are what we need. We need these are the immediate things to spur that economy, to kickstart that economy. Not for you to be jumping to one. I mean, you're giving people labor. You're giving people loan to go and read history, to go and read mechanical engineering, to go and read some of those things that I cannot really.
Rational mind. Let me ask you a question.
We need it.
Let me ask you a question based on you. If you were the president, let me ask you.
What I said. Go on.
Let me ask you the question that I want to ask you. Let me ask you so that you answer. Now, looking at Tinubu's situation, a bill was passed and is on the table. And the 9th Assembly is an opportunity for him to sign it and go over it rather than restarting the bill in the next assembly, which is, we understand that this, what you are saying is needed.
No.
Must he sign it? Must he sign it? Is it the first time that I said it's not a must that he must sign it?
If he does not sign it,
that's not an excuse.
They're going to start again.
Tinubu is aware of that bill. Don't pretend as if Tinubu is not aware, because it's boy.
I know he's aware of
the Speaker of the House sponsor it. See, let me counter what Rational Mind just said.
You are not allowing to land now.
No.
Let him land. Hold on, let him land.
No, wait, Rational Mind. Rational Mind.
Let him land. Please, I beg you, let him land. Oh,
so what I'm saying is, Rational Mind, what I'm saying is, in as much as I acknowledge what you've said, that we need that. But there's an opportunity, a window opportunity for him to sign something like that, which can fast track the development of the economy and education and skilled people. Don't you think it's something that he should have taken advantage the way he has done now to sign it? And we'll move on from there.
See,
okay. AY. All right. Olashe, you want to say something real quick before
Yes, I want to say something.
Okay, go on, please.
You see, one thing is this: the way you are talking about this thing, Rational Mind, you are saying it as if this thing have to be one thing at a time, that we cannot do so many things simultaneously. The world we have today, we are moving in a serious super simultaneous. You know, we call it multi-threading in computer science. You multi-thread, you do things concurrently. Now, this thing you are talking about, we have different agencies that take care of different sections of the education. We have NAPTED for Technica. We have NUC for the university. So we have different agencies, so we don't need to complicate things. This is just a national policy taking care of student loan at a particular segment of that education. We've talked it here before that we can always revive our technical school. You see that technical school as part of the secondary school education, because technical school were supposed to run parallel with SSC system 6334. So you can work on that. Why you still work without?
I don't believe we can work on that. Hold on. We cannot work on that. Going by the position that the country is right now, the country is cash strapped. And we need, like I said, that was why I began this thing. I said we have misplaced priorities.
What do you mean by the company?
You spend like 7 minutes to wait now. You spend like 7 minutes to launch, and I spoke for
What 7 minutes? I've not spoken for 3 minutes.
75 minutes.
Don't tell me that.
75 seconds.
I've only spoken for 3
No,
minutes.
now, okay. Should I put time there? Because I'm saying that the premise.
I've had you now. What are you talking about?
I will be your timekeeper.
Yes.
I will be your timekeeper.
Can I
of course.
You throw the position to me, right?
Simba, start the time. No, Simba, let's see. Start the time. Continue, rational.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Rational mind.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Yeah, so my point is this.
You explain something I want to counter.
Go ahead, let's go. We are playing now. Just go.
There's only going too long. Let's not write long essays here. I don't want to write longer. You don't want to write it. So let's just go. My point is this.
Rational mind, you have the floor. Continue.
It is a misplaced priority, like I said from the beginning. Our priorities should be, first of all, I'm not saying student loan cannot come, but first of all, let us devolve education to local government. I tell you, I've tried that stupid NDA you're talking about, Nigerian Directorate of
Defense Academy.
No, ND, ND, not NDA. ND, Nigerian Directorate of I can't even talk. Nigerian Directorate of Employment.
National Directorate of Employment. National Directorate of Employment.
Yeah. I went there back in the 80s. I went there to, if you're going to Unilag, there's one there they have. They're close to that barracks there. I went there. They said they're going to train me. You know what they told me? They gave me one that should go and meet one welder to go and be training me for wedding. I look at it and say,
"It's not a job. It's not a job."
My borrow, is it not a job? Is that I mean, is that how you
There are no Nigerians that move abroad to do all that things, silly things. Let's be honest with ourselves.
You see,
No, AY, you cannot be going that way now.
Let's be honest.
No. It cannot be. They cannot ask him to go to a roadside welder to go and be learning welding now. How do you document that?
Listen to me. David Umai said, Senator, he said, most of our people living in Nigeria abroad, the jobs they cannot do in Nigeria, when they get abroad, those are the jobs they are offered. And for them to start their lives, those are the jobs they start doing. Listen.
Hold on. I'm not going to listen because you're saying things you don't know.
Wait, let me finish. Rational mind.
You won't finish.
I'm not saying things I don't know.
You're saying things you don't know. You live
I'm not saying things I don't know.
Who is regulating? Who is moderating?
I'm the one moderating here, but then let me. I'm having a conversation.
Right. Rational, let me just land. Let me just.
Do you live abroad? Do you live abroad?
Let me just land. Do
you live abroad?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live in?
Currently, I'm in Russia. See, I'm in Russia.
Russia.
So, listen. Let me land. Please, let me land.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is the difference between a welder or somebody involved in welding abroad and involved in welding in Nigeria is the conditions of work and the tools of work and the conditions of pay. So it's not that you saying they say if you go to national direct for those kind of agencies and say you should go and learn. The reason why people are pissed off is because of the environment of work, the return on investment of work. If you invest in a lot of time in learning the job. So what I'm saying is, if we remove those conditions or we make them better, and somebody else walks into that environment and there is better pay, and they tell the person go and learn. Okay, for instance, if you are in it, let's say now you walk into there and they tell you to go and learn something like blockchain. It looks interesting to you. It will look like the offer is okay. If I invest my time in this, people are learning coding in Nigeria. So if I invest my time in this, of course I will get higher return. So the problem why you downgraded this job is because of the return on investment. So, and if you are saying they should devolve some of those things to local government, this Senate National Assembly cannot do that. It's the next National Assembly that will inaugurate tomorrow that will do that. So talk to us in things within the current situation that I should have done between yesterday and today on this. Because if you are saying, if you want to give an advice on something you could have done within the space of time that he had been in office, not based on the projection. Like you are saying, it's a misplaced priority. You say it's a misplaced priority because of you looking at the entirety. Look at the space of how long he has been in office. 2 weeks. What should he have focused on within those 2 weeks?
That's what I would like
you
to
not
hear from
talking?
you.
Are you not talking now?
Good evening, everyone. Rashidamai, good evening.
Okay,
Can I
all right.
please? Good evening, Rashidamai. Good evening, everybody.
Play some out.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, play some out. You want to come
rational
in?
mind
Please
will
come
allow
in.
me. So rational mind, this is what I'm saying. For those of us that we have background in engineering, we know, I know exactly where you are going to. Now you say this thing is a misplaced priority. Sorry, it's not a misplaced priority. The problem we have, the real problem we have in Nigeria is just because some people that have no business in university that are there. Whereas those people that really have business there, they don't have resources to go to that place. What I will expect along this policy is that I expect some kind of national policy, because you have to start from the kind of how you demoralize people. For example, you start telling people that are carrying HND that, oh, because you have BSc, they are superior to you. Find a way.
You are going too far, Ola. Let's just talk. So let's just not go through these long stories. The point is, we're talking about what can kickstart our economy. Here we have.
Shebi, you will let me land it now. You are just saying
you're going a long story.
I'm not rational mind. I'm not going a long way. Let me land my own point. This is what I'm saying. I've not even started talking. You are saying I'm going on a wrong route.
No, I'm not saying wrong.
Because you believe. Because
I didn't say wrong. I said long.
No, because you believe this is the way it's supposed to do it. But we are telling you that all these things are unnecessary alarm. Unnecessary alarm. Because what we are telling you, what we are saying is this: you can still do that of university, and you do other sector.
You cannot. Okay. You cannot. That's what I'm saying. Prove it. How are you going to do it? Where is the fund coming from? You hear government complaining that they've exhausted, they've looted the whole country dry. That it doesn't have anything to work with. Where is it going to get the money from?
Did you listen to me? Did you listen to me first of all before you? Okay, the question I will ask you: are we supposed to develop our human capital?
Human capital. What do you mean by human capital?
Are we supposed to develop our human capital?
All this English that you people throw around. What do you mean by your human capital?
Are we supposed to develop our human capital? Yes or no?
When you say human capital,
excuse me, please. Can I please chip in?
Are you talking about human development or human capital? What are you talking about?
The human capital development now. We call it human capital.
So let's be clear because our Nigerian English. I don't understand sometimes.
Which kind of Nigerian English? Now today you don't.
We need to develop. Yes, we need to develop our people. We need to develop them skilled.
You have category. So as you have the upper, you have the lower.
But which one is in the immediate that we can use to support the economy?
What exactly are you talking about? I can't really understand what we are talking about.
This is what I'm talking about. That every country that we are following their pattern, they have an economy that was highly skilled. I mean, that was sport, that was set in motion by their skilled laborers.
That was not true as at the point in time they set up this thing, rational mind. It was not true.
Okay,
you said hold on.
Nobody to regulate this thing. If I can't see then I don't have to waste my time because I don't really have that opportunity to waste that time.
Please, can I chip in? Can I please chip in? Can I please chip in so that maybe it will help the flow?
Like everybody just want to talk, even though what you are saying, whether it means anything.
Yes, let me please chip in.
Hold on, please, land, please, land.
See, this is what we are saying. We have the lower people, you develop them. Some people, their need is the higher education, you develop them. Then the one in the middle, you develop them. Now, the higher education you are talking about, there are researchers tomorrow that will look at the new thing and they will cascade it down to those people you are talking about. For example, if engineers at the university, they come with new research, look at all this AI we are talking about today. Before you can say some people are coding on Facebook. Not some people do the research. You do the research and some people take it and go and apply it. And when they apply it, some people now look at the aspect of it and they say, okay, do I even need to even go to technical school when I can even do this on Facebook, on YouTube, and continue? That's the way education runs. But if you want to kill that aspect, that will do the research and now give you the new method, the new skill, the current event that will make you compete at the global level. If you want to keep those people that say, oh, let us forget about those ones, let us go to the rudiment, then you won't be able to compete. The university education, university itself is the center of civilization for any country. But the problem is this: we have so inferior quality there because not everybody that's supposed to be in the university there. It's like we are saying, no, we should not focus on taking care of doctors. We should not taking care of those people that will be in finance. We should not take care of those people that will be economists. You take care of those because we need those. We should not take care of lawyers because university is where they are going to learn. Surgeon, university is where they are going to learn. So you take care of them. Why you now focus again on your polytechnic and technical school? It has to run concurrently. You can't say, okay,
now we are short of doctors. We are short of doctors. Where do we get doctors?
Even we are going to get professors too. You understand? We are going to get all those people. Now, what I was saying the other time, see, roadside mechanic you are talking about here, because they have short beard, that's why you don't call them roadside mechanic. As a matter of fact, they are just roadside mechanic in the workshop. But the only thing is this: they are satisfied, they are educated along the line. It's an apprenticeship system. All those of organizers you are looking at the roadside, you just have to incorporate them to encourage them to go to technical school and learn new skills. So those guys in the polytechnics, they have find a way to pass the knowledge to the technical school.
Okay. I think we get your point. Now, play Soma. What do you want to say, please?
Yeah. Now we have taken a good evening, everyone. We've taken the direction of this student loan so far. One thing I understand is that a lot of us don't understand how the student loan works. When we are comparing it with America, I've had a lot of argument that people will not pay you back or something. Let me relate it a little bit to America. In America, even a businessman, if you are going to get a 200,000 loan, you don't need a collateral. They'll give it to you. And if you like, elope with it, go to another country. But the structure of the America, they know that you will not want to leave America to go and risk to spend that money somewhere else. If you spend it off, that means you are going to come back to America and you will never get that opportunity. Nobody's going to arrest you. So same as student loan. Student loan, first and foremost, in America, 40% of people who are giving student loan are written off. They are forgiven. 40%. Just like Ola said, they are using it to develop their human capital. It is not that they want the money. First of all, it's zero interest loan though, but they give it, but they have to make the law as if to make, if they let everybody knows that it's free, everybody, people who doesn't even have brain to go to school will come and take it. But the fact that people don't know, this is what I'm sure about. Inside 10 people that are giving student loan, 4 of them are forgiven. Inside 10, go and find out. I have a lot of people who has gone through it and they have given. So they are just really particular to develop. My own problem with Nigeria is if all this system is in place, because America believe that. Another thing I would say is that when Simba was saying you can take the loan, go to school, then go to other country to work. I am familiar with like UAE, even Saudi Arabia, where Simba lives. If you are an American citizen and you want to open an account only, you will need your social security, your green card to open an account abroad. If you are an American citizen and you go to seek for a job in Asia, Middle East country, you will be paid more than other of your peers because you're an American citizen. So there's an advantage in that. If you are employed outside America, you will definitely leave your social security. America you will be filing tax every year. So getting student loan in America and eloping, except you want to deny your American citizenship anywhere you go. That's the only way they won't know you are somewhere else working. You get it? So what I know is that I'm not sure if those people who go away to work somewhere else will be forgiven. But a lot of people who work in America, their loans are forgiven. So what I believe they do is that because they know this person now is working in America, is paying tax, that is just what they want. They want to know that you are so government only want to know that everybody is busy. Government can print money for everybody to be rich now. But it will cause inflation and there's nobody that will do the labor job. So the government will make it systematically to make sure that, okay, this is the way you are going to get rich. So you will know it's not easy to get rich. That is just what I want to say. So I don't know the system Nigeria is using, but this is the system America is using.
Play summer. Sorry, I like the analogy of America that you use. But do you think Nigeria is attractive enough that people will not say, they will just go and forget about Nigeria?
Yeah.
America have a lot of, you understand?
I said it. I don't know the system Nigeria wants to use. I just analyze the American own because I understand like we don't really understand you. I don't know if Nigeria is going to tie it up to something or something, but even in Nigeria, what I believe is that the loan is not coming from bank, it's coming from government. So if we are able to develop our human capital, either directly or indirectly, Nigeria will make the money back. Maybe not directly from the loan.
From taxes. No, please, Soma, let me even tell Simba something. Simba, see, student loan is a bad, it's not for, see, student loan, okay, as we speak now, 3 million Canadian, they've defaulted in their student loan. 3 million, you hear the figure, 3 million. What's the entire population of Canada? You understand? And what's the entire population of students in Canada? That 3 million already defaulted. See, government know that this thing will always happen. But you that got loan, that you attended school, you are likely to pay more than your student loan over time when paying your taxes.
Exactly.
So it is now look at the risk. If they don't sponsor those people, if they are not educated, some of them they may become robbers. Let me just use the word criminals.
That is what governments are avoiding in the long run.
Those are the things that we are not quantifying here.
You see, well, let me say
No, rational mind. Wait. For those people that have defaulted in that student loan, some of them are using vehicles. So some of them they are buying houses because they are well to do, and yet they still default. But if they do not attend school, they won't be able to be in a situation whereby they will buy houses and they buy cars. So you have to look at the escalation.
And they will also take care of so many people.
So a student loan default is better than oil subsidy that we are carrying today.
We're not equating it to hold on. This is the argument here. This is the point of argument I'm arguing here. That we need to kickstart that economy. Nigeria does not have skilled laborers. Go to Nigeria. You know how many the capital outflow that is going to Nigeria just by having these Togolese, Beninois, and maybe Ghanaians, and maybe some Burkinabes coming to Nigeria and to working in our construction, and they take that money out of Nigeria. Do you know how much that? You know how much that is what is costing Nigeria? Now, hold on. I'm telling you that we need skilled laborers. We need to kickstart that economy with skilled people, Nigerians that are skilled, that are trained in Nigeria. They can always go for higher education later. But right now,
don't you think fixing our minimum wage is a point to start?
What is the point of you fixing the minimum wage when you don't have skilled laborers?
Let me respond to.
What are you talking about
rational mind?
Well, fine.
No, you don't understand. What I'm saying is okay for rational mind. What I'm saying is, look at it. All these laborers capital outflow that is going out of the country is because of the perception, majorly because of the perception of the gap between effort and reward. I'm a medical doctor here in Nigeria and a medical doctor in US. There is a gap difference in the standard of living, reward for labor.
We need to fix that.
Yes,
but it will come.
Yeah. No. Listen. But if a medical doctor in Nigeria, if the system can be built in such a way that the best medical doctor in Nigeria does not feel there is a big gap between him and the medical doctor in US, don't you think migration will reduce?
The gap you cannot close in that gap because America is far ahead of Nigeria when it comes to income.
I'm saying creating a system. It doesn't mean
even doctor in the UK, they will still come to Canada, they will still come to America. It's not. See, rational mind, this is the thing. What we're saying is correct. But what I'm saying is this. Even why you still concentrate on that trade that we are talking about, you will still need your university and polytechnic to be running. Okay, look at it this way. I on my undergrad in electrical, and I see those people rewire that have been doing something rubbish before. Okay, I graduated from polytechnic, for example. Just for example, or I graduated from university. Okay, and I got a job in our technical school to now be teaching those people in the technical school, and from there, whatever I teach them is what they are going to transfer to the apprentice, to that the roadside, what we want to call roadside apprenticeship. Even though we can reform that, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Now, if you want to even develop all those trades we are talking about now, how are you going to develop them? You still need the educated one, those people that learn the modern day technology to still come back to that place and train them. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, just like, okay, we want to teach doctors now, want to focus on MBBS, right? We want to
let me explain to you that what you're saying is not so. You cannot train. Listen, you need to understand something. You see, that's what you don't understand about this whole thing about apprenticeship program and training skilled laborer. There are certain skills that you cannot get from technical schools or by just being an apprentice. I agree with you. You have to go to school, like being a nurse, being a doctor, being a neurosurgeon, being a botanist, or as the case may be. Any of those things I can understand, and maybe some higher level of mechanical engineering and all of that. Yes, I understand. Or being a structural engineer or an architect, you have to go to a proper higher institution for that. I understand that, but I'm talking about some of those. You see, what really starts like here in America.
So give an example of those skills. Give an example of those skills. No, give an example of those skills that you. Because you mentioned those as like give the example of those skills and traits we are supposed to develop. Carpentry, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Carpentry.
Right. You've mentioned one of them. Carpentry.
So no. So no. You really.
Are you answering a question or you answering a question?
No. I'm telling you. Because you look at carpentry as something that cannot be taught in the school, right?
Taught in what school? What school are you talking about?
So carpentry. Do you know what it takes for you to become a carpenter here?
In Canada.
Carpentry is part of structural engineering. If you don't know, really? We build houses. We build houses with a wood here. Do you know that all those things, all those angle of elevation you are doing, then angle of depression you are doing, all those all those degrees. Don't you know that all those carpenters say they know mathematics as well? This is what we're saying.
You see, that's where you're getting it wrong. Hold on. That is where you're getting it wrong. Hold on.
From the public of Benin.
Ola, you did this a lot. You just took over a conversation. You don't want other people to interject. You said something. I put something forward. You said I should name skills, and you name one, which is carpentry. Now, I tell you, here in America, in some community college, and some technical, some trade school here in America. Most of the people that are teaching, some of them don't even have any degree. For information, they have no degree.
They're not licensed to teach. Are they licensed to teach?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Oh, that is where you're getting it wrong.
Some of them have no degree. That America and Canada run the same system.
They do. And in some ways, they do.
See, rational mind. Wait,
you cannot be telling me if you're talking about construction, you cannot be telling me.
I will give you an example.
It's my trade now. It's what I do.
No. Let me put something to you.
Certain level of construction. If you're talking about structure, you're talking about.
Let me put something to you. Then
you need to go to.
Are you supporting no licensing, no structuring an industry?
I'm wondering.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. You don't know. You don't
know
how it works.
So what I'm saying is, are you encouraging that? Anybody that just maybe by virtue of having experience has done try and error and all of that, you just
let me give an example. Let me give an example. One of my instructors, hold on. One of my instructors that taught me in one of the college I attended there for a program. He had all his experience from when he was a carpenter. For carpentry, he sat for professional exam here.
So you wrote professional exam 1? Okay,
I'm
listening. You wrote professional exam, right?
Yeah, I did a professional exam. It's a book. You just hold on. You hold on now.
Okay.
He took a book. He did that professional exam. He passed it. Started working as a building official. He supervises architectural works, structural engineered work. He reviews all the plans and all of that. And after he has been working for about 20-something years as a building official, he retired and he taught in one of the community college here.
Yes, rational mind, that's possible.
Rational mind.
I'm giving you an example.
Yes.
He has no degree. He told me.
Yes. In America, experience matters. Yes.
He has no degree.
I agree that. But he wrote a professional exam, which is recognized by a body.
But I'm telling you, the professional exam he wrote, he did not go to school. He just sat down and he read.
But he had listen. But he had the basics. See, one thing
he had the certification. He had the certification.
America's about certifications and stuff. Certifications and licensing. Exactly. That's where you work here. Even after you get a degree, certain things, to be qualified for to officially
Even with
qualify.
degree, even if you have
You
a
have to
degree,
get
you
the
still need a
certification for it.
certification. Yes.
Yeah.
There's certain level of trade school here. You don't need all those
rational mind. The first thing, rational mind. The first thing we can both agree in America, there is the basic education. Everybody has a basic education. At least
Right.
you have your primary school and your high school. After high school, whatever you want to do is fine. In Nigeria, we can have that too. Your primary school and secondary school. Then at least you can read and write. You can study by yourself. Study for professional exam. Pass it on your own if you are that's brilliant, and get the licenses and start working in that field and gain experiences. And after a certain number of years, you can go back to lecture based on your experience. Of course, I agree with that.
I think one problem we have in Nigeria is we believe you have to go and get a degree before you start working. You have to go and get it.
That's what I'm saying.
But in America here, you start working there before you even get the certification. You start working under maybe
That's what
start.
I'm saying. That's rational mind. You should know the way the thing is going now is nobody the way people will rush to school when the economy opens up to the university will reduce. Nobody will be really crazy about going to university anymore. Like I need to go to university before I can get access. That's the thing.
Why make people rack up these bills?
Almost did you remove me or did I drop off? I don't understand. I
didn't remove you. I don't know. You draw. Some people also drop here too. I saw that. I noticed
so
that.
This nobody needs to. Nobody needs.
Someone did. I don't know. I didn't do that.
In the real sense of it, not everybody needs to go to the university. Not everybody needs to.
That is what I'm saying to you.
So not everybody needs to go to technical schools.
That's what I'm saying to you.
But the thing is, that bill covers every school. Every level of
every school. What every school?
You cover universities, polytechnics, college of education, technical schools.
You see
everybody.
You see the mistake you are doing. You see that mistake I'm trying to tell you now, that you cannot make people go to technical school and be borrowing money for it. No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to make people to go to what's it called, an apprenticeship program and expect them to go and be borrowing money for that. It doesn't work that way.
Who says they can't do that? Who says they has? Who says they can't borrow
How
money?
do you ensure standardization? Wait, rational mind. How do you ensure standardization and things like professional licensing if you don't have minimum requirements by the body? Let's say carpentry for now. Listen. Let's say carpentry in Nigeria now, and they begin to have an organization, a body that gives licenses for carpenters to work, right? And they require that, okay, at least the minimum before you come to write our exams, like medical school, before you get a license, or law in Nigeria as of today, you need to go to a university, get a law degree before you come to law school. And after some, you get the rights to, of course, practice law in the country. So when there's a body like that, does it negate the fact that you need to go through some level of training, maybe 1 year or 2 years?
So are you done answering your question?
So if there's no provision for
AY, don't do this. Let's not do this. You've asked your question. Let me answer your question. You keep just going on and on. Now the question is this: you asked me is that if I forgot what you were going to ask me, can you repeat that question?
There's no base to what you guys are arguing about. We don't even know what you guys are arguing about.
I don't even know what he's arguing with me about.
We don't know. He's like
Mike, let me rephrase.
It's a blind argument going on. What is the basis of this argument?
The basis of the argument is the student loan in Nigeria visible or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me answer that question. I remember.
Just give me one.
No, Mike. Rational mindset is a mistake priority. So go to the straight point that.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's a misplaced priority. That what we need to do first is.
I agree with that. To be honest.
Let us get our people skilled. You don't need to take a loan.
Yeah.
Make a policy. A policy of okay now. National Directorate of Employment. Now, let us scatter centers across Nigeria. Let us have people that will be trained in carpentry.
Skill training. That's what they should invest money on.
Training how to operate the machine.
Instead of putting our money on presuming bunch of graduates that don't have work to go and do.
Mike.
Okay, please, can I continue around up?
I think I don't want to speak.
Please, the rational mind, let me first answer you before I continue. Number one, there is nothing that stops us from doing both together. What we're trying to do is that government should leave what government cannot have full control over to people that can handle them. They can play their supervisory role and free funds for other things. If government free enough from what they are using to fund the universities, for example, giving some people 60 million to go and study PhD abroad, I'm sure you can. There are very few courses that you cannot study some PhD about them in Nigeria. So if you free that fund, concentrate in the different level of education in Nigeria. For me, the foundation matters most. I'm interested in taking our primary education and secondary education to top notch. Then technical colleges can, in those days, we have technical colleges almost everywhere. And it was not the business of federal government to fund technical colleges. It's all the federal the technical colleges I know were owned state by the state. So we can, I mean, somebody was used to say here, you can work and chew gum at the same time. We can concentrate. I mean, we can build technical education, reintroduce our technical schools, at the same time continue with the funding of the university, because it is, I agree with somebody that said, it is not everybody that is in the university today that has any business in the university. Even the United Kingdom, a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, they tagged some courses as low quality courses. There are some courses that are not developing, that are not contributing anything in the university system. I'm not saying wipe them off, but discourage them as much as possible so that more people that can add value in technical education, we go to technical schools, but we can do both together. We don't necessarily need to suspend the student loan and say, oh, let's first concentrate on building a primary school. Oh, let's concentrate on building secondary school. Oh, let's do technical college. We have enough resources to do all of this together if we can reduce to the barest minimum, if not possible to eliminate the amount of money people are stealing. And Nigerians can afford to live responsibly. Somebody that cannot take care of more than 2 children, giving birth to 11 children. Now, I'm not telling a story. I'm telling of someone that
What's going on? Are we still there?
It's like he has problem with his internet. So rational mind, see, this is what we are saying. Even when you even look at the tertiary institution today, we are short of enough professors. Right. And
Bishop,
you are breaking.
Hold on, no, John. So, Bishop, you went off. You come back again. We could not hear you for some time.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened. I was saying that we can do both. Can you wrap up, if we can. Okay, thank you. I'm saying we can do all of them together if we reduce the amount of stealing that is going on in the system. Eliminate, if you cannot eliminate them, reduce them. We can develop our primary school, develop our secondary school, create technical colleges, and encourage people to go there. Normally, Polytechnic is supposed to be for technical education, like Yabatech. But people are beginning to go to Yabatech to go and study biz admin, marketing, what's the name again, of some funny courses. In Polytechnics, I don't know the correlation. We have colleges of agri where people can learn how to mechanical engineering department of College of Agri or agri mechanical whatever in agri. That people can learn how to work, how to develop, how to manufacture, work, all this working farming implements. I mean, we own Yari, but if you see the cassava processing, something that China developed, you will be very envy. That how come we that owns Yari, we did not even develop this? Palm oil is our own, but we don't have modern palm oil extracting something in Nigeria. And we have colleges of agri. We have agri research institute that are not adding any value. So if we can revive them, all your concern, all our concerns will be taken care of. But we must start from somewhere. Thank you.
So, rational mind, what I'm saying is this. Even in the university we are talking about, we are short of professors in Nigerian university today. Now, you need...
Ola, what is the quality of even the professor that we have? What is the quality?
Exactly.
We all know how they got it.
You understand what I'm saying now? And this guy you are talking about, they need regular research to be at par with the international guys. Whatever you get from that place, from their research, that is where all those people down normally pick something to do. Okay, today I was even reading on the next generation of AI, for example. You know, most of those professors that will give you all those things, they will even they want to apply it. They are just the guys at the lower level, maybe secondary school or ND, that will even look at those things that quickly turn them to money. Because those people doing that research, they have their own priority. Theirs is they enjoy what they are doing. And some people that want to make money at the lower level, they enjoy what they are doing. Why we have crisis in Nigeria today is this: the bigger your certificate, the bigger your earning. And it's wrong. You can be a professor here, you may not earn more than 300,000 in a year, and that 300,000 simply means that you are really working. And someone that just maybe high school graduate will be earning like almost 400K just because of the value is giving. So the thing is this: putting premium on our universities, we even discourage some people and let them be focused. Because if loan system was supposed to was available in Nigeria when I was going to the university, I may think twice. Okay, what if I just go for ND and I will just be disconnecting and be doing electrical wiring around? Will that won't be okay for me and go to that university later? I will think twice. Because this university system was not that rampant during the time my father and my mother were going to school. You know, they went through different routes. Nobody was that crazy about university. Even though university will still be paying more. But even within the little, okay, good. My papa said, okay, let me even go and become a soldier, right? While my mama said, okay, let me go and become a grade 2 teacher first of all, before I even step up. You know, so those are the things I'm talking about. This system of loan, we reform our school. It can even reposition our university to the point that, okay, those universities will be self-funding. And all these lecturers that strike up and down, before you know, they start giving the same brain. And they will be the one to start pursuing all those industries. So they have their own role to play. There are some things that we handle that our skill that we are going to learn, we never handle. Because those people that go to university now, they'll be the one that will do our town planning. They'll be the one to set the standard. They'll be the one to carry the research, okay, that, okay, this is the standard of a wire we'll be using in our country. Even in the factory, you still have a qualified civil engineer, structural engineer that will design the structure of the factory for you, that they will position the machine and define the safety that you are going to find within all those organizations. So everybody, we have to develop together. We can't just ignore. So now, the polytechnic you are talking today, you'll be shocked that when you get to some of our polytechnic today, that you find that those people with HND, you understand? Maybe they are short of staff. Those people with HND and maybe some people with talk class from university are the one even delivering lecture there. And it's not the same thing when you come to the equivalent of our polytechnic in this place we are talking about. Even in college, in high school here, we have teachers that have PhD. Many of them are with master's degree in school and purely on education. And in Nigeria, there, even, I won't tell you, let me tell you straightforward. In my first attempt in English, F9. What was the problem? Because I could not even match what the teacher was teaching me together. I went to hire a bachelor degree holder in English language from the next school to train me. That was when I now managed to escape with C4 in English language. And whereas the one that was teaching me rubbish. I won't say rubbish. Maybe the way he was passing the message.
So what's the point? What's the point, Allah? What's the point?
No. The thing is,
he was teaching pidgin English.
So what's the point, Allah?
No, the thing is this: our human capital development, we have to cut across everywhere. You understand? Yes, I made a one in Yoruba language. God bless you, Peter Man. It's true. That's true. That was what happened really. After in English, a one in Yoruba. So the thing is this: everyone, we need to develop it. We need to cut across all those aspects. The reason you find us bringing people from Republic of Benin to come and do a carpentry, artwork, tiling, all those things for us is this. It's not as if there are no tilers in Nigeria. But the problem is this: what quality? What quality? So you need someone now to learn the modern methods, the modern techniques, and go back to our technical school, and we have to encourage our technical school to now download whatever they are learning from the higher institutions down to them. And you have to make sure that, okay, all our carpenters.
That's what I'm saying to you. You're not getting it right. No, you're not getting it right.
I'm getting you, but we are saying we should concentrate on that one.
You cannot teach POP. Hold on. You cannot teach POP. How to install POP in a graduate from university, no matter what he studied. You cannot teach a POP. How to put the POP on the floor or on the wall.
But you can teach it in a polytechnic.
Well, that's what you need. You need that instructor to be skilled himself, to have had experience in that. That's what I'm saying.
There is a school we call
a graduate of University of Nigeria or anywhere in Nigeria cannot teach that because he has not.
But rational mind in Nigeria, what are you, especially in engineering? They used to have the lecturers and they used to have the technician within the labs that teach students.
Technologists.
Maybe yes, technologists. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying to you, that we need some kind of reform in that education. We need some kind of reform, a real deep reform in our educational system. So that money that you want to put into this what's it called? This is so-called credit system they're trying to do. Can we kind of just reform the educational system first? Start from where we need to start first. The people that need to go and be trained, to come and train these people for our local economy to be jump-started. Go and have them trained. If we have to bring them to any of these countries here, pay them to come here and be trained. Or in Europe. Hold on. Let them be trained. Bring them back to come and start the school and start training our people locally. That's my suggestion to the government. Do that, and you will see that will help our economy, because when we start having these skilled laborers who are either machinists or carpenter or people who can install tiles and POP or whatever they call it in Nigeria, and maybe other areas, maybe like welding, you can weld like we have a Niger dock there. We can build our own shipyard whereby we can start even building ships. We can have people, I mean, so many areas, even like tractors, people that can repair it, they will repair it, like mechanics too. We can train mechanics in auto repair and all of that. So these are the things we can train our people so that we can kickstart that economy. We can retain our money within the Nigerian borders so that we don't start having people that will be coming, like even in this oil sector, we have to bring in some people that here that just ordinary apprenticeship program they did here, but they will go there in Nigeria and they will be sitting down on top of somebody that is a PhD.
They will call them expatriates.
So what are we talking about? What is crap? What does that even mean?
Rational mind. I will tell you for free that our private universities, they are functioning properly. See, if you send people overseas to go and learn, I'm sorry, you find it difficult to bring them back home. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying. I know
they come back home.
Factor. Yeah.
Now,
is it possible to bring them to Nigeria to employ them to come and train our people?
We can do that too. We can look source for the people here.
Well, you have to be able to pay them match the income they are making.
It's better to pay them than to send people. It will be cheaper to employ them in Nigeria than to send people abroad for training.
No, Simba. We still have guys that can develop our system in Nigeria. The thing is, we don't have that. We are short of professors. But if you are talking of those people at bachelor,
even these professors that you are repeating, which professors are, we know the Nigerian professors. What have they contributed to our economy? They are just theoretical professors, even with all their research. What is the outcome of all those research that you are talking about?
Not always true. In fairness to them, not always true. Wait now, not always true. In fairness to them, see, you don't want to go to University of Lagos and just go and look down on those professors there. If I roll about 10.
Come on. Well, like they answer his question. What have you produced from their research?
That's not
true. Have they figured out how to make toothpick? I mean, come on, they haven't figured anything out.
That's not true. See, because what we are saying is this: at least I have some of my schoolmates that are in academics. So don't don't just, I can tell you for free that you don't just use
The only thing those people know how to do is speak grammar, man, because they have. I can't see there's anything productive. I mean, they just speak good English. That's it.
That's not true.
And
That's
strike.
not true.
The when government is not, if they cannot think of how to interact with government beyond strike, what else have they done? Let's be honest.
They speak English and they strike.
It's not always true. It's just our environment. Look.
They haven't industrialized. They haven't shown us industrialized. They already acknowledge. They have professor knowledge. In America, yes, they are professors.
Excuse me, guys. When we are criticizing our
look at all the
scholars, we should be
startups doing well
mindful
in
that
Nigeria. How many of them are product of our university system?
I'll tell you that it's not
I want
true.
to drop everybody's
Guys,
attention.
can we listen to Adewale?
They speak grammar like Patrick Obayagmo.
When we are criticizing our scholars, we should be mindful that these folks are operating in a very hostile environment. How many of them have access to funding for research and all that? That's why they resort into theoretical aspect of education. Some of them are good. How come every time we have our scholars travel out of Nigeria, they always perform beyond expectation? Even we that are byproduct of what they've been taught in the classroom, we excel when we go abroad. It's because we don't have access to research for funding. If these folks have access to funding, they're well funded. I mean, they will be the best in the world, and that is the reason why we have our professors just languishing in the classroom, holding shocks from 8 to 5. They're good. Our professors are good. I think it was
even the little money, that they are getting, the little money that they are getting.
A friend of mine was working towards his PhD not quite long ago.
But collectively, what's their output?
Hold on. Let me draw your attention to
how many of our startups have been as a result of...
Hold on one second. A friend of mine was working towards his PhD, right? And he submitted some, he needed to submit some paper here in America. He went to an embassy. He was denied visa. Now, before then, he was looking for sponsor, and he went to State Ministry of what is this department? He was actually a director, a deputy director in the State Ministry of I forgot what this department. But even the state government could not even sponsor him. And this is one of the best brain. Though he's completed the program now, but it took a very long time. So if somebody said that they have access to less funding, we understand. I mean, how many of these engineering scholars are into research and development and all that? Not very many. But if they have access to funding, usually you have, private sector get involved in funding of all these research in the tertiary institutions. But because they themselves could barely survive, that's why they stay back. And government can't do everything alone. But at the same time, if they see, I'm glad that the federal government is looking into autonomy of the tertiary institution in Nigeria, because they can generate fund internally to sustain the institution and also to plow the money
they are
back
opposing it now.
into research.
ASU president is saying
because
no,
these are the people that are looting the money. They are the
again?
one embezzling the money. That's why they are
They are really
against it.
unserious.
We are the enemy of ourselves. But what I want to bring out is that we, the product of that environment, can compete with any of our peers around the world. But you see, it's because we have limitation. We have that roadblock. Now, if the government can, not necessarily, the responsibility of the government, but if they can create that enabling environment whereby any organization, any company funding research process can also be given incentives, types of tax breaks and all that, I think that will, enable a lot of people going into research, most of our scholars going into research and all that. But that is the way I see it. But we have a lot of people that doesn't even believe in what they are teaching, because they believe that it's about the survival of the fittest.
No, Adewale, what I also see, there's a lot of corruption in our academic system also. The way our scholars see research grants, they see it like lottery. Once they win it, they will not even use it fully for the research. It's like that is their own share of the national cake. So we have to change a lot of things. There's a lot of corruption in that system also that we have to look into.
You know what is Simba? Look, see, if you introduce this and you allow university to be self-funding, those guys, they will have no place to hide. All those
Exactly.
lecturers that are harassing female students around, they will have, they will start be cautious, they will be cautious of where they are. But since that we have anyhow system now, that's the problem. Because when students start paying loan, they are not that student, they are not that type of student. They are no longer the type of student you shakara anyhow.
No, not
You
at all.
understand? Now look at this thing. Our private university, as we speak today, they are performing, whether we like it or not, and that's the truth. Go to
Well,
Google.
I know. I don't know. I don't know where you get that fact from. Because even recently, when they released the rank of university, the private university are not even the first 10 in Nigeria. So where are you getting that your this thing from?
I hear you, Simba. I hear you.
But you can't
It
compare the
depends on
standard
the
of
organization.
what's being
The way it's
taught
not,
in those private
depends on the
universities
organization that ranks you.
to the
Ranking,
public world.
even my
It's a world ranking, not even Nigerian ranking. I'm talking about world ranking.
now, Simba. Wait now. There was a time that my school was ranking top 40. And it got to say because they expanded their program, they made their some people believe that, when it is difficult for you to get into program, it becomes useless. Maybe my program was having like 7% before. All of a sudden they expanded to like 20% and they dropped them in world ranking. What type of ranking is that? Because my program was taking 50 before. Okay, I decided to take 200. All of a sudden, I now fell from top 40 to top 50. It doesn't make sense. So they removed themselves from social ranking. Look by the individual, what they are doing. I've been opportune to work with people from Babcock, with people from Covenant University and the same bank, and I can tell you that those guys, they were among the best in that my unit there. Then I respect people from University of Ilorin because I'm just giving you the type of testimony that I know personally. Guys from University of Ilorin, man, I don't mess up with them, man. Sorry.
What have they innovate? What have they invent? I mean, tell us.
Wait now.
They can speak good English. That's why.
No, they may not invent, but I know what they do, what they were doing in my environment. That's what
What? Give us an example.
Okay, they were writing program applications.
And what have they produced with the writing? I mean, things
Really? I said they were developing application. You are telling me
okay, which app have they developed so far? We can all go on.
So if I tell you what they've developed so far, is there any way you can
tell us now? We can go and look it up. I mean, something that's competing with something out there.
So then we go and look up what they do in my bank. What are you talking about?
Be applied? Who has bought it? Google has bought it, or any software company has bought it.
Wait. When you work in a bank, when you work in a bank, you develop your application for your business. Must you sell outside? Must you sell outside? We are even talking, or even people that didn't even go to university in Nigeria, now they are developing application. What are we talking about?
Is it only application that we have to develop in Nigeria?
I'm telling you about those people that I work with.
Agreed. We know. People need to learn.
If I work with a computer programmer, like you're talking of a mechanical engineer.
Let's not be narrow. Let's be narrow-minded.
No, what I'm saying is that don't just diminish. You've been fixated and wave them off like that.
You're so fixated on tertiary education. Tertiary education over the years, we've killed our skilled workforce from not funding our technical schools or our apprenticeship program, which the ND used to do. We're no longer doing that anymore, and we now focus on the tertiary education. Now, where has that led us to?
We produce a bunch of graduates. They don't have jobs. They don't have any skills. They just come out and speak grammar. They will come and be asking for jobs. They don't know.
Okay, rational mind. The founder of Internet.
And then they will japa.
And then
the founder of Internet today. Wait now, graduated from Uniben. So the founder and the other guy, they were both.
You're so fixated on this. We're talking about the very thing that the really core of economy. The small businesses.
Wait now.
People that install your POP. that installs your window,
Wait,
that
rational mind
designs
before
your
you
house.
before,
These are the kind
you
of people we're talking
diminish.
about.
Wait, in a rational mind before you diminish Edegbe. I don't know Michelle Edegbe, the founder of InterSwitch. What are you talking about? What was the position of the payment system of Nigeria at that time? They were the one that created revolution in our payment industry. Do you know the size of fintech in Nigeria today? It's just like when you are talking of
Wait, you don't tell us all this story. We know this story.
Was he influenced by ASU? Was he influenced by ASU? Was he influenced by ASU? Did he attribute, has he ever attributed his success to the contribution of the intellectuals within the academic environment? That's what we are saying. Most of these guys.
What I'm even saying that
Ola, are you saying our banking hubs were created by our graduates?
This guy graduated from Unibank.
I don't just mean like just arguing about. Just arguing about.
Wait now. InterSwitch has covered at least 10 African countries today, and it's a proud product of University of Benin. And I'm still telling you about that.
Ola. Even Flutterwave, the guy that owns Flutterwave, or the guy that is the face of Flutterwave, is a Nigerian graduate who went abroad, came back, and started.
Came back and done something. What are you talking about?
Rational mind. The problem is most of those guys we are talking about were not influenced from
within
academic environment. They got external influences.
Exactly.
Something like the guy might be going to listen. Ola, let me even tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you, those guys were even considered unserious in school because most of them, their grades were not good because of what they were building, which was at variance with the university environment. I'm telling you the truth. We knew them.
The founder of Computer Warehouse graduated from Nigerian school. See, there's a way the global environment works.
Tell us.
You learn the basic from our school and you apply the basic you learn. That is way it works.
What basic does a computer? Have you seen computer science graduate in Nigeria working? I think you need to see the Nigerian educational system and where they work. You see engineers ending up, mechanical engineers ending up in bank. It's not a good structure for any economy anywhere.
They can't do anything with those degrees from Nigeria unless they can only do something with it when they leave Nigeria. What's the point?
I saw a mechanical engineer was one of my finance professor in the university. So what are we talking about? See, this thing, forget about this. Your university can influence you. Don't write off Nigeria University. As bad as our Nigeria University today,
we are not writing it off.
It's not about writing off, Ola. That's true.
We're talking about.
They're just saying that shouldn't be.
Wait now. The priority should be the skilled laborers.
Let me tell you.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is still taken to hospital in Nigeria today. It is still Nigeria trained doctors that we see attend to them, operate on them. In that
we understand those ones like doctor, lawyer, we get that, but we're talking about certain ones that are just
Mike. I think Ola is you are mixing the inner drive, the motivation of an average Nigerian to succeed in whatever he's doing, knowing that like we're always in this survival mode of whether you're in country or I have to just perform well to get to the next level. It's not necessarily a push from the.
That is what education gives you. Okay, Brother Shaggy. Okay, Brother Shaggy. What did he study? What did he study from? What did he study in school?
Come on, they don't need to go and study to be a comedian. Now, what kind of argument?
Are you giving us standards of Brother Shaggy? All of that people in word and do something like giving.
How many Brother Shaggy can we have?
I'm talking about people like them.
So we are sending people to go to university to become Brother Shaggy. Come on now.
You are talking.
The same way Emefiele bring this what's it called? Brought a system of where people will be buying naira with naira.
Okay, Professor Soludo was just a professor with a University of Nsukka, and he was consulting for World Bank and IMF. And he was just a professor.
Did they travel out? Did they have external education?
I'm talking of Professor Soludo. I'm not even talking of
Stop saying they're consulting. Give me somebody local.
Guys, the way you dismiss our local university is as if everybody there are dead brain. This is
Oh, like that's not what they are
That's
saying. You keep
That's
doing
not what we
common
are
argument.
saying.
No
That's
one is
not
saying
what we
these
are
things they
saying.
are accusing. What they are
this
saying
is
is
what we are
that
saying. When I telling you, we say it's external influence. It's wrong. It's not
no,
true.
it seems like when people graduate from universities in Nigeria, they really can't do anything until they leave Nigeria and actually go and
Look, Mike, I
experience
told you
practical.
something. It's not everybody that attended university that has business in the university. That you've not considered
No.
the age
Majority of
of
graduates in Nigeria can't do, and they don't do, and they can't do anything. They're just out there walking around with fire, looking for a job, and they don't have any experience. Even companies will shut them down because they have zero experience.
I hear
What
you,
people are
bro.
saying is that if those people could have gone to technical training,
I
training
hear you,
school,
bro.
wait now, go to carpentry school, go to mechanic, all those schools where they know that you actually learn something. And by the time they give you a certificate, you you don't even need to go apply for a job. You open your own shop,
Okay,
your own
Mike,
business.
do you
It's
know that
just like
most Nigerian
those
graduates,
kind of people can contribute more to the
when
economy
they
than
finish, they go
you
to
understand.
short fashion school, which something they should have done in the university. They go to short fashion school to start their fashion business. They go to catering school to start their catering business so that they can live themselves out of poverty.
That's where government should be investing money on those kind of things.
Exactly, not the university. They should invest money
No
in all those
universities where you just go and get degree
in
and
brick wall.
pick a fine, start speaking grammar everywhere.
You are missing a lot. Let me tell you something. Sometimes you need to be in a particular environment for your creativities to be unleashed. Now, I will tell you something. Like I said, my undergraduate was in electrical. I could not even think of starting a business till I moved to postgraduate. And that postgraduate, I didn't start my postgraduate overseas. So it was later that I went for overseas postgraduate. So I started from Nigeria. If I tell you that school that I even started that postgraduate, you will laugh because it's one of that postgraduate that we never think can even bring anything good. Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria, for that matter. You understand? You are in an environment, you interact with people, and that one, all of a sudden, will unleash your creativity. So the way we
You unleash your
dismiss,
creativity. Was in Nigeria or
what are you talking about?
abroad? Hmm?
So Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology.
It was abroad, no. It was not Nigeria, no. Who's saying that?
You went abroad to unleash this creativity. So we are training people to go out to go and unleash their creativity for another economy in UK, in America. And Nigeria just producing graduates to go and become for the economy of America. And because
what are you talking about?
what I'm saying is, listen,
what are you talking about?
what we are saying is, honestly, to acquire knowledge is a matter of picking up books and read and learn what you need to learn. What we are saying is that instead of pumping money into this, sending everybody to university to go and get all these degrees, what they can do is spend that money to train people on particular skills, and that way they are equipped to create jobs for themselves or even create jobs for others already. Now, listen. We are not denying that acquisition of being well read and all those things is not good. It's good, but what they can do is just build public libraries all over the place and put books there. And anybody that wants to acquire knowledge, they want to be intelligent, just spend time in library and read books. You understand? To be honest, whatever I can learn in university, you can learn on your own. To be honest, like is it philosophy? You can go and pick up a book and read philosophy and learn philosophy. Yeah, like university should only be for special, like gifted. To me, only people that should be admitted. Well, the only people that should be wait. Our university, the only people that should be admitted to there should be maybe top students from high school. You take them and you only put them in universities. But the rest, go and learn trade. If you want to be smart, then spend time in library and read books. Because bunch of people just everybody flood into universities to just acquire degrees, and they spend after strikes and everything, instead of 4 years, spend 8 years focusing on university. By that time they finish, they spend another 8 years of their life to acquire some degree. When they get the degree, they're just walking around looking for job. And everywhere they go apply for a job, people say, you don't have experience. You don't have any experience. You can just speak English. That's it. So they could have spent that 8 years. You could have spent that 8 years learn 10 different things. You can learn carpentry. You could have learned farming. You could have learned mechanic. You could have learned acquire so many things where you can even start a business without brain. Because where people need you, where you have the knowledge of farming, you have knowledge of carpentry, you have knowledge of mechanic to fix all kinds of things. Where you just make a business car, people will be calling you, my car, come and fix my car. Come and let me build this cabinet. So that's what government should invest in on people skills. So that way, those are people that can run economy. Because a lot of people just sit around, they don't have any skills. And I know a lot of them, they have degree, but no skills. And the only time they can work with their degree is when they go abroad to industrialized countries. Because in countries that are industrialized, your university degree, you know, that okay, you have basic training, you can think and things like that. Okay, they can bring you in and start you from as a entry level and things like that. But Nigeria is not an industrialized country. We don't have corporations that can just pick you up from school and employ you. We don't have those things. We don't have corporation. In America, here, when you finish university, corporation will snatch you. A company, big company will snatch you. And when you come in as an entry level, you know nothing. And they will invest in you to train you within that company to become, because you can speak good English, you can communicate, that's what they need you for. But in Nigeria, we don't have industries. We don't have
Exactly,
we
Mike.
don't have
That
corporations that
word
can pick you up
invest
and
in
hire
you.
you for university. They don't. So it's a waste of money. We just producing graduates. At the end of the day, those
Mike,
graduates gonna become mechanic at the end of the day anyway.
let me
Why
add
not
to
spend
what
time
you're
learning
saying.
mechanic instead of going to school?
Let me add to what you're saying. As we're talking about misplacement of skill, we should also look at the fact that we parents also put pressure on our words by making sure that they study something that they are not actually good at. I mean, it's not new that our parents usually say, hey, go be a doctor, go be an accountant, go be this. But some of them, let me put it in Yoruba, Oridelo mi gbe wa ori carpenter. But yeah, you go ahead and become an accountant and you start carrying paper around the street. Meanwhile, if you had learned carpentry and woodwork, probably you would have
As a
become a
millionaire.
millionaire. So this pressure that we put on our children, that yes, because we want to be counted among the peers too, that yes, we are university graduate.
We don't need degree, yeah.
At the end of the day, is useless. The diploma is useless. So the pressure on the children to be among
Adewale,
among
and
the
that's why most businesses, let me learn this. That's why most businesses in Nigeria don't last, because everybody is just focused on the profit aspect of the business, not because it's coming from passion. So if you see
Correct.
somebody graduate, so if you see somebody leak, okay, I'm doing carpentry and is successful, you quickly see the community or the neighbors quickly and go and invest in that line of work again. So there is no distinction. That's why you cannot see, rarely will you see companies existing for
you know
a good number of years, 100 years, 50 years,
correct
and they are doing well without
correct.
going into bankruptcy.
When I was doing my MBA here in America, there was this Nigerian lady. Actually, she wasn't in my class, but we took class together. This lady, when some of us went and took a loan and all that, she didn't. You know what she was doing? Every week, or should I say every day, because she was doing it full time. She will cook rice. She prepare all this Nigerian food, all those dishes, and bring it to school. So at the parking lot, she will be selling it to students, most especially the Nigerians and some Caribbeans as well. And she was making money on the side. And only to find out that our thesis was based, because every now and then on a weekly basis we go to some corporate organizations, just to learn a little bit about them, and sometimes we have to write essays and all that. Our thesis was based on our own business. When she was, delivering it and defending, everybody was just wide open. She did not borrow a dime to to do a program. She was
Okay,
cooking
okay.
those food and sponsoring
Adewale,
herself.
I will now ask you a question on that MBA. Are you now telling me that your MBA was a waste?
No, I wouldn't. I didn't say it was a waste. I'm just saying that she did
Okay.
not misplace her skill. At the end of the day, she focused on what she was. She learned some other skills, some managerial skill while we were visiting
Okay.
those organizations. And she was
Okay.
able to excel among us because she focused on what she knows how to do best. And that was what our thesis was based on. While some of us were still trying to figure out, some of those formula, but she was squarely focused on what she knows about her business. And she was able to pay for her program completely without borrowing a dime. And at the same time, she wrote a very beautiful thesis. Most of the things that she learned in one of those places will be going. She was able to bring it to her own business. Hopefully by now, because by now she will be more, maybe having her own restaurant or something. But I'm not saying that, she was able to discover her own skill and able to use it to our own advantage. But in some cases, sometimes we misplace these skills. It's possible that someone like I in
Okay,
Nigeria will be good in
Adewale, let me
frying
ask you a question.
right?
Exactly, and that's where the
No, wait.
problem is.
Adewale, let me ask you a question. I don't know the option you took here. Did you do any course like innovation and creativity in your MBA?
No.
Hello, Adewale, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. No. We did
Can
something
anybody hear
similar
me?
to that, but not directly about innovation. We did some, critical thinking.
No. There is a reason I want to ask that I asked that question. Personally, in my quest to be self-sufficient, right, to sustain myself, one of the reasons that pushed me to MBA and the way people in the IT, you say you this IT, all those things, you run our money, all those things. I put the challenge upon myself. Today, when I finish my MBA, what I used to say, and I still maintain it tomorrow, that MBA has been my best. Not even computer science, not even electrical and electrical engineering. Nothing. No, that's my MBA. Because what that MBA exposed me to alone. See, I can sit down
The thing is, I think Allah is thinking we are arguing that education is bad. That's not
No,
what we are
let me
saying.
not. No, I'm not saying no. No, Mike, I'm not even saying what I was telling the rational mind is we have to take care of every need. Those tradesmen, they need their own. The professor university, they need their own. Some people need university education. Some people need technical. Some people need just apprenticeship and all those things. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody agree. Yeah, we agree. But
We don't have to focus
what they
on
argue
one.
is that they're over focused on that degrees.
No, it's not over. It's not over. No, if you are saying Nigeria over focus on degree, it's another thing. But if you are saying the Tinubu program focuses too much on degree, then that's where I go. That's where I disagree. But Nigerians generally, do we focus on degree? Yes, that's true. It's a fact.
The Tinubu program for apprenticeship and job training, those kind of things.
No.
That student loan is open to every student, though,
every sector.
So anyone that wants to go and learn like carpentry is
knowledge is not cheap. Education is not free lunch. Okay.
Okay.
We're not talking about free education.
Let me even tell Mike something. To do certificate in Canada is more expensive than doing a degree. If a foreign student, I want to come and do a year certificate, you can spend as much as 35K. Whereas a degree, you can spend as little as $10,000 a year. So it is normal that a foreign student would prefer to go for a degree, even though because we even have paper.
What kind of certification costs $35,000? Give me an example.
In all this healthcare, because see, Canada too are very smart. They know that people are coming because they want to get a permanent residency and this thing now. And those schools, they are self-funded. They are self-funded.
That's not the point. Certification that costs $5,000.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I can give you some link here now. You'll be shocked.
I know of a particular.
Well, give me name one. Name one certification. Just name one. That will cost you $5,000 to acquire.
Those ones that does the integrity testing for the metals and all that, it costs almost 40 to 30,000.
Which one? Say it again.
The one that those integrity testing, those people welders and all that.
Welders
welding the pipelines and all that. Yeah, it costs.
No. Welding school costs you $40,000, man. I mean, literally, you can go to welding school right now here. Welding,
it costs up to 30,000.
A military man that we have this kind is talking. What are you talking about?
It's not just regular. It's not regular welding. It's not regular.
Even undersea welding, I know they don't cost that.
Mike, I'm not a regular citizen. I beg you. The discounts we get,
I know people
the type
that
of privilege you have. We common citizens, we don't have it. See, if admission day, if not 3 remain, maybe you have you are the military man there, they will take you the military man before they will consider the remaining 2. We don't carry the same privilege. You will get the type. See, it is cheaper. Degree in some instances are cheaper than certificate and diploma courses.
So which one is more valuable? A guy will come out with a degree and a guy will come out with that welding certification. Who's more?
If you know how much these people are, the cocoa they are they are
No,
harvesting
no,
every now.
it depends
Once
on
you come out with that welding certificate, show up in Shell, they can use you
no,
right away because they know you
not
already know
just
how to weld. But once you come out with a
no,
degree, you are useless with that degree because
you will
now
get a job. You
they
will
have
get
to
a job.
train you. You know exactly because who's more
You
effective
will
for the
get a job
economy? A
one way
guy
or
that
the
just
other.
no. Michael, which degree are useless? Which degree? For which degree
Before
is
you even
useless?
finish, you
no.
already
When
have
you
a
come out
job
with
waiting for
degree,
you.
you don't know anything. You have to go and learn the
Which
job.
school? Which school?
If you graduate with a degree,
In
even
Nigeria
there's
or
no
here?
anywhere in the world, you get out of university
That's
with a
not true, Baba.
degree.
That's not true.
Degree is basic training. That's what it is.
Baba, that is not true. Do you know how many
You
portfolio of
wait,
projects I
wait,
had
wait.
before I
Are you
finished my
telling me
computer
you
science?
graduate?
I beg you.
Wait. You graduate I'll study civil engineering. You graduate with an engineering degree, and you can just walk into a company and start working. You gotta train you. They still have to train you.
Mike,
You understand? In fact, in America, you take about 4 years before you can get a P, become a professional engineer.
This is what degree does, right? Degree can take you like up to 50 feet, and the company that takes you maybe is dealing with one field, and that one field is what you are going to concentrate on. It's like, okay, there was this argument sometimes that people say, okay, the person that is coding now, because you can develop a application, it doesn't mean that you're a computer scientist. When they employ two of us, they will employ us differently. Where Google will employ me now to be dealing with the artificial intelligence algorithm, the person that studied just this thing from this boot camp, they will just be doing web application, upload file, all those things. But they put me in the research department, I'll be researching algorithm. Maybe they will say, okay, be dealing with a
Of
strategy.
course, there's no question that you that got a degree have more brain than the guy that just got a certificate. Certification.
Because we
There's
do
no
all
question
those
about
things in a
that.
lab. We do all
But
those in a lab. See, you can't do computer science and you tell me that you don't know how to write program. Even not in Nigerian university anymore. Even as bad as my undergraduate was in Nigeria, I still wrote program in basic. Electrical, not even computer science. So I still wrote program in basic. It was when I left that place, the knowledge of what I learned in my undergrad electrical was when I still carried to when I was working for NCR. I still carried that knowledge there. So see, this thing when they say something like, oh, computer the degree, they don't learn anything. I will give an example. I was on site one day like that. We were trying to this Siemens hard drive. We were just trying to fix the thing, and the thing was not, the system was not taking it. And I look at the jumper there. Even my guy that was even training me, that was teaching me, that had been done that upcoming life for like almost 8 years. So, but I just suddenly remember my digital electronics. That okay, but this jumper is supposed to mean the position now. Now this thing is okay, this is logical too. Okay, then let us change this jumper to this place. And that knowledge, I just put it there, and it worked. And my boss was looking at me like this. You understand? So this thing sometimes is fallacy. It's fallacy. In my undergrad electrical, I did the electrical workshop practice that on board like this, you do some wiring and you do some, and we did electrical drafting. That okay, this how to wire, and because we want to put the building the building drawing, and okay, start designing the electrical components there. We did all those stuff. And we were even designing electronic circuits that will be doing we'll be doing calculation that okay, if you put this component here, what is going to happen? That we'll be doing this transmission line design. All those stuff. See, in most cases, all these things that our graduates they do, it depends on individual. Some people they attended university to just cram and pass. You will even find the same people overseas too. That no matter the level of practical you do, those people they will never focus because they have different mind. That is why I keep saying university is not meant for everybody. For my own university, I maximize it. I came up with a lot of model in machine learning, algorithm. I came out with so many projects, portfolio. So when people tell me that, oh, university, they come and this, it depends on what you want to do. My university education was enough for me to come out and not to look for a job. That people say this is just a fallacy. I still have a friend today. This friend, when he finished, what this guy has been doing since was just installation, both industrial and also installation in Nigeria. That's what the guy does. If you just look at your house like this, as okay, let me do the conduit for you. It will design it. It will be different from all those what those local technicians are doing for you, but it's only expensive because it's going to use more materials. But in the long run, the one that this my friend that graduated will design for you will be very easy to maintain, because the one that all those electricians will do, they will just use this into screw wire. My friend will never screw wire for you. It will use the proper joint. I will lay by that you can isolate every single unit of electrical component in that house. The only thing is that if the regular electrician will charge you like 25,000, my friend will charge you like 25,000, and he learned that thing in his school. So that's it depends on the individual. If your own is just to go and cram and pass, and no one big guy in Abuja that will give you job that you'll be dancing on the shares, that is what you will see. If some people know that, okay, because I don't know anybody, I have to be creative for my own to create job for myself, that is exactly the same thing that we do. They will say, when I mentioned Brother Shaggy the other time, it's just because it's from school. Not everybody that did creative art came out and started doing this thing. This guy did creative art. And some of these Nollywood artists we are looking at today, some of them did literature, some of them did drama, whatever they call it, their art, and they are really applying it. So it depends. Okay, Davido is a papa created a music department for his school to learn that music. And what is it today? He's a musician. Fela Anikulapo went to go and study music. And what did he do? So you can still go to school and still come out and do what you went to school to learn. But the problem in Nigeria today, because it's a survivor mentality, is the reason we are going to university. Because when you see the people, when you see there was a time that bank like Access Bank, they will telling you that, okay, if you graduated from last week, we are not going to take you. We only want to take a graduate from Obafemi Awolowo University. You are those things. See how to kind of silly classification. Those are the reasons that people don't want to go to.
This is true. I remember they used to do that then.
Yeah, it was when the Fashola told us, okay, if that's what you want to, then get out of my state.
The funniest thing is that our general manager then graduated from Yaba Tech. Yaba Polytechnic.
Yaba Tech.
It was so funny that,
and those people are so arrogant. Okay, Intercontinental Bank, Akimbola, we don't even know whether he got HND or
where is the man self?
The man, it's an entrepreneur will always be entrepreneur now, even though they try to run the man down. Once you're an entrepreneur, you see, that is why I'm telling you that my MBA, I love my MBA. Some people were still telling me that MBA na pure water. I just shake my head like this. And this is the guy that when they want to this is the guy that when they want to set up business, just to write 10 pages of business plan, they can't write it. And then when they now bring it in, I will now write for them and I say, okay, go and bring $5,000. They will say, it's too much. It's too much, Abi. Now you go, they help me, they pay my loan. So when we write this thing for them, they will speak big grammar, very beautiful grammar, but put paper for them to start writing. Then paper with short flight. To put paper down, because when you want to catch an IT person in our environment those days, they will bring all the brilliant idea. Oh, you do this, okay, good, you've done the right thing. Okay, can you please document it for us? Honestly, in the next 3 months, you won't see them. To just go and document. And people will say, oh, NBA is pure water. Go and do it now. Go and do it. And all those McKinsey framework we have, all those ones that are KLM and all those framework that we used to write there, go and produce it from your head now if you have access to all those stuff. It is that MBA you are talking about that I did machine learning, funny enough, because I pick analytics option, a serious machine learning. And you say you want to do machine learning, and you say you want to go and learn it from the street. Well, so you learn statistics on the street, you learn calculus on the street, you learn discrete mathematics on the street. Come on, there's something that will not just add up. Now, to build ordinary website is very easy now. Should be now to follow and to look at framework and to edit. Someone has done the template there. But who are those people that did template there? Not be someone that built your compiler, someone that built on your compiler. You think say the person attended the boot camp? We're talking of that's where the work of a normal coder finishes. That is where that of computer scientist starts. Because computer scientists, all of you is just to define. Okay, you are just bringing a new component now. How do we write this component that has never worked before? How do we even program to even open the logic gate? to interact with the electronics to trigger to send a measurable signal.
This fixation on this whole IT thing. IT is not the only thing that is there out there. There are other things we can do. We understand.
I didn't mention IT now. I've
You did
mentioned
not mention
today.
IT.
I've mentioned drama today. I've mentioned literature today. I've mentioned a lot of things. So because I'm telling you that some of our artists you see today, they are actually practice what they went to school to learn. I mentioned Davido. Davido studied music and he's a musician today.
Davido study music.
So you don't know? Okay, you heard it from me today now.
From where? In University of Atlanta.
No, I think from is it Babcock? Is it Babcock or one of those?
If Papa go create that, if Papa goes was fund the department. So
He graduated from Babcock University now.
Yeah. Where, I thought you went to school in America, in Atlanta.
No, he graduated from Babcock University now. Yeah.
He went to Nigeria.
He's school in Nigeria.
Tertiary education was in Nigeria.
Even this guy that did figurine, there was a time he went back to school to go and learn is it visual art or whatever.
When in New York.
Are you saying that Davido's father supported him in music?
Mike,
of course, yes, he did.
I'm passing
the guy telling us his story. He says his father was against him doing music and used to
No, his father actually built a studio for him too. I mean, I read in an interview that
he funded his education. He funded that department at Babcock.
At that time, he was still in school.
Afolanyo went to New York to go and study. He is the one that revolutionized how they make movie in Nigeria today. Not even when Alade Aromire started his own in late 80s.
No, it's this Shina Peter's son that brought this revolution.
Come on.
Shina Peter,
just let rational
hold
mind.
on now, hold on. You people are talking about, good producers. Music producers. Besides,
that story of Afolanya is well documented.
Afolanya was a product of what is this man's name?
His own Babana Aisho Pepe.
But he developed that. He started having that idea when he worked with the Kutule Kelani. And then to sharpen his skill properly, he now went to the school of what do you call this school in New York?
He was working in a bank and left that bank.
Yeah. And
it was after he studied that started. When
who started Hollywood, by the way?
Figurine was the first multimillionaire, multi-million. Is it close to 100 million? I can't remember the figure he spent. Because that time, artists in Nigeria, they were spending like 3, 4, 5 million because they were afraid of piracy. Before they will even sell like 3 copies. They don't sell like 300 from Alaba, all those stuff. So this guy went back to school. He came back with figurine. It was after I finished figurine that he brought another one too. It was after figurine, he brought another one. He brought another movie. So that is how people just copied exactly what this guy did. And before you know, movie industry in Nigeria just started escalating. People started going to Netflix, all those stuff. So, see, there are some things that you don't get until you go to school. You have the access to that database of knowledge. That you can't just do some things.
Dude, you see, Ola, you just like to talk. I mean, just want to talk. I mean, listen, we're not saying that there are certain things in tertiary education that are taught that needs to be discarded. Don't get me wrong. There are certain things that are. What we need now in that country is we need to put people to work. But how can you put a populace that is unskilled? We need skilled laborers. To do theater art is a form of a skill. We know that one. You can do that. You can go to university and learn that if you want to learn that. But what I'm saying to you is that people that can work on things like machinists who can repair machine. You don't need to go. There are certain things you don't need to go to university to go and learn them. Just go to apprenticeship program like how to. Like I tell you here, I didn't go to what's it called an auto mechanical school, but I can repair car to some extent. Just give me the tools. I'll bring the whole engine down, and I will recouple everything again. Just give me the right thing. Some of them I watch them on YouTube how to fix certain things.
Rational mind. To add to that, do you know that what I feel is missing in the missing link in Nigerian's education system is people are not be able to discover what they want. They don't know what they want themselves because of that survival mentality that is on everybody when they are growing up. It's difficult for people to find their interest, because when you're born going through having to survive, you naturally don't know what you can do
That's
or
called
what
a
you need to
economic
do.
structure now. If we have
Yes, so
economic structure, then everybody can easily say, okay, if I go here,
yes, exactly. And you know that there are some things that when you're abroad, you monetize easily. It's easy to monetize. But in the community structure of Nigeria, sometimes probably when people are growing up, they do it for free, like taking advantage of social places like church and all of that. They do it for free, and they're not being paid for it. So there's the reward to effort. There's a missing link around that, because what I feel is, if you know that before you go to school or you go for any professional upgrade, you need to know what you want to do first. So if I'm a musician, I will know that, okay, I can sing first, then I go to school to learn music. If I want to be a medical personnel, I know, like, I love to take care of people. I have that interest first, because it's the interest that will continue the learning. If there's no interest, there will not be willingness to learn and improve every now and then. So I think that's what's missing in Nigeria. That's what I feel is missing.
No, AY, you are correct. But the thing is this:
Is Rashidama still there?
sometimes,
I'm still here. I'm still here.
you see,
Oh, okay. I want to have a
sometimes
rejoinder
you
with you.
just have
That's why.
to. You see, motivation. A lot of things works
Hold on,
when
hold on.
you.
Olajo, listen. What did you say?
I want to have a rejoinder to what you just said. You said we should put Nigerians to work.
Hmm.
That's what I want to talk about. But let Ola continue, then
Okay.
I will come back.
You see, AY, you need sometimes you have to gather people to motivate. When people are scattered around, when they are confused sometimes, because as you see us now, like the scientists will say, human beings think of the negative more than the positive. At the end of the day, you end up get confused. Where people where many cannot see road, maybe where 90% cannot see road, maybe about 10% can just see the road. So that 10%, you need that 10% now to now motivate the remaining 90% before they know what they are going to do. That is why that when we are saying that we need, that is where the role of education comes in place. It just in there, see, you can't just jump on the street now and say, okay, this is what I want to do. It is not that easy. That is why you see some people, they just go and start a business without even knowing whether that business will be sustainable, because they don't have idea of the market. They don't have anything whether this market is viable, whether this market is growing. That is why some people will say, okay, marketing come in place. Those people that know about marketing research, that okay, this is the size of this industry, this is the need of the people. If you can just key in, this is what you are going to make. You are sending that kind of motivation through one form of education. I don't care whether that education is coming from the YouTube or from the community college you go to, or from the person where you learn your apprenticeship. But what we know is that we need education. Yes, not university education always, not higher education always, even at the level of that thing. So we all agree. But what we are just saying is that everything, we should take care of the need of everyone simultaneously. So to me, it is not enough to say, oh, carpentry is selling here or today, or because carpentry is making money in Nigeria. You can get to Canada and carpentry may not make money for you, especially if you feel it's saturated. It's just like some people that rush to Uber in Canada, especially in Calgary where I live. Oh, Uber is making money. I have a friend in New York that normally make 10K a month. When they tried the same thing in Calgary, some of them didn't even do for 6 months before they just say, oh, I know they do. Because at the end of the month, I know even they make 3,000. No. Even that 3,000, Uber go remove their own. No. So you need education in every environment. Yes, I agree with everybody that we need technical education, we need skill, we need all those stuff. Yes, I agree. But what Tinubu is saying, I think it's going to escalate to everybody. It's a form of motivation. But then we need some people to invest at technical school. I keep saying all those things.
Don't say this thing like I mean, we know what Tinubu did in Lagos now. What are you talking about? I mean, Tinubu is a businessman. Everything he sees in Nigeria or whatever space that he hijack, he wants to turn it into some kind of business. And then he doesn't look at the populace, the people themselves. Wow, hold on now. You're talking about human development. The people in Lagos State, how many of them are developed intellectually or in skilled wise? All he sees is that, oh, I want to turn what's it called, Badagry to economic zone. I want to turn Lekki deep seaport. I want to start doing BRT so that I may start making money from it. Things that are supposed
Okay.
that should be local government run. He wants to
Oh,
put everything in the hands of the
okay,
local
rational
government.
mind.
Everything, right? You're
Michael,
telling me
stop.
that he's going to replicate the same thing in
Bigay did not create computer for you just because he loves you. He created computer for his own vision how to make money. And all of a sudden, his invention cascaded to
don't sell me
millions.
this bobo thing you always
It's
like.
not a bobo.
I mean,
Where the elite want to make money, wait now, where the elite want to make money, there will always create opportunity for others to make money. You tell me that
which others are making money? Which others are making money? So you created BRT, and so people will be selling tickets. I mean, doing tickets so that they will be doing tickets. I mean, is that what you call employment?
So people created money. Who are the mechanics? Who are the mechanics?
You're talking about
who are the mechanics of BRT? Who are the drivers of
BRT? It's only BRT. It's only BRT they should be operating on. It's only BRT. Can they open their own mechanic shop?
Rational mind.
What are you talking about?
Rational mind. You said earlier that we should put people to work.
Okay.
You know, to put Nigeria back to work is going to take a lot. See, the world has moved beyond, like, what is this man, Asai Dokubo said? They've left us behind. See, I was watching, somebody sent me on the social media today, an automated, this machine. Automation, offloading vessels from a ship and distributing it at the port. And the guy was saying, "Oh, look at the job killer! Look at the job killer!" What was coming to my mind at that time was, "Yeah, you did yourself in. You're going to lose your job very soon because you fail to acquire more skills. Now you won't have a job because machine has taken over your job." Now, if we put Nigeria back to work and we are learning woodwork and all that, there's a chances that the world is still going to leave us behind, far, far behind. Some of the things, in those days, we use hammer, wood, what do you call them? Carpenter use hammer to put nails on the wood. Now, what do we have? All those, and I was thinking, how much is one? Maybe $100, or depends on, the quality of what you want to buy. How many of our carpenters have that in Nigeria? Probably not, not up to 10.
Why do you have to always look for spanner to throw
No. I look for something small to get, to use as an example. That we have a long journey to walk, a long journey to go, because putting Nigeria back to work would mean that our youth have to, we have to retrain them. See, I didn't know much about computer until I started working in the bank. I'm a self-taught person. Sometimes ago, my supervisor at work said, "Look, you have to do this and all that." And I said, "Look, man, it will take me a while." It was like, "How come you type so slow?" I said, "Well, I didn't learn computer until I graduated college." I was like, "Seriously?" I said, "Yeah." And this supervisor almost wrote me up, but when I told her that, it was like, "Oh, well, everything I learned about computer today is a true self-taught process." And I'm proud of what I've done. I mean, all the knowledge that I've acquired about computer. I mean, remember all those the days of white and black computer up to this moment now. I'm not saying I'm a computer guru, but at least I know how to turn it on and turn it off, right? But you see, it's gonna take a long process. But you see,
but we have to start from somewhere, right? You agree on that? We have to start from somewhere, right?
You have to start from somewhere, and
so where do we start from?
It starts from now that the government is trying to provide,
what?
It's more or less like a leveling in the process. Can you imagine?
You don't kickstart an economy the way Tinubu is trying to do it.
No. See,
you don't do that.
You can't also make it free at the same time. You have to pay a price as well. Look, the act says 2 years after serving, that's where you start paying back. I think that's enough. I understand that, but this is it. This is it. You see, there are a lot of children, there are a lot of students that are unable to pay for school fees. You know that. And these lawmakers knows that in their constituency, they have their parents coming to knock at their door every now and then, asking for school fees. You yourself, people that you yourself right now, somebody who can easily call upon you to say, "You know what, my children, they have not paid their school fees and all that. But you see, when you have
Adewale,
a process,
just let me just give you an example. When I was growing up, wait now, I
No.
take
You've been
permission
talking a
from
lot.
Hold
Hold on, please. What's all later?
National mind, don't frustrate me out too.
No, I know nobody's
No,
frustrating
you're
you.
ruling. I don't like. I take permission from
need you
Adewale
here.
because he's the one that hold the floor.
Hold on now. You've
Okay,
been
good
talking here
night.
now. No, Nisru. Ola, hold on. Are you there?
Yes,
Hold
I'm
on.
here.
I mean, Ola, hold on. Okay, no, he has gone. All right. Okay, Babati, please speak. Go on.
Ọlápadà wa kò le tó yẹn. Kí ẹ má máa ṣe bí emotional lesbian. Mo ṣeré ni o. But
lesbian, right?
I was just wondering,
the lesbian.
Ola come back. Thank you.
Yeah, it's back.
But this is my thing.
No, BT. There's a level of disrespect that we tolerate.
Oh my goodness! What is disrespect?
No. Wait.
I've allowed
you know this thing is not in my behavior, but I will tell you for sure. I know Adewale owned the floor.
Okay.
I took permission from Adewale. You know, I will never interrupt you without taking permission from you. I don't jump into that.
Okay.
And I believe that Adewale gave me that thing. And I only wanted to add to what Adewale was saying. I just kept it short. Because what I was going to say was relevant. That's what you did.
No.
See. To me, I learned from this forum, and I can as well just go to the chat session and stay there. Because I'm not here just to hard voice, just for talking alone. I'm not bullying. I'm not bullying. I'm just telling you my mind.
Let us hear somebody else. You will talk. You will come back to it. Let me just hear.
No, actually,
our family may feel.
No, I wanted to bring up an option for this loan repayment because I think I'm going to agree with Spinner today for the first time.
Yeah, you're always agreeing for the first time.
The repayment part is not going to be visible, at least not for the first 10 or 20 years of this thing, let's be honest. So what I think is that tie that to NYSC service. Now, if you can pay yourself by yourself, you do your usual 1 year or whatnot. But if you know you maybe might have a hard time paying back, you can do extra year or 2-3 years serving the government, working for government, where they will still pay you some kind of stipend, but you work for the government and you pay off that way. But it will still be a service to Nigeria. So let's say you studied, maybe you were a teacher or whatnot, you go to the same village that they send you, but you just stay a little bit longer. And that the service will be an exchange for your loan repayment. And you still get paid your salary, maybe not as much as you will get paid, but you still get something. That way, we get the service from you, we pay the loan back, and everybody's happy. That would be another way of tackling that as well in those areas, and that we have needs for your skills. So it can be like an exchange of skills with loan, as opposed to waiting for people to start paying back. Nigerians don't have a culture of paying debt back. It's a culture where
if you don't pay, you are going to prison.
Well, we are Nigerians.
Okay.
If you don't pay, you are going to jail.
What I wanted to add to Adewale the other time.
Okay, go ahead.
Adewale, while I was growing up, you understand, we had these guys on our street. All those Baba that used to marry more than one wife. So the Baba died. Now, unfortunately, the mama of all those other guys, they died. Now, what happened? The elder wife, because she could struggle, she managed to finance all the children. But the children of the other wife, now, the one that died, nothing to write about them today. You understand? When we criticize something, sometimes we have to look at the impact. In the community where we are in Western world, there is that if a child lose the parent, it's not going to be the end of life for that person. The system will support the person to grow up. That's the way I see this type of fund that is coming. You understand? Now, for the elderly woman, part of one of the children, a pharmacist, another one a lawyer, nurse. So they were well to do. But the guy that happened to be the same age as mine is a driver, taxi driver in Ado-Ekiti there. So if this guy had access to this type of funny that time, maybe his life would be better today.
But
So
Ola, you say somebody is a taxi driver. Okay, maybe because he doesn't have the education. Being a taxi driver does not mean he cannot be successful.
no, you know what I mean. When I say taxi driver, you understand what I mean in our economy. You understand? In our economy, you will understand what I mean. It's not you know the type of training you will have before you become a taxi driver here. And you know the type of what you have before you become a taxi driver in our environment there.
You know,
You
Ola,
understand?
what you say is completely true. Myself that I'm talking, the first tuition that I was paying in school, I had to borrow the money myself.
Mr. Dewale,
So if this kind
I
of
said earlier, Dewale,
incentives is available at that time for me, do you think, you know, no matter how we criticize these government initiatives, I think it's still the best. I think it's going to go a long way.
Dewale, did you hear what I said earlier? I said let's do service in exchange for payment. That is more visible.
How many people can government take? How many people?
No. It doesn't work that way. Like even in healthcare in America here.
How many services are there?
I can work in healthcare. I can work for other companies through
No,
tax.
not everybody. See, no.
Wait,
That's
let me
money.
There's
finish.
no
That's
opening.
slavery.
There's
Let
no
me
opening.
finish.
There's no
Let me
position
finish.
open.
Let me
Good
finish.
morning, guys. Can I interject?
Let me
Please?
finish my
Sorry.
point. Let me finish my
Okay.
point, Remy. Let me finish my point, sir. Please. I didn't say the entirety of everybody, not everybody. I'm saying that I'm trying to figure out a way where some of that responsibilities, knowing fully well the kind of economy and the kind of culture we have when it comes to the payments, where like okay, if you're a doctor, if you're an engineer, you can go work for a company and through tax benefits that company, they can pay back to the government because you are working for them. That way, because there's not going to be 100% repayment on loan in Nigeria. I can guarantee you that. They're not paying back. Trust me when I tell you.
Babachi, that was why I said initially that this thing will be.
Sorry, Simba. Yeah.
Okay,
Simba.
can I interject now?
Yeah, Simba. Yeah.
Can I interject now, please?
Yeah, yes, Remy. Yeah, come in.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I've been listening, and I
Yeah,
think,
good morning.
I think the policy that the government have shown out now that student loan.
Oh, I thought my mic was on. Remy, can you give me just a minute? I won't take much longer. I promise.
Okay.
I promise. My mic was off and I kept talking. But see, that's your proposal. Okay, this is where I find it very, very faulty. You see, the purpose is whatever knowledge or skill that has been acquired through this process, through this scheme. It's not for you to be tied to the apron of the government, but for you to be able to do exploit, for you to multiply. You see, whatever you are paying back, you are paying it back for the benefit of others to be able to have access to the same fund.
Yes.
Now, when you are now
Yes.
rendering service in the form of paying back, it's more or less, you know what, that money has gone, the government has to replace it. No, we want you to multiply, we want you to be more than, because now you've acquired skill. We want you to be better off than just say, you know what, you are tied to the government that offer you this.
You are
Yes,
tied
you
to the
could,
government for a
but
while, 2-3 years. It's not for
what if
life now. You're
the
not there
program
forever.
you program you went to school for is something that is more like an entrepreneurship whereby you
I
yourself you'll
said
be able
some
to.
of that, sir. I said some of them. I didn't say everybody that got the loan. There are some
But
areas that the government needs people
why
to
working
work.
for government can easily they have workers? Why what has the NYSC
You
done
live in
for us
America.
today?
I had to go work. I had to go work in Indian reservation. Part of my payment when I finished school was that my first 2 years.
Yeah, but it's an
So
option that
I'm
you
just
take
telling
if
you
you
that okay,
decided to pay
am I
back.
still no? Am I still there now? Am I not productive to society right now? Am I not creating jobs for people?
So,
But it
so,
was the first
so,
year
uh,
now.
so if you guys are talking that you took a student loan in America and after some few years you are able to pay back, I think the problem Nigerians are facing is that most you are thinking Nigeria will still like before. Even 10 years ago, it's not the same 10 years, it's not the same Nigeria of today. So the student loan is set to deserving students, and it must come from the higher institution, not that you just walk into this educational bank by yourself and then you seek for this loan. It must come from the university itself. And you have been talking a lot, and I think university education is good. University education prepare you to enter the outside world. It's not necessarily you do whatever you do as a degree. That's why you see somebody study mechanical engineering and work in a bank. It does not fixated on one discipline alone. And you guys forgot one thing. Nigeria practice 6334 educational system, in which you have an option to go to technical college. If you guys are talking, technical college is like a vocational school in most developed nations. So what we should do is that we should have a total reorientation from our primary school and junior secondary school that, okay, if you cannot make it to the senior secondary school, then you have an option to go to technical college, in which each state can fund their technical college, which is equivalent to
How do you want to market that, Remy? You know there's a stigma to that, right?
you can market
Everybody wants to go to university. That's the Nigerian mentality. Everybody wants to go to university.
I know everybody wants to go to university. It's the society itself.
Social class, social status.
We should start from somewhere, telling them the advantage of learning this at the vocational college. The best way to do is that maybe the parity of pay between this vocational college graduate and university graduate.
Then work on the requirement for those jobs. Don't require PhD for a job that ordinarily will require 2 years.
No, what
so
I'm trying
to companies then
to encourage them, the parity of pay. Even some of them will find themselves working in big organizations, maybe as a machinist, as a plumber, as a joiner, or whatever they have. The parity of pay between them and those people that go to university, just minute, maybe just some few hundred different, not even 1,000 naira different. This will encourage people to go to this technical college and learn skills. So I think that is where the bane of contention really be. For me, university education is very, very good, because if it's not good, you will not enter America so easily like that and then get adapted to the system easily. So because you have the
that's what we're saying. It's only good for you to go and Japan now.
No, it's not.
Is it good for the Nigerian system? Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, bro. The university education is good in general, but we are saying like to develop the development of Nigerian economy.
No.
The argument is that it's best for government to invest in people going to job trainings and all those things. That's the argument. No one is saying education is bad.
You can ask the doctors here. When they want to go abroad, they have to write a written exam to get their license to practice in wherever country they choose. So if they are not well prepared, or if they are not well trained in Nigeria, I don't think they can pass that exam easily.
But Remy, you know the base of the argument there. The argument is
what you say only for Japan.
There's nobody here saying that education is university education is bad.
I disagree with you with that, because some of us
disagree with what?
They said the only people who go to university is just to Japan.
No. You took me out of context. What I'm saying is, in the context of when government invests, whether it's more important than people learning, government investing in people learning vocational skills and stuff like that. We're saying that you're saying, oh, what is good when they get to America? So we're saying, well, that doesn't. Your argument is that when they get to America, it helps them. But we are saying that doesn't help Nigeria, because what's the point of Tinubu paying for you to go to school, for you to go to America? You understand? What's the essence of government paying for giving you student loans to go to school in Nigeria for you to finish and Japan and
Can I interject real quick, guys, if you don't mind?
So let me quickly clarify this. In the beginning, I said Nigeria cannot remain stagnant. You people are just looking at your country that things will never change. It's still going to be the same thing, which I totally disagree with you. At least from what we have seen, Nigeria is also changing. If Nigeria is not changing, it's also not going to be easy for all.
But we are not industrializing. Are we industrializing?
You might say we are not industrializing at a pace you want. It does not mean that Nigeria is
we are not industrializing at all.
Slow pace. It might be very slow.
No. There's nothing like even slow. What's even the pace? Do you even have any pace?
Okay, so if I want to say,
all we're doing in Nigeria is import.
Everybody,
what industry? What industry?
Guys, Of course. So, Remy Land.
That's the problem with you, Nigeria. You will never. You guys is. I don't know. You are so frustrated that okay.
Cynicism.
Remi, wọ́n máa di frustrate mi lẹ́ni o.
Common two
No.
can't do.
You see the point. Go on.
The society taste is no longer about the local production.
Yeah,
it's about
it's
what
funny
can you
now.
bring from even common Ghana right there. I want it.
Remy,
I don't want anything made local.
I grew up in Ota. In the chat, when I went back, it's all gone.
See,
it's all gone.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we let Prince Daddy talk? Because I don't think Prince Daddy has success.
Olajo Nisuru, Remi Oti Land, Baba T. Do you remember when Land Nisuru? Baba T. Baba T. Do you remember when Siba Gate? There's this pharmaceutical company on that Ota Road there. When you're going towards
Emzo.
Ojuore.
Yeah, that Ota Road. There used to be one big is it Est? One of those old pharmaceutical companies used to be there.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, go on.
We have a Muka Foam. Tell you for all out, man. It was a huge.
Or maybe you're talking about a different era. I'm talking about in the 80s.
Okay, now let me continue. I think you guys are really, maybe I don't know, you don't always go to Nigeria or you don't know exactly what is totally happening in that country. Now, when I want to give you a simple analogy, I don't know whether wherever you find yourself, you are still eating Nigerian food or you don't eat Nigerian food. You can see if somebody go to Nigeria and probably came back and brought some food for you, you will see that go and check most of the manufacturers. You see that so many new players, so many things. You guys talk about Mocha Foam. Mocha Foam is still operating in Nigeria. Vita Foam is still operating in Nigeria. So many new players that are operating in Nigeria also that you guys don't know.
So when you say we don't understand, we don't understand what you mean by
let me finish. What I'm trying to say is that you don't expect a 100% turnaround in that country. Things that have been bastardized for so many years, and then you want to change in one day.
Are we industrializing? That's the question.
What did you say?
Are we industrializing? That's the question.
Yes, Mike.
To me, we are, but at a slow pace.
We don't. If there's any industry in Nigeria, it's only a foreign company that brought it there, and they can leave anytime. We, the people ourselves, we are not industrial.
Manufacturing industry.
Mike,
I will give a very good example. Babati, I will give a very good example. The last time I went to Nigeria, I went to Eagle Flour Mill. It's just the toll gate, Ibadan toll gate. They are still producing different kind of flour and different kind of
food manufacturing. Okay.
We've
been doing that since the beginning of this creation. We've been manufacturing food. We are talking about like industry, like in America, Japan, where they are chemical plants, like chemical plants.
It's missing the point.
Like steel plants.
We should have grown way beyond what we are discussing.
Around overnight, which cannot.
I think
how many years? It's almost 30 years, man. What kilometer overnight? Lord Melo, Lago Melo.
Late, Joe.
And I said earlier,
after how many years?
The world has left us behind. Left us behind.
The world all move past you now.
Already. So I wanted to
Ola, when I was working in Lagos then, we used to buy this imported shirt from Dubai, from Europe. And they are very fitted shirt because, as a banker, you want to look your best, right? I purposely called Ola because I think it was a banker before too.
Yes, you go there buy for a now.
Yeah, but there was this Nigerian guy. We used to work together. All of a sudden, he quit. I was planning of, establishing my own laundromat business. I went and bought washing machine and all that from Dubai then. I ended up selling it in Banjo. Anyway, there was a story behind that too. But this guy quit and he didn't even know about tailoring, but he knows how to draw and bring, style out, and he will go and meet those guys and they will help him sew his clothes and he will bring it to and started selling it to all those organ in the bank. And I saw this because sometimes he will customize some of those shirts, even up to the executive director there. they were all patronizing him. And in my head, I was like, Jesus Christ. But some of those clothes that he would make, those locally made clothes, they were more, the quality of those locally made shirts, even better than the one being imported. And they last longer. And it's not the kind of shirt that you wash that everything will be, clean in the sun. But then it's not look. I mean, only few people were patronizing because they wanted something that you can say, you know what, I have a label, I have not necessarily Gucci and all that, but something that you can easily say, yeah, that is the clothes that I'm wearing. I'm rocking this because it's being made from Italy, made from
Ace and
even up
Curtis
to
with
the
the
shoe.
use. So Ace and
Uh,
Curtis, who go use
Thick
that one
one,
now?
thick. In
Ace
fact,
and Curtis, man.
I love to put starch on my shirt there, and you will be putting more starch before this thing can get harder. And to tell you, locally made, but Nigeria will not patronize because we want our taste completely changed because that we want something foreign. The society, the society taste, the society status. We want status that you know what, because there's no level playing ground here in America. You can easily go to a retail store. You wouldn't even know who's a millionaire. You wouldn't know who has more money. Everybody walks into Walmart, except when you started doing all those, going into those white people's store. That's where you know there's class. But it's a leveler. But in Nigeria, Madam will not even go to store. It will send a driver, right? So we have a long way to go. Long way to go. We can start now, but I also believe that this student loan scheme that government put in place. I know the condition is going to be very, very stringent for students to be able to access it, and probably I'm sensing that it's possibility that people in our last line of work, like the ICT or IT, will probably be the number one target first before it started getting to people. I don't expect somebody studying philosophy. Is anybody still studying philosophy anyway?
Library studies.
Okay,
They
that
are
would
studying it to Adewale. They are studying it and they are making big deal from there.
that would be a disaster of the last century. That would be a bombastic disaster. Anyway, I don't expect that kind of person to be assessed because what are you going to do with that kind of discipline? I don't know where
No,
you'll
no.
be able to.
Here you do philosophy and you later go to law school for your graduate school. So people still do that now.
Well, but not in Nigeria because in Nigeria we want status. You have to have that diploma. It's as simple as that. And I think society, government has to, just what do they call this? Demystify this notion of
They
once
were
diploma is
and if I want to
superior
share
to another.
I want to share to require to require ordinary 2 year degree the money from
You can be frying pop and get your PhD on it.
Adewale, a person like me will continue to do master's degree. Every available one I get.
Are you from Ekiti?
It doesn't.
Yes,
See,
now yes, it's from
at the
Ekiti.
end
That's
of
why.
the way I'm going, we end up having
You are
like 10
from Ekiti.
master's
I
degree
knew it.
because
I want to make it. You carry
now only PhD, now only PhD, and they run
during my
away from.
MBA, the dean of my faculty happens to be a Nigerian. So this man tried everything possible for me to, it was more or less like a mentor. But at the same time, I was taking, I think, 2 of his classes, and he wanted me to be like the class rep or something like that. I I I rejected it because I didn't want to bother myself, be the old, because I hate those high service sort of thing. I don't like to kiss ass. It's part of my French. So after we finished, in fact, we even went to dinner with my family and everything. And the man was like, he brought out a template and said, well, when you are ready, I said, ready for what, sir? I said, for your PhD, I have this template. I'll just fill it out and sign it for your recommendation and all that. So in my hand, I was like, "Alakubama ni ma ike." Have you ever seen somebody doing PhD and is happy? It's always about, I said, no, sir, I'm not going for that. He said, never say never.
PhD is not good though.
I said never. You will be regretting doing it for what?
They were.
For what?
I mean, because I'm add the. I was going to add a PhD in health, health whatever.
That one is good. You'll be
I
teaching
dropped it off,
your.
man. I'm like, nah, I'm
You'll be
not doing
teaching your people, and at the same time, a lot of
that.
doctors are also, professors.
Nah.
No. At the end of
I
the
think
day,
PhD is all about
PhD is too
grit.
narrow.
If you have the grit to stand the rigors of it, it's
PhD
so
is too narrow.
Most of the
very
time, you
demanding.
ended up not being fulfilled, kind of.
Yeah.
That's what I've
Exactly.
noticed from some of people are usually ended up in academic because how many people are going to employ you? I mean, look at the job
Guys, can we
labor
change the
market.
topic, please?
Which topic?
Thomas,
All I know is that
Thomas, excuse
Emefiele
me.
is in
I
jail.
want to come with discuss. Ain't there what's happening?
I
Because
will, I will not
Hey,
school.
hey,
Cuckoo,
Thomas, can I make a
PhD.
comment before you close out the topic?
Who built this gather?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, make a comment that I just want us to dig on Tinubu a bit. What do you guys think about the speech
Intro,
yesterday?
intro speech.
The what they call democracy speech yesterday. What I just want us to sample our opinion a little bit because I want to
Excellent.
shut it down.
That's
Maybe nine
that's
Okay.
hours. We have
Who
an
Prince
hour to
Daddy
go.
from?
Yeah,
Yeah, go on.
yeah, please, Daddy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Hello, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good. Yeah, by the grace of God, we're good.
Good. Good.
yeah,
Good.
and the grace of
I just
God.
want to chime in a little bit regarding the student loan that Tinubu signed the bill. Yeah, of course, the student loan is good. Eventually, it's a good program. I've heard all the pros and cons about it, and they're great propositions from all sides. But at the same time, rational minds' insistence on technical skills, I think I generally align with him on that side. Um, One thing I can say though, if I heard correctly regarding the student loans, that if the students default, they will be going to
Yeah.
jail. So my suggestion is, I think Tinubu should also build a lot of prisons simultaneously because a lot of people will be going to jail. Because that's the fact. Because I mean, you guys talked about it. We don't have right now. We don't have a lot of private. Apart from the banking is doing very well, a lot of private businesses, corporations to absorb a lot of these students once they graduate from NYC. Um, in other words, I can even in the Western world, there's a lot of defaults in student loans. Of course, they can go after you, they can garnish your wages and try to recoup their money. And some of the loans are forgiven. But in Nigeria's case, we should expect a lot of students going to jail because they will not be able to meet up with the repayment plan, given the current um, um, job availability in the country. I mean, we're talking about even before recession or bad economy, we're talking about over 30% unemployment for this category of students or workers.
Prince Daddy, you have three guarantors. If you don't pay, they will go after those three guarantors.
Yeah,
And
but
are they supposed to pay for you though?
Of course, if you
Prince
guarantee,
Daddy,
if you stand for a guarantee for somebody, if
Prince
that
Daddy,
person didn't fulfill his promise, you're going to take the responsibility, isn't it?
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
I
I
do
sorry
not.
to
I
interject.
do not believe.
Sorry,
I do not.
It's
sorry.
not true. Well, it's not true.
Can you give me a minute, please? Sorry to interject. I think you guys are looking at it in not one-sided. The economy of the country is not good. There's thousands of parents that cannot pay school fees for their children for their ward in the university. If the government come in and help them, are you trying to tell us that because what you are trying to say now is that university education is not really important? That vocation
Not for me. I didn't say that.
that way, that is what you are trying to say. Because if thousands of people they were unable
No,
to
no, that's your conclusion or insinuation. Rather, what I'm trying to say is that the stipulation for repayment should be more lax and very, very accommodating. That's what I'm talking about. Because
no,
even the
you're
Western world,
different system. Like you all agree that you said in your opening speech that Tinubu should also build more prison because you are damn sure that most Nigerians would like to pay that money.
No, that was just a
well,
joke.
I mean, simply going by the trend and historical data information that we have about unemployment in the country and how a lot of graduates can get jobs. Am I lying or making
Prince
things
Daddy,
up?
but do you think
No,
federal
you are
government is
right
gonna be
about
hauling
actually
people
no,
into
because
prison
you
for
remove
defaulting?
the reason for not paying back the money. There must be a strict law on hand. Not
No, no,
everybody just
no, no,
the
no.
mind
See,
No,
paying
no,
back.
no,
let
no,
us be
Remy.
let's be rational here. There's no government that will be hurling people into prison because they default in payment. No. If you
They were
if you're able to establish that
No,
you
no,
have a
I
job,
think Prince Daddy was just
if you're
trying
able to
to
have,
lighten the
if
place
the
up.
federal government is
See,
able to establish that you have a job, and yet you are defaulting, that's when they have,
Of course.
okay,
evidence
Prince
against
Daddy.
you.
Yeah, you are
The
right.
government knows that. Don't
The
think
conditions
the
are
government
different.
knows the economic situation of a country. You understand? They must have evaluated that. See, this thing is, they can't just tell you that we'll be giving you money free of charge. They know that people will default. That was why I made an example the other time. In Canada alone, 30 million students, they are on default as we speak now.
That's the reason why I said, guys,
What
wait,
about the
Remy,
US? How many percentage?
hold on, John. Earlier on, that's the reason why I said, if you know they're going to default, put them to use for private companies. Get some service out of them. You won't pay that much,
Well,
but you can still make your money back from the service.
I would say really quick. 1 second.
Prince Daddy, just a second.
One voice at a time, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy.
But see, what we are saying is this: you should look at the reason for that student loan. You are looking at it as student loan like that, but why is government forcing people to school, encouraging and giving student loan? That is what you look at.
Right. Well, that was my opening statement, that I do agree a lot with a rational mind that if you incentivize the students, even if they graduate, or let a lot of students from high school go to technical programs and graduate after 2 years or so, those people can get into the workforce and be earning money. And if they choose to want to go to a 4-year college or further their education, well, they can do that also. But what Nigeria needs really, and I think we should listen to what Rakshaman was saying, because this loan, let's be frank, will be more geared towards 4-year college students or peoples. But the reality is that
Prince Daddy, this is the first time I'll be hearing people should listen to rational mind.
I know, yeah, me too. Yeah, but the reason I'm saying that, because
I'm just
I think
joking,
he has
rational mind. I'm just joking. No, yeah, that's all right.
he has a real first-hand information and real-life information in the regards, and he has the frame of reference, quite frankly, because he talked about his past and he talked about the Western world or the U.S. and trying to model that or compare that with Nigeria. See, given our economy, right? I don't think corporate jobs is up to 20% for sure. Most of our economy is what? It's very technical in the sense that we don't have a lot of jobs for these people after graduation to go acquire those jobs. We don't have them. But if we have automotive schools, carpentry that the government invests in, not sending it to a bricklayer or a mechanic on the street to go learn your trade. No, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to have a more effective economy, they have to invest a lot of those funds into building those institutions.
Sorry to interject. Nigeria already have 3 years technical college. It's all over the country. And in this technical college, we have automobile, carpentry, plumbing. They have all these courses. But people
Remy, do you think they're sufficient? Do you think they're enough? I'm just asking that.
They are enough, but the problem we have in Nigeria, we already mentioned it, everybody already mentioned that, because we still have that fixation on university education. Most people want to
usually, what are the incentives that students or people can be given to go that route of those technical colleges?
So I will look at it this way, because Nigerians like to read books. Nigerians like to have this certificate or so many things in their hand. For example, if you go to technical college, which is equivalent to vocational college, and this technical college are well equipped with all machines and machineries, I would like a situation that when you finish your 3-year vocational college, if you want to go to university or you want to go to polytechnic to further your education, the government should make it more easier for that. So that way people will say, okay, fine. If I go and learn this skill, I can still go to polytechnic, I can still go to university easily. Maybe instead of spending 3 years in university, I can spend 2 or 3 years. But if that is not in place, most people will still be discouraged, because most Nigerian parents, even you are talking, if you are a parent in Nigeria, would you like to send your kid or your children to technical college in Nigeria, including rational mind? So the mindset is already there. that everybody should go to the university in Nigeria. It's when your children go to university that the parents are proud of their children. So there must be.
Well, okay. Remy, if we have enough, 1 second, if they have enough technical schools that you mentioned, and doesn't the government have data to know that, hey, that's what they do in the Western world. You have to incentivize, even if you have to give them money to go to these technical schools. Well, maybe you have to, because you can't just have dormant technical schools that the students are not attending. And
We have, you know what? I know even in the Southwest alone, I know more than 5 or 6 or 7 technical schools all around the Southwest alone. But people are not going there anymore because
we have so that's a problem. We have to incentivize the students to go there. We have to, one way or another.
Prince Daddy, Remy Joba Benujo. You see, we need to capture not all kinds of, not just any kind of vocational skills or whatever skill we call it should be taught. You know, you need to capture, we need to gazette that areas that we need to kickstart that economy. Plumbing is one of them. Carpentry is one of them. Well, when we say carpentry, well, that's another thing we need to talk about. What kind of carpentry in here? Because
they have carpentry and furniture in most. If you go to
if it's furniture, yeah, fine. Now, but what I'm trying to say, we need to gazette, we need to capture these areas that we need people. Plumbing, tiling, and POP, whatever, all those kind of things. We need to train people in those kind of skills.
So do we have those technical skills to do that now?
No.
I don't know. Welding.
They have all those schools that were just left abandoned buildings.
They were abandoned.
Yeah,
like Federal Technical College in Nakoka there. I don't know.
Even they have one there now in Ijaba. They have one right there. Yeah, they have them all over the place. They were abandoned.
Okay, so that's the point. If you have the technical colleges, no funding, no instructors, no equipment in the schools, then you don't really have them, because you have the building or the name doesn't mean you have them. So the government is.
Some of them still have some level of equipment, but they were abandoned, and there's level of corruption and
okay.
The orientation that no, my children should not.
Prince Daddy, what you are not getting here, I will tell you something. You see, the model that you see today, people are looking at it from the student loan alone. But why Nigeria is gradually working towards those institutions to be self-funding? And how do you support those institutions to be self-funding? By providing, the first thing you need to do is that you make the funds. You fund the student that will be attending. For example, now, students of the rich people, they attend private university. You never hear about strike or whatever. Now, that they are giving student loan does not mean that university alone will be the only school that student loan will be for. Now, just imagine a situation. Mind you, our secondary school, primary school, and technical school.
Ola, please, let's just make it snappy. I want to move on to this topic I've just shown. Yeah, go on.
Thomas,
yeah.
Don't tell me that I'm not talking again. I'm angry tonight. How come that is when it comes to me?
I said everybody. I said I'm not targeting you, Ola. Why are you talking like this? I'm not targeting you. I said it earlier on. I said I want us to move on to that topic. Only if you don't want us to talk about it. You guys can say it. Yeah, you can continue.
You can't do that. Around Camille, he said,
Kilo Shele. Are you on your period? What's going on? Kilo Shele now.
Menstruation. Menstruation. When you go out.
Michael.
I did joke.
Kilo Shele. I'm just to see. The thing is this, Prince Daddy. The thing. Our schools is like we are looking towards self-funding institution. You understand? So that's the way. So you have to provide this loan because you have to start one day. And like I keep saying, Don't look at this loan as a big deal that whether student is going to default.
But
Government
but
has
but
this.
but you one quick, but you guys said it yourself. If all these technical institutions are not really functioning, that tells us that only the 4 year college or the universities students are going to get most of the loans. So in other words, the government, Tinubu government, needs to invest a lot of money in reviving those technical institutions, or even build more or better ones that target the economy that we want.
Yeah, those basic education will be revived because this one university and co they are just like luxury now. Let them go and find a way to fund themselves. But now, if you know that it's going to cost you money to attend university, you don't want to pay student loan because the mentality will change over time. So you will just go and learn what will give you money. As we speak today, if I go to some of these freelance sites, I can't compete with so many Nigerians there. Those so many Nigerians that some people we call Yahoo boys on the street, they are taking the job that the like of me will take. Okay, just imagine you want to build your website. I said, okay, Prince Daddy, go and bring me 2,500. Where I'm charging 2,500, someone maybe undergraduate, someone level 100, or someone that just finished secondary school in Nigeria will tell you, say, I will build this thing for you for $200. Taking my job away. It's happening big time in Nigerians. They are there on this freelance side. They are taking our jobs that the thing we pride ourselves about away. So now, what am I saying in this essence is that when you provide that avenue, people like that will just look at it that what am I going to do in the university where they can just learn whatever they want to learn from the technical school and even become multimillionaire before you even finish your undergraduate program. So to me, it's going to be a long-term thing that is going to benefit us. We are not going to know it today. You like seeing people with default? Oh my goodness, the level of our default may be worse than the Western world. Western world, we are talking about people default badly, serious default.
Ola, can
People
we
like
move on now? Can we move on now?
just
Yeah,
because.
can I contribute to this,
All
please?
right.
Yeah, please go ahead.
We said we want to move on. Progressive. Yeah, last comment from progressive. 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Or 3 minutes. Yeah, about yeah. How are you, my brother?
I won't take that long. Thank you very much, Thomas. I think all of us, majority of us that are talking now, we live in the West, and the whole idea of having a student loan. Personally, I would have preferred a free tuition fee, a free tuition college system, like a free university system. But then I understand that it's not something the government can afford. But what the program is giving access, and this is what you guys are not looking into. If you come from the way it is now, it doesn't matter how poor your family is. It doesn't matter the kind of home that you come from. You now know that the facilities are there if you need them. That is what you guys are not looking, is the access that it gives you. Even if you cannot, if you go to secondary school today, some children just lost hope because they look at it and say, what is the point? It's not like I'm going to move forward anyway. It's not like my parents will be able to afford it anyway. What's the point me killing myself going through secondary school? Why not just drop out? So the way it discourages children, right? Because I personally, this is a personal experience for me, you know. And when you have to look at it from the context that it gives you access, when you know that these facilities are there. Say you want to become a medical doctor, you have the brains, but you don't have the financial support. This is there for you. So, and the idea that people are going to default, that is not the point. If you cannot afford it, nobody's coming after you. They put those guarantors there to make sure the system is not abused. So we should look at it the way the system is being designed, as giving access to people who would normally not have access to be able to pay tuition fee at university. And this also will drive the university system into being autonomous, self-sustained. All the issue of strike, ASU, and all of this, over time, they will be gone. The university will become competitive. They will have enough fund to bring in the best lecturers to participate or to teach students. So all in all, Normally, as a progressive, I would have preferred free education, but I know that as a nation we cannot afford it. But for me, this is a very good program. And the idea of technical colleges are not a program of federal government; they are programs of state governments. So states those are the responsibility of state governors to create more technical colleges around the states. We have what do you call polytechnics? So polytechnics, if you don't want to go to uni, you can go to poly and learn other things. So I think it's a very, very good idea to move towards this direction.
Oh, thank you, Progressive. I watched the interview, I mean the presentation speech of the president yesterday, and I was a bit disappointed that we are saying Buhari, but I think Tinubu is going the direction of Buhari. I don't know, maybe you guys noted the speech, that speech was record, edited, put together. I don't think maybe you guys noticed that.
Thomas,
Because
unlike Buhari, we can actually hear what he's saying. It actually made sense. Like I can actually hear, like decipher what he's trying to say. So,
yes, he spoke very well, and I think he's not speaking from his head. I think he's reading from somewhere. I don't think he can go on with that. I think you guys can say it's recorded. When are we going to be having live? Let me land it now. Let me land it, please.
They always record those.
No. It's supposed, if you are addressing a nation, it's supposed to be live. It's supposed to be live, sitting down in Aso Rock, somewhere in one corner.
Can the difference? Someone is it an engagement session? What there must be?
No, that is just my opinion.
You are wrong.
That is my opinion.
Wrong now.
Thomas,
wrong now.
You obedient.
Doesn't matter if it's live or not.
But it was edited like Buhari style,
so
isn't
Thomas,
it?
You want it to be left outside, they can embarrass him. That's the one here.
See, even if now Shibajo be our president today, they can still.
But all of you castigate Buhari when we are editing, putting together now.
See, university professors that do those things every day, they still record. They still record and read. So it's not even. But so far, you are not a pastor.
We can.
You are not preaching to the congregation now.
Online, we can have a short term. We can have a speech prepare and let someone present it in 5 minutes. You will fumble.
Remy, that's no day is you. You know, during our MBA class, you know how many times I repeated.
When you go in front of people, you will know it's not easy.
It takes, but he will be reading from somewhere now. Why would he fumble?
Why must it be live? There's I don't know.
Adewale tell Thomas something now. When we're doing MBA, for example, how many times are we going to record our
you guys are? Oh my God! So you guys are not frowned on what I just said now. You just say
no, we are not. Almost, we are not frowned on anything.
Want them to be.
It's not important. You were so.
Modi. No. I think, but I can say people castigated Buhari then.
My joint that irrational mind.
No. I mean, that is just my opinion. I think it should be live.
So what do you want to do from that one? You want him, even if you read from teleprompter and there's a lot of mistake, then you want the whole world to see the mistake of your president.
I
am not obedient now. It's only obedient that look for mistake.
I want to
yes, that is it. And if you give Thomas even that teleprompter to have a 5-minute speech, we will edit it more than 10 times before we put it outside there.
Can I quickly ask something, please?
Yeah.
Why does it suddenly just feel like there's this sense of calmness around the country since this guy came into office.
Stability
seems,
if you know what you are
it
doing,
seems
people will
like,
calm
I
down
don't
now.
know, just like this, it's like you can see that there's governance at the moment. I don't understand.
I think, to me personally, not a from biased mind. I'm speaking just from my mind, personal opinion.
How do we know that it's not from
I'm
bias?
say personal opinion. Let me say personal opinion. When you have an educated, a politician, a strategist, a chartered accountant, because I will equivalent him to a chartered accountant, because during his own days, there's nothing like that. So when you have everything molded together, he has been a senator, he has been governor for 8 years. He knows the terrain very well. Lucky for him, he's also an elite, not just an ordinary elite. He is super wealthy. So if he truly wants to help that country, Nigeria will surely make a turnaround. And I think for the past 2 weeks, he has been doing what Nigeria wants. So if he deviates from it later, then it's another thing entirely. And remember, I want you to know one thing. People eat from where there's a lot of dust. Nigeria, there's a lot of dust. And people does not want changes at all, because that is where they are eating. That is where we have that level of corruption. But when everywhere is El Dorado and everywhere is already finished product, the level of corruption is always very low. That's why we see.
Remy, sorry. Let me just even ask progressive. What type of calmness are we even talking about? I want to know. Is it security? Is it what type of calmness? Because
so I think generally, I think there are some people behind those people that are instigating that banditry or whatever that is going on in that country. And when they are no more in power,
no, Bishop told us like yesterday that banditry still happened, that even the one that happened was brutal. So that's why I'm asking.
I know, but the level has gone down a lot compared to when Baba Buhari was there. I don't know why. I'm not totally saying he's the one supporting them, but I have a feeling that there are some people behind them.
Remy, I want to agree with you. If you notice, like even with Dream Book around, there will be some moments where they will just take a break. Maybe during a time of some kind of event going on in Nigeria or something, I will just take a break from that.
On the derby.
Come back. So I'm like, like this thing is being coordinated. It's like it's something that's being coordinated by some kind of forces like that.
The only thing Tinubu can have is that maybe when he's making his appointment, and some of this appointment is not fairly distributed, then we are going to have a serious agitation from the south or southeast. If they are fairly distributed among the Nigerian subnational, I think there's not going to be a big trouble. Because now, when the North Central are agitating for speakership position, it pacified them by giving them the secretary to the federal government of the country. And they also have the national chairman in their pocket. They withdrew and everything went calm.
No, Remy, let me ask something. See, when you're a leader, if you say something, then you have to be authentic. Authenticity means that thing you say, you are going to do it. You see, Tinubu asked something. If Tinubu said, don't stay there for me, I will slap you if you stay there, he's going to slap you. And when he slaps you the next time, if he says something, you will think twice. This guy, he promised that he's going to do something, and he has started doing everything. He's not missing. I'm waiting for the time that he's going to employ his 2 million soldiers. See, those people they are looking at his body language. It's not missing anything. So whosoever promises to do something and it's not missing it, you want to be very careful how you try rubbish with that person.
Who's looking at his body language?
Sorry. I also discovered that there's been a massive recruitment in the army already by Buhari, because some of them are still going on training now. So
Rito Kaleni, the insurance guy that was Kaleni,
I can't listen to the audio.
It's like I have the paper here. It's like I have the paper here. Mr. President, they are stealing money. Be elected now. I'm already confessing on TV.
I feel listening to the audio leak of Emefiele. Today. If I leave my hand, maybe I'll
that
500 billion every month. I see.
Emefiele is, to be frank, that guy did a lot of terrible things to that country. And they were, to be frank, CBN need to be totally overhauled.
My God.
They were so many officials from that bank, they were even thinking about how they are going to push in, how can they do 20 billion naira, 10. I can't believe my eye. It's like a 2 or 3 or 5 minutes. If I check my YouTube, I see the video, maybe I'm going to share.
Remy, can I ask you a question? When Emefiele took over, how much was the naira to dollar? How much was the exchange rate when he took over? 180 or
168.
When he took over. When he took over, Abi?
Yes.
So we
I
have
think
okay.
170 or something like that.
It's not 700 or something.
No. It was okay under Jonathan. It was when Buhari.
It was when Buhari came that he collapsed the whole thing. Yeah, started destroying it.
Emefiele behaved himself.
Yeah, he wanted to sabotage Buhari's
He was only there for 1 year. He was only there under Jonathan for 1 year. That's why it wasn't like he was there throughout Jonathan's government.
I think what happened was that, but Buhari was not so sound economically, and Emefiele and his gang, they just make money.
They just bang.
Even if Buhari was
good night, everybody.
You know what? I want to tell you a shocker today.
His family wanted to steal.
I don't think Nigeria really have that reserve in our bank. Like we said, the reserve there. I don't think we do what we do.
Guys, I'm sorry, you. When this guy became governor of Central Bank, Sanusi, the guy, like this thing that just happened now, where Emefiele did all this corruption, the guy discovered those things and he went after so many people. Like he made so many. He talked about a lot of those corruption I had to reform. So now, who was the governor before Sanusi?
Soludo.
So what else? Maybe they should start making.
What happened to Soludo? So far he has been the best CBN
the
governor.
Rabbit hole, the rabbit hole is very deep.
It's a lot of.
No. I know that. I was just telling Mike. So when Mike said, "Oh, just for him to know,"
I don't know how.
No, so the thing that Sanusi was saying about things that happened that he came to uncover. I mean, they happen. So they happen under him. So
no. That's not the issue.
So they happen under him.
You guys just have to listen to 2 or 3 or 4 minutes of this audio link. You will be, in fact, the corruption is huge.
Remy, you mean the one that was trying to hide?
Emefiele was just like,
no, Remy.
Wow, what are we going to do? Mentioning $20 billion just like I mentioned.
No. The one on that one, Abi.
Maybe it's that one. It's just like 4 or 5 minutes, and you see some of the he's talking to them. There are some of directors.
How to hide the money, Abi? How to hide?
What are they going to do? How they are going to cover it? I don't believe it.
That guy had like 40 cars with like 2 limos in his compound.
What we are talking about is not a small money, in the range of billions of naira.
Wanting to run for president was what did him.
That
was his mistake. Just lay low. I don't know why you want to run for president.
I now understand totally why they don't want this man to become the president. Because this Emefiele is very smart guy. I think there are so many Nigerian elites.
You said Emefiele is a smart guy, really?
No, what I want to say.
Yes, he didn't want anybody to be president. But you know, if Obi is the only one that can.
So many Nigerian elites. He has given them money or helped them one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately for him, I think he did not do it very well. Everything will have to boil back to him. Those people will just run away. They said they don't know nothing.
So Dangote, what happened to Dangote?
I don't know.
Away of money.
Dangote corporate too. I think you should just refund the money. Because
Dangote is a smart shop. See, that 750, I think it was out of desperation, right? That this guy provided that, but trust, they will bring Dangote out of this mess, and the guy will still face his music. You know the atrocity that Emefiele don't commit already. He go to employ the children of the politicians who is in the society, just put them in the central bank, to the point that some people were even joking that this guy employs Sote that they don't even get to the sit down for central bank office. Just create just dancing.
Because
you go and do for party chairman, you employ the children, you employ the cousin, you employ just to make sure that he had the backing of everyone. So see the way it's going that they were
If I
documenting
were
everything.
MFL, I will sing and I will sing loud.
No,
I
Remy
will
Coker,
take
he
everybody.
can sing from now till tomorrow. If they want to deal with him, they will deal with him.
Or
Of
like
course,
Okay.
they will deal with him,
if
but I
you
want
want
to
me,
the
Mati
public. I'm not
Kolu, no,
going to go
listen,
down alone.
Mati
I'm not
When
Kolu
the,
by
the former
January.
national security advisor, he no sing, they no catch the guy. How many of the people he sing the catch? Now the person you want deal with, you go deal with. If you like, may he sing from now to eternity. Now the person they
Then
won't catch them, they catch.
at least if they don't catch them, I'll put all those people in public opinion too. Like we will know what they are.
Remy, they will see. There's nothing you can say about Dangote till tomorrow. No, see, some of us here, especially a person like me, I don't go even believe you. Let me tell you my bias straight away.
Yeah, Dangote is in a different class because Nigeria will look at it like he has provided a lot of job opportunity. He has really helped that country in so many ways. That one is different.
So
But
the value is very high for Nigeria, so they won't go after him that much.
So doing that thing to people like Dangote is just to get his political back, but we are so if now politicians they deal with Emefiele, so politicians they know how to deal with themselves, right? They will deal with this guy if they want to deal because
so look at all this institution, everything corruption there, corruption here. Oh my God, it's just that country is Nigeria super rich. I don't know how all this money, these people just siphon it anyhow they like, and they will not be calling about 100,000 or 100.
that is why we should not encourage government-run enterprise. You understand? So that is why that as much as you can take away from the government, take that in away. Take school away from let school, like we said, let school be self-funding. Don't allocate any money to this. So we know that government will be funding the military.
And look at
here
that that guy. It's because of interest. You want to have interest in private enterprise. Go to them and
guys. Have you also heard about the CBN sacking in the CBN that Aline Dume and some Buhari family member has been sacked from CBN? That they were giving
because those people were the one that Emefiele employed illegally. Now that's what I was saying.
They weren't supposed to be in the first place.
What's that?
I will even paste the thing that I sent to one man here. Let me see if I have it here. At least this man, the Emefiele, he scatter ground, not be small. That guy, in fact.
But they need to change. I think the law that governs the CBN needs to be modified a little bit. They need to change that law that you don't get this.
No. Now Jonathan, I go blame, right? Because if you put a career economist like Soludo and co, see those guys, they look beyond what they are going to eat, because like people like Okonjo-Iweala and Soludo, they've used that position to secure international reputation. So what these people will even gain consulting for IMF and all those things will be more than what we are even going to gain locally. That is what they manage to do. Look at our economists there, the like of Sam Aluko. Those guys, they look beyond Nigeria. But unfortunately, you go employ someone that's a banker. How can you go and put someone from Zenith Bank and come and be a CBN governor? You can't even the competitor to come and be regulating other competitors. So already, the person where done the steal, where done the jolly from Zenith Bank, you can't carry the person to where the old go even match. See, people are praising Sanusi today. Sanusi he did some welfare, but it was still an error. Because Sanusi was shouting, people believe he was a saint, right? He wasn't. He went for vendetta. But I gave credit to Sanusi for one thing. He did a lot of social welfare program. He built some school. If you see the way that guy spent money that time, should be Emefiele, they shop the money. But the mindset of Sanusi will say, this is Nigeria money. I will quickly use that money to develop something before some people. He rebuilt this Baptist, which school that this is a Baptist school, the one in Egbaland there. He rebuilt that one. He rebuilt King's College. That's so the guy just they donate money up and down. So that now the money people supposed to embezzle. The guy just quickly.
But Ola is central bank, are they government on their own? Why would they be engaging in doing projects? Which business are they doing for them to be getting money?
No, they generate money on their own too. So I believe that
how did they do that?
No, it's a corporate. It's a corporate social responsibility now. I think I could be wrong. It's just opinion. I think they can do that too. I
You know,
just
central bank is independent, right? Independent of
yeah,
the.
it's in quote, it's independent, but indirectly when you look at the framework too, president can fire the guy as so far the National Assembly supports, and
Yeah, president can fine, but as far as his
police
operation, it's
police
independent.
can
It doesn't. It
police
doesn't
can
take order.
police can arrest the CBN governor once it's
Yeah,
committed
yeah,
crime.
anyone can arrest, of course. But what I'm saying is this: as far as operation, is very independent. It doesn't. It's not like a minister where you need approval of the president to do anything. So you can just make
Yeah,
policy whatever.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So now,
But the argument,
okay, Lisabi,
but
if
the
you rebuild
argument now
Lisabi,
is
I
that,
think he spent close to 0.5 billion to rebuild Lisabi. He spent close to
but the
0.5 billion.
argument, Ola, the argument now is that Tinubu has no right. I mean, he does not have the legal right to sack him. To even
No,
suspend.
it does. It does. It does.
No,
The same way Jonathan sacked Sanusi now.
Yeah, well,
there was a
they only
strong
just
ruling.
doing that, but you cannot do according to the way the CBN Act
He
is.
didn't sack him, he suspended him. The suspension or not sack him.
Place out, even though it doesn't. That's a way of easing him out of the whole thing.
He said he should step aside for him to be investigated.
There was a court judgment in 2014 already that said he's a public servant. That is so that because he's a public servant, that the president can suspend him. So
What was the DSS going after him for, sir?
financial terrorism,
funding terrorism.
It was he funny Boko Haram or?
We don't know.
They said that he indirectly funded the ESN. Yes, it's written there now. It's written there now that he's funded the ESN. Yeah, it's written there.
That is fallacy, my brother. They are just trying to pin him down. That is nonsense.
Right from other Buhari, now from other Buhari, they wanted
I
to
know
arrest him.
now. Ola, I knew. We treated it here. One man brought the news here. So it's just nonsensical. They're just trying to pin him down.
I mean,
how will he be funding Boko Haram?
You don't know what they know. They might have the facts. We don't know that yet. Until they present something to us.
But why will he do that? That's the question.
And why we not he do this? Emefiele, a desperate man like that, why can't he do it?
That is contesting for presidential election.
Let me even ask Thomas something. Why would Buhari go and bring machinery and put them in the bush? Why they wanted to push Jonathan out? Will you ever believe that? That these people
so do you believe those Radio Biafra talk?
Radio Biafra, when British and people where internationally known of that, you are saying Radio Biafra. That even what is the name of this guy?
Ola, don't believe everything you see. Don't believe anything you see. Don't believe anything you see.
Ola, you told us you have a lot of PhDs and you're talking like this. Come on.
Wait now. Are you saying what Gumi
You are discouraging us from going for these PhDs. How can you believe when they tell you that?
How can you believe that?
No, Thomas. Gumi said it. El-Rufai said it. So what are you talking about?
That Buhari is sponsoring Boko Haram.
They brought some people. Because they were thinking that Jonathan will not hand over. When Jonathan
Who did they bring?
Who did they bring?
But hold on.
Wait, who did they bring? Let him answer. Now, rational mind. Hold on. One time about these places, don't let people,
Okay, go on.
land. Yeah, so we can know.
All the foreign Fulani in the bush that you see that.
So where did you go and bring them from?
Hearsay now. That is hearsay.
I say it's not
you can't substantiate that.
Oh my goodness.
So you want to bring the Fulanis from where? From Futajelo, from Mali to come? You went the travel there to recruit them and say come to Nigeria and help you.
Okay. When Gumi said it, has anybody gone to?
I don't know if he said it. I need to see him say it. I don't know. People say he say. She said.
Let me defend.
He said Buhari. He mentioned Buhari.
Let me defend Ola here. Because if you remember, El-Rufai said they have to literally pay some of them off to go back. Remember when those people became idle because good luck handed over. Yeah, so it's true that they actually employed mercenaries to stabilize Nigeria thinking that Goodluck would not hand over. That's a known fact. So
Baba T, forget about that. Nobody can overtake the
wait
state.
now. Just
Boko
follow.
Haram even try. They know if you do it.
This will follow up on Aero Fire stories and how we paid off some of them. You just
Okay, let me try to make sense there. So you're telling me that Buhari, being a guy that was in the military, that some of the guys that were in the military while he was there, the young officer like Buratai, even Buratai had to bring a picture they took together when he was the junior, this thing when Buhari was in a general. So Buhari, knowing that he's people like Buratai, those generals in the army, they are there to be loyal to from his region.
Right.
He will keep using them. You go all the way to go and recruit some
Who said this?
from Mali.
Mike,
Because he could have just used Buratai to
Mike, hold
do the
on.
job.
Let me say this and tell me who said this quote, famous quote. We shall make this country ungovernable if we don't win it. Who said that?
I still need to hear exactly how he said it.
Quote now. They're going to make this country ungovernable because
But Baba T, all those what you are saying, did anybody have the video of Buhari saying that?
Just do a good search on your own. It's not like just do a simple.
Baba T, did anybody have the video of Buhari saying that?
Thomas, why are you denying this?
Well, it's a question on land now.
That's a question now.
Let me reply him now. Let me reply him.
Yes, no, we are not defending here. We just want facts.
Hold on. Thomas
Thomas, I like
No, I'm just asking. Did anybody have the video of Buhari saying that?
Let me find you a link. Hold on. Just go ahead.
Okay, I want to see it too because I've been here. I'm not saying it's a lie or not, but I just want to see it so I can confirm myself. Because one thing I know for a fact that's been happening a lot is some radio people they repeat lie over and over and over and over, and many of it has become truth. Because that's the way the human brain works.
Radio Biafra, Gani Adam, so many people said this thing. It's not a matter of even Gani Adam was the first person to raise alarm that Fulani, all these things they are in.
No. Actually,
you said Buhari, not Fulani, Buhari.
Actually, the Fulani phenomena,
I said APC.
Mike, we are 10 on this thing. Has anybody saw the video where Buhari said we will make the country ungovernable? Have anybody seen the video here?
Yeah, I was seen it. I just been hearing it.
Babu and dog. Buhari made story of Babu and dog.
Have you seen the video where Buhari said
that was even that statement was 2011, not 2015.
There was one video where Buhari was speaking Hausa, and then some people want to start Radio Biafra people started using translation to mistranslate what he was saying he's saying this, saying that. And I saw it, I was like, wow. It was later that someone speak Hausa and explained to me that no, that's not what he's saying. There was these people just it's like me speaking Yoruba now. And then somebody is now typing what I'm saying. Let's say I'm saying Thomas is my friend. Somebody's saying Mike is saying he's going to blow up everywhere. They were typing what he was saying. He was translating what he was saying. And then people that actually speak the language now came to us and say that's not what he said. That it's propaganda that those people they used to take that video and started subtitling what he was saying in the wrong terms, So we have to be careful, man. Things will be consuming, to be honest, because there's so many things I heard, and when I begin to take my time to go and find out, I begin to realize that.
Mike, because you don't know doesn't mean.
I'm not saying. I didn't say it's not true. That's my problem with
wait now. They interviewed some of these bandits. They picked up and they confessed. But you say, what are you talking about?
Show me the video now. Show me.
Mike, you can use internet. Stop this idea of show me.
But I'm using it. I'm not finding it now. That's why I'm
check me.
What people are saying about
maybe I've been looking for some of these ones. I've been looking for it. I just haven't find it. That's why I'm telling you to send a link to me so I can verify myself. Because a lot of some of the things I've heard, I find out. Like I've heard so many things. We talk, and some of them I found out were true. But there's so many I was discovering that they're actually either true or twisted. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the Nigerian space now is like so much brainwashing has been done, man. Even growing up, the Nigerian history I was learning. I began to find out a lot of it were a bunch of lies, man.
So it's like rational mind say something. Let's forget about that one. Rational mind say something.
They said, from what I read from one newspaper was that they said he
You see now, you read.
Yeah, I read now. That's what I mean.
Yes, so if
He probably
anybody
read it
can
one
write
propaganda
anything on
somewhere.
newspaper,
Exactly. Exactly. The room when they said this. So must you be in the same room where they said this? Killing now. Someone let him answer.
I mean, most of the things we say here is what we
but Rational man, please. I'm not saying why didn't say that. You said you read. Anybody can write anything on the
Of course, yeah.
newspaper.
I agree. But that's what we do here. Most of the things we're saying here is what we read from the newspaper. Not as if
Not me.
no.
If for me, I'll come here and talk. Trust me. I will.
Even when they bring the video, they'll say he's doctored now. Is that what they say every time? He's doctored.
Unless it's unless it's Southeast,
Mike,
right?
I posted one thing there.
Mike,
So
unless it's
look at what
unless it's Southeast,
Abubakar
no, there are some. No. That's not a fact. No, if I see him saying it, I won't see him say he's doctor. I won't say that. Unless
Mikey, I posted something in the private session. Pick it up. Abubakar Kawu Baraje, and tell me that person
is it video of Buhari?
Stop telling me about this video. We are talking of journalists.
That means you are not giving me facts. You are not giving me facts.
Let me ask you a question, Yari. What did you study?
Electrical engineering.
So did you see the video while you were studying? Why
Ola, you are not the next man. You are not the next man.
You know,
so you are doubting Thomas certificate. You are doubting Thomas certificate.
Mike, guys, do you know many propaganda they have put out in that country, and it's a lie?
Baba,
where did Buhari sit down and say this word you guys are talking about? Where? Which gathering? When? How? When?
Thomas, what I said is that APC brought foreign fighters just because of election.
Anybody can write anything, Ola. I don't say Buhari didn't say that. Give me a fact. I'm just asking for facts.
I put a newspaper. I put a business paper.
No, forget about newspaper. I'm insisting. Ola, we caught Erufai on video, isn't it? Can he deny it?
Thomas, I'm tired. This argument is tired.
No. Don't be tired. Don't be tired.
When you are okay,
no.
Wait. Now, I'm not a journalist. A journalist will do their job, and they will publish something.
So you believe Nigerian journalists, like Rufai, like Arise newspaper, they are bringing news they don't even verify. They got bringing it.
Thomas, wait now.
So why
do you come? Thomas. So why do we comment even discuss?
So why are we here then?
What's the point of discussion? If we can't believe anything that we read, it's just everything. So how do you verify everything? You must be in the same room. Why the event is occurring to believe it?
No. What he's saying is that we have to be
anything
careful.
One man read to us here is in the public domain. It's not only. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. If one man brought any news to us here, maybe he brought it on Guardian, you will find it on Punch, you will find it on Daily Times, you will find it on you will find it everywhere, and he has not been debunked from anybody. So we can believe that.
It's only that some of the time we can change the meaning, or sometimes I not read the read.
Do you know that
full story
Thomas,
for us, and we give it our own meaning.
Thomas, do you know that the speech, Tinubu speech today, when I was watching Nigerian Watch, and people were saying some things that I didn't even say at all. Like they were adding to it. Like even said that, and you know, and some of these Nigerian spaces, like somebody will tell an obvious lie. Everybody sitting there know that the person is lying, right?
What is it they said?
Wait. Someone will know that the person is lying,
yeah,
but they will keep quiet.
What did they say about it?
Then, no, there were some things, and then this other guy.
Now you just what's down Biafra.
Let's not, Mike. Let's not leave them alone on that side. It's like you guys are obsessed with them over there. Just leave them alone.
I'm not saying like I'm not picking on them. I'm just saying like what happened in Nigerian spaces is somebody will come and he will say something like that doesn't really is a complete lie.
Mike,
wait now,
we were alive when Arise News brought a fake news.
But what I'm saying is
somebody at home watching the show, we hear it, he will not be convinced because he said that, if this guy's lying there, if everybody there being challenging there, it must be truth. So now that person at home that heard it, not like, not true. Now you want to spread it to another person. That's a lie, just spread around, you know. But one thing I like about these platforms, though, is like, I'm not saying you guys are perfect. You guys here, at least, you guys challenge each other. As if someone can come here and just bring that little lie, you understand? Someone, especially one man, if he tell one big lie like that, obvious, like, he go challenge, you go push you on it, even if it's on your side,
Mike,
politically, even if it's on your side politically,
Mike,
you will still kind of push you.
sometimes,
Or that channel, all these other channels, like, because that lie, everybody there like the lie, they will just accept it.
Mike,
They will play along.
you have to look at the methodology. Now, you are asked something, I give you evidence. I say, okay,
let's just make it sum up. We have 30 minutes to go. We are shutting down 9 hours sharp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you ask for evidence. I said, Gumi said it. And they say, okay, Barage said it now. Then I posted it there. Even Department of Justice even wrote something.
Okay, it's fine. I believe you then. I believe you. Now we have to show us something.
I believe you.
Someone to believe we still know.
And I say I believe you. I haven't watched it though, but I just say I take your word.
You know, in fact, let's put Thomas. Maybe if we have like a time traveler to put Thomas when that thing happened, maybe you believe it.
At least you're giving us two sources now: the cable and the business day, right? Ola, so that should suffice now. Thomas, you said if one man read it to us, yeah, it will read this. It will be covered in Punch. It will be covered in Vanguard. It will be covered. At least
Do you know what I'm quoting? Yakasai is what I'm quoting. Do you know who Yakasai is, Thomas? So let's not play that game, Thomas. No,
the thing that the General Danjuma talk about something, and Adewumi, Olawumi, Commander Olawumi talk about something, and this governor of this Benue State talk about something, and we are saying all of them are lying. Gani Adam said the same thing.
Yeah, you see, for me, the thing about MFLA was that what they said is that I'm hearing this for the first time, that is sponsoring Boko Haram and IPOB. It sounds ridiculous.
That was the allegation by DSM.
No, but then what I heard is they said it transferred $100 million to Afghanistan.
For what? For the wow.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But then, if you guys remember, there was a time Boo Boo gave $1 million to.
Can you show me now? That means Boo Boo man pushing but can show me now. That one be Boo Boo.
So that is it. So.
But then,
yeah, but another way to look at it is this. Somebody said they were that money they paid to the Nigerian government did not really disclose what that money was actually meant for. That there were some Nigerians that were held hostage in Afghanistan, and the Taliban were asking for ransom for the release of, maybe those people were Nigerian diplomats in, I don't know, whatever they were in Afghanistan. So they paid them and make it look like they were giving them hate. Because that time we were having this COVID thing that time, when Nigerians were also themselves, they were needing money. Nigerian government was giving out money. If you remember, I don't know, some of us here were on this platform, we're debating it too, that why would Boo Boo be giving out $1 million to Afghanistan when we ourselves even need money in our own country? So if they said they are accusing him of transferring that money to the Taliban, why should about it then?
That's Buhari, not him.
Yeah.
That was maybe.
That's what I heard. That's the one I heard about.
That is wild. That is wild.
Yeah. So
wow.
They said that's what DSS is questioning him about. So why would he transfer $1 million? I mean, $100 million to
Afghanistan?
So that's
why involve the US buying here now. They'll be forced to involve the US once you start doing foreign kind of involving terrorism. Afghanistan, that is trouble right there.
So for me, I mean, my own take on this Tinubu's. Let me now start dicing Tinubu before I go. If I don't have my own dose of Tinubu massacre.
Your love for Tinubu,
you see, for me, that for me, the only place I have problem with Tinubu was, it's been sounding like threat to the judicial system and the judiciary, telling them that you never allow them to use any illegal illegal what do they call it, judgment or illegal court order to truncate the democracy. And I started asking myself a question.
I think you should bring back the same thing Oshibajo did at in Lagos State, reforming that sector in the state. I think you should bring it back.
No. You cannot be saying that right now, because right now anything
That
it does now will be looked up as a kind of
compromising the current case, I believe.
what do you call it? Kind of like some kind of bribery. Second of I'm twisting them to give him a favorable judgment. So you need to abstain from that right now. Let the court run their course. If they declare him a winner, then he can talk about the judiciary reform that he wants to do. But at the moment now, this threat that is given out, and then he was talking about losers, that if they lose, that they should lose. Sorry, let me turn. So if they lose, that they are bad losers, that kind of a thing, and that they should. I mean, look, listen. It's not for you to determine who loses and who does not lose. I mean, it's a democracy. You're giving a democracy speech around June 12th.
We don't know if you win or if you didn't win. If it was you that won, you won't know you won. You knows that you knew that you won.
Those if you look at that, for me, that is democracy's speech. It's more than democracy. It went beyond what it was supposed to say. For me, in my own opinion.
He spoke to what's going on. He spoke to reality to people.
No, that's not reality. It's a quid pro quo kind of.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah, it's kind of you're threatening the judiciary.
When
you never allow them to use any court order to truncate. I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You should be talking, gentleman. Tinubu is Tinubu, man. I hope Tinubu will be doing one gentleman with all these people, man. You gotta speak their language like Yari talk.
Mike, we missed you yesterday because I wish you were here yesterday because we had our guests were like Ekene and Uptown.
I dealt with them. I was there now.
No, because they brought up something that very unique. I didn't even know. So I'm like, Mike should have been here. So I was asking that under this new government, that the Southwest, we want regional government, and the South wants resource control. So we asked them from the South that what do they want? and another said we want more federal presence. I said, wait a minute. So you don't want to be free? They said, no, we don't want it today. We still want it to be there so that they can give us more stuff. So I'm like, so you don't have any system that you want to do on your own. They're like, oh, we still want some form, like a mixture of they do their own thing, but they still want federal presence. So I was trying to juxtapose the different kind of system everybody wanted to have. I'm like, man, I wish Mike was here to just tackle this, but yeah, he didn't show up. So
I was there now. Uptown response was that you need to come and sit down with all the Southeastern boys and help them build their business.
Was it yesterday?
It was yesterday now when I told him that okay, so if you only sit down, you are the only one that have business. I mean, the rest of us don't have business.
Sorry.
So you have to sit down, we can help you build your business.
Sorry, guys. I mean, when you ask them that if Obi is incapacitated, do they have anybody?
Hey, I remember. Sorry.
No, they only how can you be? I don't understand.
Babati, like I was saying, no mind Mike. When they say he says it's a state is no man's land, he just kept quiet, he no talk.
No. Like, where's Mike from? Mike, where you from? What's your state? I didn't even get it.
He's a Lagosiano, a Korodu person. I
agree with them. It's a no man's land. Even though I get Mike, your land is a no man's land. I'm not buying the one you could do anything. You know, Ikorodu is technically Ogun State. You know,
Ijebu now, Ijebu people.
So we be careful. I
think those are jáde. Tó bá sọ fún ẹ ní òòṣà Ìkòròdú ṣe wù. Tó bá bí that lọ.
You know what? I think
àwọn abẹ́rẹ́ oró wa ògbóyin.
Ogun pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. But anyways, I think I get Mike now. I think I understand his position when it comes to this. I think okay, what's the meaning? I think I get the reason why he behaves the way. I think I get.
You know why? It's a Lagosian. I don't mind him. Ikorodian. Ikorodite. I mean, how we call Ikorodu people.
Ikorodu. Well, I was listening to one of your Omobakone Ikorodu during the elections, and she was speaking with. She was like, "Man, how can somebody tell me if you're more back in that my land is a no man's land? in my life, me Odibori, Bele Yumadi. Madi when it she was pissed off. Like, it was so upset. Like, anyway, Thomas, great host.
I did wait for someone come tell me say it will be no man's land.
No. Seriously, I was on Clubhouse.
It is a no man's land.
No,
I was watching Dr. Damages.
I don't say you
had one professor like that.
But so many the person don't talk again. May the person just allow you sorry. May the person just put you there. So just because I know say you the joke, I no go talk.
No. Ola, seriously, they are buying land. They have a plan to buy out your state. Seriously.
Who is buying out my state?
I've spoken to one of their top guys in Clubhouse. They are very radical and they're buying land in Ekiti. That's their next target.
Who are those people? But they won't come and say it is no man's land now.
Now no, that's not the way it works.
Okay.
Now. You first buy first, build, and
you forget Ogun Kiriji. Have you heard of Ogun Kiriji before?
What is Ogun Kiriji?
I hear you. Just come try.
Do you know that I was watching this Dr. Damage yesterday? He had one Igbo professor. This guy said actually the first settlers in Lagos were Igbo people. Only here,
How okay, no, Mike. How did he explain that? What was the logic behind that?
Only in the 14th century or something like that. Even before the Yoruba migrated there, before even the Yoruba people, the way you explain it,
Mike, do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? I was watching this British documentary on Lagos, and the Lagos being the capital of Nigeria was actually forced upon them by the Southeast region. I didn't even know that. They didn't want to be the state capital. They didn't want to be Nigeria's capital. In fact, as a matter of fact, the indigents of Lagos actually offered land in a different part of Ogun State for them. The Igbo said no, that we want Lagos to be Nigeria's capital. They insisted on that. I was stunned, like watching this British guy talk about how Lagos came about being in Nigeria. I'm like, wow. Because and the excuse they gave, they said because if we make Lagos Nigeria's capital, we will lose our culture. We want to preserve our culture in Lagos. That's why we don't want it to be Nigeria's capital. And they even offered to give them land somewhere else in Yoruba land. We don't want Lagos. And the East said no. Lagos is what we want, and that was the compromise. That was in the late 50s, before Nigeria was before they had independence.
I thought it was the British that made it capital.
No. Like official, like to put it there. They were trying to. Yeah. Let me even find that video on YouTube. I was like, it was a British documentary about Lagos. So there's always some kind of obsession about Lagos, but I didn't know that they said that they had. So it's not really about joint ownership. It's about we actually own it. That's what you are saying, Ola. That they say Mike. They actually own the land. And so where did they come from? Or Ikorodu people?
You see the one they always say that always annoy me. They will say the Benin is on Lagos. I'm like, oh, they don't know history. You got to, they don't know history.
No,
listen. Do you know that?
I stopped engaging workers when it comes to that issue because over the while back on, so I didn't want to.
Do you know that when I explained on Benin, you started crying, wanted to when I started breaking history down to you, only listen. When Benin Kingdom was great, when Oyo was great, it was because they were taking their order from Ife. You understand? They were Ife was the one that established those two kingdoms and gave them this special power they had back then.
Money.
Ifa Loro lọ sí ilé sí Benin kó lọ establish Benin. Ifa náà ló tún lọ sí Ọ̀yọ́.
Even that Ikoyi came from Osun. Ikoyi came from Osun now. That is.
Money time tí Benin nagbara yẹn agbára tó ní mọ́sẹ̀. Mo sọ fún pé that time that power that you had that will make you great that time. The source of that power was coming from Ife. And the moment you turned on Ife, you haven't been relevant since then. So I said, listen, the time you came to the palace came to Lagos, the source of power they had back then to be able to come to Lagos, and the order was from Ife. I said, Today, you can't do it. I dare you. You can't come to Lagos today and do it because you don't have that power anymore. You understand? You're not connected to Ife anymore. So if you're telling me when the palace came to Lagos to set up, the order is from Ife. The palace, even Yoba will tell you, he's a direct descendant of Oromiyo. Oromiyo is from Ile-Ife. He's son of Urudua. You understand? The Yoba will tell the Oromiyo came when the Oromiyo came from Ile-Ife to set up Benin Kingdom. The Benin people are not connected to Ife, but the palace is what's connected to Ife. The Orisha they have in Benin palace today is Shongu. They are from Ife.
Mike, to put it to rest, just ask them that anytime they are all by in Benin dies, where do they bury
them? They bury them in Ile-Ife.
Just ask
and
them.
The moment they stop, that's what I'm telling you. The moment they stop doing that, they lost. The moment they stop, they cut their ties with Ile-Ife. It's when their power, they were no longer that powerful kingdom anymore. And that's what I'm telling you. They don't understand. The great I watch it. Why don't
we have to shut down 9 hours. We have to shut down.
We are leaving for Australia on Thursday. We are flying down there on Thursday.
Why don't you come to Melbourne? Come to Melbourne now.
Yeah, I think I'm the one really flying the road, but I can fly. Yeah, so
are you coming as well?
Yes, now.
But you are coming.
No choice.
Sydney. Come to Melbourne now. Melbourne is beautiful than Sydney.
How about pets? Pet
Pet is okay. Sydney is the best. Sydney is the best. Yeah.
Hey, Thomas, is it true that in Australia, because I used to hear back in those days that the ratio of women to man are 9-1? Is it true? It was for Australia. I met one Australian girl now. I want to go to Australia with her. She said no.
500,000 lodun. It depends what you are doing. Why not?
Almost in background.
Thomas in Dago Australia Jenny.
Thomas to Tasi from
Let me
Ito facile gan o di handle ton ni come go better.
Ṣé mo ti handle tó wà ní kan ton ni.
Rational mind ló ń ta sí Remi Tinubu.
One night on this platform.
Rational mind ló ń ta sí Remi
Tinubu. On hot mic on this platform talking to a girl.
Babati.
Hot mic.
Irọ́ ni gbogbo fine boy mi fún ìyàwó mi ni. Gbogbo fine boy mi fún ìyàwó gbogbo gíláàsì mi yẹn fún ìyàwó mi ni.
Babati.
Yes sir.
More reason sí Rational mind ò fi láìkì Tinubu. Torí pé ó ń wá Remi Tinubu. Àwọn sọ mi by now. Ẹ̀rí gbé àgbàlagbà ọmọ ọ̀tá ni Rational mind.
Ilé tó ti di ẹjọ́ mọ̀ ẹ̀gbà fún nígbà kan ní skul gbà kan.
A ṣì máa sọ kíní ẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ìsìn o, nǹkan tí Tinubu ṣe fún yín. A ṣì máa sọ lẹ́yìn ìsìn o.
Àní Remi Tinubu ni Rational mind ń target àgbàlagbà aṣẹ́wó.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Yeah, you really it's very educative. When you go to the educative side, Ola almost blow my head off with all these their educative. Yeah, but it's very amazing. Yeah, if you come here every time you don't learn, that means you are not all right. I learn from you guys every day. Many things that I don't even hear about in my life, I always hear from you guys. You guys are very amazing. Yeah, I will see you later. Catch you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, God bless you all. This is the first time we'll be having full house to the head of the section. This is the first time. Yeah, you guys are very amazing. Yeah.
Good night.
See you guys. Yeah.
Thank you,
yeah.
General Thomas. Thank you.
Good night, Thomas.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. One man delete the video me. With what I want to what I'll go play now. One man don't delete my video. One man don't delete
You've
my
rendered the broadcast already now. Which video you want to play?
No, I haven't ended.
Okay, see you.
I've not ended. Yeah, I always like to play something. We go. Where is Dino now? Let me find Dino. Let me find Dino. Dino, where is Dino? Let me play this. Yeah. Where is Dino? Come on. One man to delete the video of me. You guys, thank you so much. I will catch you later. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.